Martial Peak Chapter 235 to Chapter 267. After a month of training, Xianxia's harvest was very little. He couldn't kill many monster beasts, so naturally, he didn't obtain any blood orbs, but this was secondary. The key point was that the monster beast he encountered was too weak. A rank 4 monster beast couldn't withstand more than a few moves in front of Xianxia, and the weaker rank 5 monster beast was also somewhat insufficient. Without experiencing a difficult battle, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in his own foundation. Xianxia thirsted for blood and the baptism of strong enemies. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. During this month, Xianxia inadvertently discovered another use of the beast soul skill. The beast soul skill that he obtained from the 2 tyrannical monster beasts' remnant thoughts wasn't just for attack. However, Xianxia himself was still in the process of exploring this use, and had yet to perfect it. On this day, after Xianxia killed 3 rank 4 monster beasts, in a certain forest 30 miles away, a woman suddenly opened her eyes, and a trace of coldness and surprise flashed through her eyes. This woman's dress and facial features were slightly different from the big man's. She was one of the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivators. She wasn't ugly, and could even be said to be very beautiful. But for some reason, this woman gave people a very strange feeling, like a beautiful snake that hid but didn't attack, and at any time, it would use its venomous fangs to bite people and kill them. No matter who saw her, they wouldn't dare to look down on her. Her clothes were rather revealing. Her jade-like arms were exposed, and the tight short top on her upper body couldn't hide her impressive figure. When she raised her hands, her flat stomach and exquisite navel were revealed without a doubt. Her lower body was even more simple, with short shorts that reached her hips. Her 2 slender beautiful legs were exposed just like that. She looked in the direction of Xianxia, and the corner of her mouth held a faint cold smile. She slowly stood up, her exquisite and petite body full of incomparable explosive power. When she stood up, the 2 people standing behind her quietly took a few steps back, and stared at the back of this Tianlang Kingdom woman, their eyes full of fear and resentment. These 2 people were a man and a woman. If Xianxia were here, he would definitely be surprised because these 2 were actually Ghost King Valley disciples. Jinhao and Lingshan. The 2 Ghost King Valley disciples stared at the Tianlang dynasty woman at this moment, and as they stared, their yuan qi involuntarily surged as murderous intent flashed across their eyes. Roar. At this time, dozens of monster beasts around them suddenly bared their fangs and roared at Jinhao and Lingshan, mixed with a warning. The woman from the Tianlang dynasty slowly turned around and gave Jinhao and Lingshan a meaningful look. The 2 of them couldn't help but tremble. He quickly withdrew his killing intent and yuan qi. You can't kill me. The Tianlang dynasty woman's name was Zmo. Jinhao and Lingshan had been by her side for 1 to 2 months, but this was the only information they knew about her. Zmo coldly snorted, only this once, if you dare try anything funny again, I'll kill you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Although Jinhao and Lingshan's eyes were full of humiliation, they didn't dare act presumptuously. Jinhao quickly bowed his head and said, subordinate and junior sister don't dare. Please rest assured, young lady Z. Zmo stared at him deeply for a moment before smiling, you should be thankful that you fell into my hands. If you had accidentally fallen into the hands of my 2 brother and senior sister, I'm afraid you'd already be dead. Saying so, Zmo slowly stepped forward, her willowy waist swaying gently as a faint smile appeared on her face. Jinhao quietly glanced up and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Zmo's figure was amazing. Her dress was so bold and unrestrained, completely different from the women of the Great Han Dynasty. Although they had been together for many days, every time he looked at her, it gave him a strange sense of excitement, especially that flat stomach and exquisite navel, which were a huge attraction to the hot-blooded Jinhao. He often fantasized about it. If he could strip this seductive woman naked, ruthlessly ravage her, taste her beauty, listen to her beg for mercy and scream, how happy would that be? But Jinhao only dared to think about it. In front of Zmo, he didn't dare have any crooked thoughts. This woman from the Tianlang dynasty. He was a master who killed without batting an eyelid. Compared to the disciples of Ghost King Valley, she was even crueler and bloodier. Zmo walked up to Lingshan and stood in front of her, still smiling. Lingshan's face showed an unnatural look of disgust, her body couldn't help trembling, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Xiamo chuckled and stretched out her jade-like hand, lifting Lingshan's delicate chin and staring at her thin red lips. In the next moment, she suddenly leaned forward and pressed her lips against Lingshan's. Jinhao took a deep breath and silently bent his body, quietly sticking out his buttocks, feeling his blood boil. The sound of sucking came, and Lingshan's powerless resistance only aroused Ziamo's interest. With a chuckle, Xiamo stretched out her hand and plunged it into Lingshan's clothes, groping around. Jinhao's eyes turned red with envy. Lingshan's status in the sect was very high, even he didn't dare to be presumptuous with her, but these days, she was being tasted by another woman. That snake-like tongue probed into her mouth, that full chest was kneaded out of shape, and that perky round buttocks were covered by a slender jade hand, constantly changing shape in front of his eyes. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Jinhao had seen it at least 7 or 8 times, and every time it made him burn with desire. It was unbearable. Lingshan's powerless resistance turned into submission. The two women's breaths slowly became rapid, and the sound of their heartbeats could be heard, causing one's imagination to run wild. Jinhao forced himself to turn his head. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. After a long time, Xiamo released Lingshan and the two women's lips parted, a crystal clear line connecting their lips. Lingshan's chest rose and fell violently, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Xiamo giggled and reached out to wipe them away, as gentle as a lover. "Do you want to have her like I do?" Xiamo suddenly turned her head and looked at Jinhao with a smile. "Ah?" Jinhao stared blankly, a puzzled look on his face. Xiamo pursed her lips. "You like your junior sister, right?" Jinhao glanced at Lingshan and nodded. "I can give you a chance." Xiamo looked at Jinhao meaningfully. "Let's see if you can grasp it." Jinhao's face was filled with struggle and pain, but Xiamo wasn't in a hurry and just looked at him quietly, waiting for his answer. She knew Jinhao wouldn't refuse her proposal because he wasn't a gentleman. Sure enough, a moment later, Jinhao suddenly knelt on the ground and sincerely said, "This subordinate is willing to sincerely pledge his allegiance to young lady. From now on, this subordinate will go through water and tread on fire to fulfill young lady's orders." Hee hee. Xiamo laughed and nodded slightly. "Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. I like smart people." "Brother." Lingshan's expression suddenly became cold as she gloomily stared at Jinhao. Jinhao's expression became awkward. "Junior sister, you and I can live or die at young lady's whim. Why should we resist? Young lady is benevolent and righteous and is willing to give us a chance. If we follow her wishes, we can live." Lingshan looked at Jinhao with disgust and no longer said anything, slowly closing her eyes. Xiamo chuckled and retreated to a nearby tree, half leaning against the trunk, her expression languid and flirtatious as she whispered, "Go and help me catch someone. After completing this task, your junior sister will be at your disposal. You can do whatever you want with her." Hearing this, Lingshan's expression changed while Jinhao's face filled with excitement. "If you're fast enough, efficient enough, and don't let me wait too long." Xiamo stuck out her red tongue and licked her lips. "Let me accompany you this one time." "Young lady, I like both men and women, hee hee." Jinhao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To be able to play with his junior sister, and also to have sex with the Tianlang dynasty's enchanting women. A dragon with 2 phoenixes, what a dream. Jinhao immediately became excited and excitedly said, "Please instruct me, young lady." Ziamo's expression became serious as she pointed in a certain direction. "You need to go 30 kilometers from here. Your target is here, so you need to move quickly. If you're too slow, you may not be able to catch up." Jinhao's brow wrinkled. "May I ask, young lady, how many people are there?" "There should only be one." Xiamo replied confidently. "One." Jinhao's expression changed slightly. To be able to survive until now, his strength is certainly not weak. "Young lady, I would like to go with my junior sister, please allow me." Hee hee. Xiamo giggled. "Your junior sister must stay behind, so she can't accompany you, but I can send a few monster beasts to accompany you. 3 fifth-order monster beasts should be enough, right?" Jinhao's expression became bitter, knowing that the other party still didn't trust him. 3 fifth-order monster beasts were more than enough to kill him. Rather than saying that these monster beasts were here to support him, it would be better to say that they were here to monitor him. That's enough. Xianxia didn't dare show any dissatisfaction and quickly nodded. Go, remember, your junior sister is waiting for you to return. I will also be waiting. Zmo winked at Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia got up and flew off in the direction Zmo had indicated. The 3 fifth-order monster beast quickly followed. Although they were all 5th-order monster beast, there was still a difference in strength between them. While flying, Xianxia looked back and saw the appearance of the 3 monster beasts and couldn't help cursing them in his heart. If they were just 3 ordinary 5th-order monster beasts, Xianxia could still deal with them, but these 3 were average 5th-order monster beast, each of them equivalent to the 5th or 6th stage of Yuan-Chi boundary, so how could he dare to act rashly? At this moment, he could only do his best to complete the task Zmo had given him. Xianxia's speed was very fast, and with Lingshan and Zmo's tender bodies in his mind, he arrived at his destination in less than a stick of incense worth of time. Restraining his aura, Xianxia glanced around but didn't find any trace of them, only some powder left behind. This powder was the remains of the monster beast after it died. The 3 monster beasts that had followed him ran to the side and sniffed, then immediately chased in a certain direction. Xianxia also hurriedly followed. After chasing for half an hour or so, the 3 fifth-order monster beast suddenly stopped, a ferocious expression on its face as it looked towards a certain part of the jungle. Xianxia landed on the ground, his eyes cold as he stared at the dense forest, lightly shouting, "Which friend is here? Please show yourself." As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, a figure emerged from the darkness of the jungle. Seeing the other party appear so fearlessly, Xianxia couldn't help tensing up, his expression solemn as he secretly raised his guard. He thought that, as he had guessed before, he had encountered some kind of master. However, when this person's appearance appeared in front of Xianxia's eyes, his expression suddenly became one of disbelief, his pupils shrinking. Xianxia simply sneered at him, but in fact, he was also feeling helpless. The other party had identified his hiding place at a glance, so what was the point of continuing to hide? Instead of letting him force him out, he might as well come out on his own. Sweeping his eyes around, Xianxia's brow furrowed, instantly understanding many things. "It's you!" Xianxia cried out, How could you? Still alive?" Xianxia chuckled. "Yes, how could you still be alive?" Xianxia's voice sank. More than half a year ago, 3 Ghost King Valley disciples had chased after Xianxia. Yu Qingkuan was the fastest. Chasing after Xianxia, followed by Xianxia and Lingshan, but when the 2 of them reached a cliff, they sensed Yu Qingkuan's death. At that time, Xianxia thought that Xianxia had dragged Yu Qingkuan down the cliff and perished together, but he hadn't expected to meet him again more than half a year later. This time, this High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not only alive but also much stronger than he had been half a year ago. "Why can't I be alive?" Xianxia sneered. "Didn't you fall off that cliff?" Xianxia thought of a possibility. "I did, but I climbed back up. By the way, your junior brother wasn't so lucky, he fell to the bottom of the cliff and turned into a pile of meat paste, dying a tragic death." Xianxia raised his brow. The original intention of these words was to disturb Xianxia's mind and anger him, but what Xianxia hadn't expected was that Xianxia remained indifferent. He just sneered at himself. If it was half a year ago, Xianxia would have been really angry, but now, his own life is in the hands of others. He is like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, how can he have the leisure to worry about others? Perceiving Xianxia's indifference, Xianxia frowned and glanced over at the 3 fifth-order monster beasts nearby. He said disdainfully, "So you've already abandoned your own sect. The few people who have defected to the Tianlang dynasty." These 3 level 5 monster beasts were not of the same species, so they were able to coexist peacefully. Furthermore, they were hostile towards him. It was obvious that someone had enslaved them. Xianxia doesn't have this ability, only the people from Tianlang dynasty can enslave the monster beast. "What do you know?" Xianxia was somewhat angry. Yelling at Xianxia, he shouted, "You don't know anything, so stop spouting nonsense here and judging me for who I am. If you have the time, you should take care of yourself first." With a wave of his hand, Xianxia ordered, "Kill him." Xianxia's expression became serious as he vigilantly stared at the 3 rank 5 monster beast. Who would have thought that the three-monster beast would only continue to threaten young Kai, but did not listen to Jin Hao's order to kill him. Damn, smelly bitch. Jin Hao couldn't help but curse. Zmo let the three-monster beast follow him, but they don't listen to his orders. What use is there for them? Ha 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 ha. Seeing this funny scene, young Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jin Hao's face turned red and blue, as if he had opened a dye house. Young Kai's ridicule, coupled with his current situation, made him completely annoyed. His fists crackled as he smirked at young Kai. Laugh, laugh, you won't have a chance to laugh in the future. While speaking, the two white ghost claws emitted a cold wind, giving off a bone-piercing chill. Like the wind, Jin Hao pounced towards young Kai. His ghost claw swept across, bringing with it a dim light. An unbearable cold aura filled young Kai's body, constantly eroding his insides. Young Kai's expression became serious as he urged his Yuan Qi to resist the other party's erosion while parrying the other party's attacks. The gap between their realms was quite large. Jin Hao's strength was around Yuan Qi 5th stage, which was 2 realms higher than Qi Jianxing, but if one really wanted to compare, the two's combat effectiveness was almost the same. After all, their backgrounds were different. Qi Jianxing came from a first-class sect like the 9-Star Sword School, while Jin Hao came from a second-class sect like Ghost King Valley. Therefore, even though young Kai seemed to be at a disadvantage, his life was not in danger for the time being. In the past month or so, he had grown quite a bit. The only thing that worried young Kai was the 3-rank 5 monster beast. Each of these monster beasts' strength was extraordinary, so if they all rushed at him, his only option was to escape. But after fighting for a while, young Kai was surprised to find that these 3 monster beasts were just watching from the sidelines, not intending to intervene at all. Seeing this, young Kai's courage increased, and his strength slowly increased until it reached the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. Jin Hao's attacks were ruthless and fierce, releasing all the anger he had accumulated over the past month. He had completely forgotten the task Zmo had given him, which was to capture young Kai and bring him back. He put on a look of determination that he would not give up until he killed young Kai. Gaining the upper hand, in just half a cup of tea's time, Jin Hao had already left more than a dozen wounds on young Kai's body. Although they were not enough to damage his muscles and bones, they still caused him to bleed a lot. Heh, boy, you will die today. In the midst of the fierce battle, Jin Hao still had the strength to show off, sneering. Young Kai gritted his teeth and punched out, taking advantage of Jin Hao's defensive state to quickly retreat. Suddenly, he raised his palms and slammed them towards the middle. 2 soul-stirring energy fluctuations surged out. Sensing the killing intent behind this move, Jin Hao also readied himself. A tiger's roar and a cow's mooing sound rang out as young Kai displayed his beast soul skill. As the 2 palms pushed out, 2 fiery red and lifelike silhouettes rushed out like lightning. Jin Hao's complexion changed greatly as he hurriedly retreated. Facing the 2 monster beasts' attacks, he no longer dared to hold back, pushing his Yuan Qi to the limit as he repeatedly used his killing moves. Young Kai secretly cursed as he joined forces with the 2 beast souls to attack. Although the beast soul skill was successfully displayed, it was not what young Kai wanted. During this month, he had discovered another way to use the beast soul skill. He had hoped to succeed in one fell swoop against Jin Hao, but unexpectedly, the heavens did not grant him his wish, so he could only give up. Jin Hao was worthy of being a Yuan Qi 5th stage master. Young Kai and the 2 beast souls joined forces to fight, but they were only able to turn the tables and fight evenly. A moment later, the 2 beast souls ran out of energy and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this opportunity, Jin Hao hurriedly rushed forward and grinned, "Boy, you're dead." Young Kai's expression became serious as he once again raised his palms. Seeing this familiar action, Jin Hao was shocked. He didn't want to face the 2 fleshless but extremely difficult to deal with beast souls again. So he decided to use all of his trump cards. A ghostly howl rang out. A stream of black gas suddenly shot out from Jin Hao's palm, and a distorted face roared ferociously, mixed with a sky-piercing murderous aura. Like an evil spirit, it rushed towards young Kai. This was a familiar scene. When Yu Qingquan and young Kai both fell off the cliff at the same time, the latter had also used this move. Seeing this face, young Kai was not surprised, but delighted. He had been looking forward to Xianxia using this move, but he had not expected it would not happen until now. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Xianxia did not move at all. His body was steady as if he did not see it. Clapping and pushing his palms, the two energies in the center of his palms magically merged into one. There was no white tiger, no divine ox, and no beast roar, only a dim light shot out. Xianxia moved his body to the side. He easily dodged it. This dim light instantly drilled into the body of a fifth-order monster beast behind Xianxia. There was no ripple. Success! Xianxia was overjoyed. Xianxia was furious and shouted, "Stinky boy, you deliberately mystifying things, do you want to scare me?" Just now, he had suffered a loss at the hands of two beast phantoms, so after seeing Xianxia assume such a powerful stance, he had even resorted to using his trump card, but he hadn't expected that his opponent would only be all bark and no bite. There was no trace of the beast souls at all, how could he not be angry? As soon as his voice fell, Xianxia's mind suddenly shook. A severe pain came from his head, and his face suddenly turned pale. His yuan qi also became chaotic, and he retreated with a look of horror. Looking at Xianxia in shock, you were hit by the Ghost King seal, how can you be okay? At that moment, Xianxia clearly felt that his Ghost King seal had disappeared. Just like when Yu Qingquan suffered a backlash, Xianxia also suffered a heavy backlash at this moment. Heh, this time you're dead. Xianxia took a deep breath and grinned. How could you dissolve the Ghost King seal? Xianxia's face was full of horror, but he did not know that inside Xianxia's body, the old demon was eating happily at this moment. The Ghost King seal, to put it bluntly, was a wisp of resentful soul. It was fed by the Ghost King Valley's disciples with yuan qi and blood essence. It was a delicious meal for the old demon. When you go to hell, ask your junior brother, he also died like this. Saying so, Xianxia opened his hand and condensed a drop of yang liquid into a blood-red sword. The other party's martial arts were incomparably sharp, and the pair of ghostly white claws were as hard as iron, not inferior to a common-grade high-rank artifact in terms of strength and sharpness. To deal with such an enemy, using yang liquid as a weapon was the best choice. Although Xianxia still had the strength to fight, the inexplicable disappearance of the Ghost King's seal shocked him, and he no longer dared to confront Xianxia, hurriedly retreating. But just as he retreated 3 steps, a murderous intent suddenly appeared behind him. Xianxia's face suddenly changed, and before he had time to turn around, he smelled a fishy wind and immediately felt a sharp pain in his neck. Falling to the ground, Xianxia struggled to resist, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw the monster beast that followed him tearing at his flesh. His heart sank to the bottom, and he roared to the sky, "ZMO, you stinking whore." He thought it was ZMO who wanted to kill him. Between life and death, Xianxia erupted with all his strength and finally got rid of the fifth-order monster beast's bite. Awkwardly standing up, he felt his neck was badly mangled and blood was constantly flowing out. Just as he stood firmly, Xianxia arrived with his sword. The blood-red sword chopped down on his head, but Xianxia quickly raised his hands to block. His white hands were really strong, and even if he was hit by the sword, there was only a small crack, not a cut. In a flash, the fifth-order monster beast rushed back, and together with Xianxia attacked Xianxia from both sides. Xianxia's soul was damaged, and his body was seriously injured, so how could he still be Xianxia's opponent? In just 30 breaths of time, Xianxia's sword had cut off Xianxia's pair of ghost claws. Having lost his most important pair of hands, Xianxia no longer had the ability to resist and could only flee in panic. Unable to even fly, he was killed by Xianxia and the fifth-order monster beast. When Xianxia died, the other 2 monster beasts who had been watching from the side seemed to have received some kind of order and fled together. Xianxia had been vigilant of their movements from beginning to end. He knew that they were the slaves of the Tianlang dynasty's cultivator. Although he wanted to kill them, their speed was too fast. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up with them in a short time. In order to prevent any unexpected changes, he could only let them go. Lightly gasping for breath, Xianxia looked at the rank 5 monster beast standing to the side. His slightly wrinkled eyebrows gradually relaxed and a touch of joy appeared on his face. This battle was even easier than the battle with the disciple of the 9-star sword school. The existence of the old demon and the rank 5 monster beast's betrayal were the key to Xianxia's death. Even if Jin Hao died, he still wouldn't understand why the monster beast he brought would attack him. The root of everything was the beast soul skill. This was also a method that Yang Kai had unintentionally discovered. A few days ago, he encountered a rank 5 monster beast. Originally, he just wanted to use the beast soul skill to summon 2 beast souls to help. However, for some unknown reason, the 2 beast souls unexpectedly merged into one and turned into a faint light that entered the rank 5 monster beast's body. Then, the rank 5 monster beast actually obeyed Yang Kai's command. This unintentional discovery made Yang Kai somewhat ecstatic. Recently, he had been exploring the mysteries of this method, but he still couldn't figure out the main points. Even when he used this technique, it sometimes didn't work and often caused some mishaps. Moreover, the number of monster beasts he encountered was getting fewer and fewer. This made him feel quite regretful that he didn't have many test subjects. However, he had already thought of a name for this technique. The combination of the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal formed a martial skill called the beast slave seal. Separately, he could summon 2 beast souls to help him, and together, he could form a new martial technique. In the battle with Jin Hao, the beast slave seal played a huge role. If it wasn't for the rank 5 monster beast's sneak attack at the last moment, with Jin Hao's means and strength, he would have most likely escaped. If this move was used well, it would definitely be much more powerful than the white tiger seal and divine ox seal. Although the attacks of the 2 beast souls were extraordinary, their overall strength was still somewhat weak. Their combined combat power was only equivalent to the combat power of the tier 5 monster beast in front of them. The only advantage they had was that there was one more. 30 kilometers away, ZMO, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Lung Shan, who was standing not far behind her, was the same. Her pretty face was filled with surprise as she stared blankly in the direction of Yang Kai, her eyes filled with grief. At the same time, she also felt a sense of satisfaction and sadness. Jin Hao was her brother, and although he had previously agreed to Zimo's request, which made Lung Shan feel disgusted, a person dying was like a lamp going out. He would not come back to possess her, so there was no need to be so calculative. On the contrary, she herself was now alone, under the control of this temperamental woman from the Tianlang dynasty. Her future was uncertain. At the same time Jin Hao died, the 2 women had sensed it through different means. "Your brother is dead." ZMO slowly got up and glanced at Lung Shan. "Good." Lung Shan sneered. "Haha, indeed. What a useless man, he really disappointed me." ZMO smiled, her brow wrinkling. She pondered for a moment before continuing, "But he does have some means. Being able to kill him in such a short time, he really is a master." Saying so, Zimo's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a novel toy, her pretty face filled with excitement. Even her breathing became somewhat rapid. With light steps, Zimo walked in the direction of Yang Kai. The dozens of monster beasts lying on the ground hurriedly stood up and followed Zimo's footsteps. Lung Shan glanced at them, not saying a word, and also followed. She knew that there was no possibility for her to escape. Not to mention the dozens of monster beasts she couldn't deal with, the thing that ZMO had planted in her body was enough to control her life and death. Yang Kai put away the blood bead that had condensed after Jin Hao's death and then turned to look at the 5th order monster beast beside him. This was a Xianxia golden shadow leopard. It was quite majestic, with a robust body and a smooth body. Every muscle on its body contained a terrifying explosive power, and the claws on its 4 limbs were sharp enough to cut through 3 inches of steel. Yang Kai could feel that this 5th order monster beast was much stronger than the ones he had killed a few days ago. It was probably at the mid-5th order. It was equivalent to a Yuan-Chi cultivator at the 5th or 6th stage. That being said, in a real fight, it definitely wouldn't be a match for a Yuan-Chi cultivator at the 5th or 6th stage. A Yuan-Chi cultivator at the 3rd or 6th stage was more than enough to kill it. What made Yang Kai slightly puzzled was not its strength, but its current state. There was always a feeling that he couldn't completely control it. This feeling was very strange. It was impossible for a beast slave seal to behave like this. Moreover, this Xianxia golden shadow leopard was in a manic state at the moment, constantly shaking its head and wagging its tail while growling. "There's a problem." Yang Kai thought of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator's beast-slave seal and secretly speculated that it might have some kind of conflict with his own beast-slave seal. Walking forward, Xianxia comforted the Yiksha golden shadow leopard while placing his hand on its forehead. He secretly infused his origin energy into the Yiksha golden shadow leopard's body. Xianxia circled the Yiksha golden shadow leopard 5 or 6 times before Yang Kai finally found something wrong. Inside the Yiksha golden shadow leopard's head, there was another thing that was emitting fluctuations of life. Yang Kai was surprised. He looked deeply at the Yiksha golden shadow leopard, only to feel that it was getting more and more uncomfortable. The beast-slave seal that entered. Its body was fighting with this unknown thing for control of it. When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. No matter which side wins in the end, the Yiksha golden shadow leopard will be injured in the end. Frowning, Yang Kai increased the output of Xianxia. During the whole process, Yang Kai carefully controlled it, not daring to be too violent. This was because the Yiksha golden shadow leopard's monster core was inside. Once the monster core was damaged, this Yiksha golden shadow leopard would definitely die. Yang Kai waited until the Yiksha golden shadow leopard got used to it before he dared to increase the input of Xianxia. After 3 or 4 times, the thing in its head finally couldn't take it anymore and was rapidly drilling out. Noticing this, Yang Kai concentrated. He also wanted to know what method the Tianlang dynasty cultivator used to enslay the monster beast. 10 breaths later, a 3-inch-long worm suddenly drilled out of the Yiksha golden shadow leopard's forehead. Kai Yang's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast enough to grab it. In a hurry, he saw that the worm looked like a centipede, but also like a locust. He didn't have time to see it clearly. This worm actually drilled into Yang Kai's body through his fingers. Yang Kai was stunned and hurriedly activated Xianxia. In the next moment, this worm was wrapped in the scorching hot true yang Xianxia and was directly imprisoned in the meridians, unable to move. Frowning, Yang Kai didn't kill it. He could feel that this worm was very afraid of his true yang Xianxia. If not for this, he wouldn't have forced it out of the Yiksha golden shadow leopard's body. Since the true yang Xianxia was its nemesis, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Speaking of which, when he was in the hidden island, Yang Kai's body was drilled by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's worm, but the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's worm was obviously much stronger than this one in front of him. He carefully felt it. The worm trembled in his meridians, not daring to make any rash movements. It was even more obedient than a mouse in front of a cat. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in the worm's body. It was very small and couldn't be detected without careful observation. Old demon, look at this worm. What's strange? Yang Kai frowned and shouted. The old demon responded and drilled into the soul breaker all to the place where the worm was imprisoned. After a long time, he said, Young master, this worm has the divine soul thread of that Tianlang kingdom cultivator. Divine soul thread? Yang Kai frowned. Aren't they only in the Xianxia realm? They haven't even cultivated divine sense. How did they do this? The old demon chuckled. Young master, did you forget? You also have a divine soul thread imprinted on this old servant's body, but like them, you haven't cultivated divine sense. Yang Kai suddenly realized, you mean, someone helped them? The old demon said, exactly. I'm afraid it was an expert from their sect. They helped them imprint the divine soul thread into this worm, so they can control it as they wish. They control the worm drilled into the monster beast's body, so they can enslave the monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The confusion in his heart was suddenly solved. A few days ago, Chen Shueshu had told Yang Kai that those people from the Tianlang kingdom all had hundreds of monster beast subordinates. He couldn't understand how those people could enslave so many monster beasts. Only now did he understand that what they controlled was not a monster beast, but this strange worm. Through this worm, they could command the monster beast's actions. Thinking about it, Yang Kai hurriedly went to the place where Jin Hao died and brushed aside the dust. Sure enough, as he guessed, he found an identical worm. Reaching out, he let the worm drill into his body. After the old demon examined it, he confirmed that this worm also had a divine soul thread imprinted on it. So Jin Hao wasn't colluding with the Tianlang kingdom's cultivator. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He was afraid that this worm had drilled into his body, so he had no choice but to collude with the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivator. This could explain why the 3 monster beasts that came with him didn't listen to his orders. In a sense, Jin Hao and the 3 monster beasts had equal status. Although it was a bit sad to say this, but it was the truth. ZMO. Jin Hao just called out this name. Was the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivator that controlled him called ZMO? Yang Kai's mind raced as a crazy idea came to mind. With a strange smile on his face, he asked, "Old demon, if I use true Yang Yuan Qi to burn this worm, the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivator's divine soul will also be injured, right?" This is natural. Although there are only 2 divine soul threads, it can catch her off guard and cause her to suffer a great loss. Heh. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, his mind quickly turning over several plans that could be used. The old demon suddenly said, "Young master, this old servant has a suggestion, heh. Oh? Let's hear it." As soon as Yang Kai heard his sinister laugh, he knew it was definitely not a good idea. ZMO led her monster beast army to the spot where Jin Hao had died, but after searching through the pile of dust for a long time, she still couldn't find her soul-controlling insect. Her expression couldn't help sinking as her pretty face became cold. Each of the Tianlang dynasty cultivators' soul-controlling insects was extremely precious. It wasn't that the insects themselves were valuable, but rather that they had their own spiritual energy threads attached to them. These things were not to be taken lightly. Once they fell into the hands of an enemy and were burned, their spiritual energy would be damaged. If one were to encounter such a blow in a fierce battle, it was possible to be defeated and even lose one's life. Therefore, every time a controlled monster beast died, ZMO would rush to the spot where the monster beast died and retrieve her soul-controlling insect. But this time, she couldn't find it. Perceiving the change in ZMO's expression, Lingshan, who was following behind her, couldn't help sneering, her face filled with satisfaction. ZMO snorted and closed her eyes, carefully sensing her surroundings. Although she hadn't cultivated her divine sense and couldn't search on a large scale, the scattered spiritual energy threads were of the same origin as her own, so she could perceive them from a short distance away. After a brief investigation, a strange look appeared on ZMO's pretty face, and she quickly turned to look in a certain direction, her beautiful eyes blooming with a strange light. Dozens of monster beasts quickly spread out and surrounded the area. Lingshan was stunned. From ZMO's actions and demeanor, she noticed a trace of unease. She hated ZMO to the bone, hated her for promising her virginity to Jin Hao, and hated her even more for acting so wantonly. She had thought that ZMO was destined to suffer a big loss this time, so she had secretly watched the show with a gloating heart, but she hadn't expected the situation to develop like this. Could it be that the master who killed Jin Hao was still here? Wasn't this the same as throwing himself into a trap? Walala, the sound of rustling leaves came from the jungle, and Lingshan's eyes caught sight of a running figure. ZMO pointed her finger, and the dozens of monster beasts rushed in the direction of the figure. Giggling sounds could be heard as she laughed and shouted, "Don't run, you can't escape from my soul-controlling insect. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you have to come back and find me. Obey me obediently and I won't make you suffer." Yes, I knew there was something wrong with that bug. From within the forest came a voice filled with exasperation. Hearing this voice, ZMO couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lingshan sighed inwardly as the little bit of hope that had welled up in her heart was instantly shattered. It turned out that the one who killed Jin Hao, he was also hit by the soul-controlling insect. Was this person an idiot or a pig? As expected, the man in the forest stopped running. Soon, he was surrounded by dozens of monster beasts and was captured. Then, he casually walked back towards them. When she saw this person's face, Lingshan couldn't help but tremble, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Jin Hao recognized Yang Kai. How could Lingshan not recognize him? However, it was precisely because she recognized him that Lingshan felt even more incredulous. Staring deeply at Yang Kai, her mind was racing as she weighed the pros and cons of this situation. Yang Kai's face was filled with an unwilling expression as he helplessly walked back and stood about. 300 feet away from ZMO, smiling bitterly, he asked, "Miss, what kind of bug was that?" "It's my Tianlang dynasty's unique soul-controlling insect. Since you've been infected, you are now my subordinate." ZMO patiently explained, looking over Yang Kai from head to toe. Seeing that he was just a teenager, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. How could she have imagined that the person who killed Jin Hao would be so young? I shouldn't have touched Jin Hao's body. Yang Kai sighed deeply. Filled with grief, he immediately grinned, "Miss, now that I am your subordinate, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to warm your bed at night?" ZMO pursed her lips and smiled. Flirtatiously, she replied, "Sure, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." The other party was so unrestrained. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. ZMO took in his expression and giggled. "If I tell you something useful, can you let me go?" Lung Shan suddenly asked, her pair of beautiful eyes staring straight at Yang Kai. "What kind of information?" ZMO frowned. "It's about him." Lung Shan expressionlessly pointed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but his heart clenched as he secretly circulated his yuan qi. Although he didn't know what this female Ghost King Valley disciple was going to say, he was certain that it wasn't going to be good for him. Surrounded by dozens of monster beasts, if all of them rushed over, he would have to use his young inflammation wings to escape. "Promise me first." Lung Shan tried to bargain. "I can't let you go." ZMO slowly shook her head. Lung Shan's expression didn't change as she waited for him to continue. "But I can treat you better, at most I won't bully you in the future. Remember what you said, otherwise, even if I die together with you, I won't suffer that kind of humiliation again." Having achieved her goal, Lung Shan pointed to Yang Kai and said, "The secret art this person cultivates is of the Yang attribute." Lung Shan had fought with Yang Kai before, so naturally she knew the attribute of his yuan qi. This attribute was the nemesis of the soul-controlling insect. So when Lung Shan recognized Yang Kai, she knew that he wasn't under the control of the soul-controlling insect. He pretended to be under control in order to beat her at her own game. Lung Shan felt that with Yang Kai's strength, he wouldn't be able to kill ZMO. With dozens of monster beasts here, once Yang Kai attacked, he would die without a doubt. It was better to tell the truth before he died and take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits for herself. So after hesitating for a moment, she decided to tell ZMO the truth. She didn't care who died, she only cared about herself. ZMO's smile instantly stiffened on her face as she turned her head and stared coldly at Yang Kai, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The moment she turned her head, Yang Kai decisively forced the soul-controlling insect out of his body, pinched it in his hand, and grinned, "I know this insect has a strand of your soul attached to it. If you don't want your soul to be damaged, be obedient, or else I'll burn it immediately." ZMO's expression changed greatly, her beautiful face going pale. Yang Kai sneered again and again, remaining calm and collected. Lung Shan remained expressionless, remaining indifferent. After a moment, ZMO suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, "You should have burned it while I wasn't paying attention. That way, I would have been injured and perhaps you would have had a chance to survive. But if you want to use this to threaten me, you're making a big mistake." "Oh? I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai raised his brow, but his expression didn't change. ZMO coldly said, "Since you know that a thread of my soul is attached to this insect, do you know that I can take it back?" As she spoke, ZMO's thoughts moved and the thread of soul that was attached to the insect was taken back into her mind. Not only was Yang Kai not surprised, but he also began to laugh, his laughter growing louder and louder, rolling like thunder. Such wild and unbridled laughter made ZMO feel very uncomfortable. This young man was so calm, either he still had some tricks up his sleeve, or he had already gone insane. However, looking at his smug expression, he clearly had a clear mind. Where were the signs of insanity? If it had been someone else, ZMO would have been interested in accepting him as a subordinate, but since he was a cultivator who cultivated the yang attribute yuan qi, she absolutely couldn't allow him to live. ZMO's pretty face was filled with murderous intent as she raised her jade white hand and was about to order the monster beast to attack when Yang Kai suddenly stopped laughing and coldly stared at ZMO, shouting, "Do you think you can kill me?" ZMO suddenly screamed, clutching her head with both hands as her tender body trembled. This sudden change stunned Lung Shan. She stared in shock at the screaming ZMO, then looked up at the always calm and collected Yang Kai. For a moment she couldn't believe what she was seeing. What was going on? What exactly happened to these two people? Shan didn't even see any signs of the two fighting, they were just talking and laughing, yet Zmo had suddenly met with such misfortune. Roar. Zmo's emotional change aroused the reaction of the several dozen monster beasts, each of them baring their fangs at Kai, roaring as they approached him. Make these monster beasts scram, otherwise I'll destroy your divine sense right now and turn you into an idiot. Kai coldly threatened. Zmo endured the piercing pain in her mind and didn't dare to hesitate, quickly issuing the order. The several dozen monster beasts stared at Zmo for a moment before suppressing their hostility and retreating, only stopping after 1,000 meters or so, tightly surrounding the three of them. You're quite sensible. Kai sneered as he stepped forward, reaching out and grabbing Zmo's hair, lifting her up. Such a violent and cruel attitude caused Shan's heart to skip a beat, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. You'd better not move, I'll deal with you later. Kai coldly glanced at her, causing Shan to immediately stop and stare at Kai in shock and horror. Half a year ago, when her brother and sister had besieged this high heaven pavilion disciple, he had only been a separation and reunion boundary third-stage cultivator. Under the siege of the three of them, he had been forced to flee like a stray dog. But this time, when they met again, he had effortlessly captured Tianlang dynasty's Zmo. Shan was well aware of Zmo's strength and arrogance. With her soul-controlling insect, she could control many monster beast and cultivator, and her own strength was also extraordinary. How could such a person be defeated by Kai in less than half a cup of tea's time? Just now, in order to compete for a little bit of benefit, she had sold him out. Thinking about it now, Shan couldn't help feeling a bit of fear. The situation had changed too quickly. Zmo's screams gradually stopped, her body dripping with sweat, soaking her clothes, revealing her exquisite body in front of Kai. She raised her head slightly, her face filled with stubbornness and unwillingness, staring hatefully at Kai, her beautiful face filled with bitter resentment. It looks like, you still don't understand who's in charge. Kai reached out and threw her to the ground. Zmo's pitiful cries rang out once more, but this time it was even more pitiful than before. While screaming, Zmo kept rolling on the ground, as if she was being subjected to the most severe torture in the world. As her cries reached Shan's ears, she couldn't help but shiver. No, don't torture me anymore. Zmo struggled to get up and came to Kai's feet, reaching out and hugging one of his ankles, refusing to let go. Her disheveled hair was soaked with sweat as she looked up at him and pleaded in a trembling voice, I'll listen. I'll listen to whatever you say, don't torture me anymore. Kai squatted down and looked at her calmly, are you really obedient now? Zmo nodded quickly, the torment she felt from her soul was worse than death, but she couldn't resist. No one in this world could withstand such pain, it wasn't that she didn't have enough backbone, but rather that Kai's heart was simply too ruthless. You won't disobey me in the future? Kai stretched out his hand and lifted her chin, his eyes sweeping over her cheeks. Zmo squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, I won't disobey you. Kai grinned meaningfully as he stretched out his finger, gently opening Zmo's mouth, then reaching inside and teasing her fragrant tongue. Zmo's eyes widened, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction, her eyes filled with gentleness and cleverness, her tongue like a snake wrapped around Kai's finger, constantly sucking. Her technique was very good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tease Shan so much that she couldn't control herself. Her tongue curled around her fingers, sometimes tightening and sometimes loosening. Not long after, her eyes surged with lust, and the suppressed gasps and moans that caused one's imagination to run wild sounded at the right time. Shan hurriedly turned her head and whispered, shameless. Kai looked up at her and sneered, withdrawing his finger from Zmo's mouth, wiping it dry on her clothes, and pinching her cheek. Zmo let out a pitiful cry, her watery eyes staring at Kai with grievance. Although I know you're acting, your expression is really good. Kai smacked his lips. Zmo smiled, us Tianlang dynasty women worship the strong the most. You're so strong, I can't wait to fall for you, how could you be acting? I'm only a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator, how can I be considered strong? Kai chuckled. The smile on Zmo's face suddenly converged, but she immediately smiled again, realm doesn't mean anything, and you're still so young. Give you enough time, you'll be stronger than anyone else. Good flattery. I like it. Yang Kai laughed. He straightened up and said, get up. Yes. Zmo obediently got up and quietly tidied up her clothes. In front of Ling Shan and Jin Hao, she was the master, but in front of Yang Kai, she was reduced to an obedient servant, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Zmo didn't want to experience the same torment she had just suffered. Yang Kai looked at Ling Shan coldly and laughed. Ling Shan's expression was very unnatural. There was embarrassment and resentment. But more than that, it was humiliation and unwillingness. Not to mention the conflict between her and Yang Kai, just the fact that she had just betrayed Yang Kai was enough to consign her to eternal damnation. He had just betrayed someone else. Someone else was in control of his life and death. As the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. But these 30 years were just a blink of an eye. Zmo looked at Yang Kai and then at Ling Shan. He said softly, do you want her to die? I can easily kill her. She was a smart woman and naturally saw the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. Ling Shan's expression changed greatly and she hurriedly retreated a few steps, looking at Yang Kai and Zmo with great vigilance, her face filled with determination. It was easy to imagine that if Yang Kai really wanted her dead, Ling Shan would definitely fight back. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Ling Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, staring at Yang Kai and asking, why? Why what? Yang Kai asked impatiently. Why did you let me go? Ling Shan asked the doubts in her heart. Our elders have an irreconcilable enmity, and we also have grievances between us. I don't believe you would be so kind as to spare my life. You can easily take my life now. In fact, I'm a good person, is that reason enough? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Zmo on the side curled her lips, Ling Shan also smiled contemptuously. If you really are a good person, then why didn't you kill her? You should have let her get those insects out of my body. Although you won't kill me now, you can still control my life and death. How can you call yourself a good person? Do you have the qualifications to question me? Yang Kai sneered, your Ghost King Valley is an evil sect, but that doesn't mean you're a good person, right? Ling Shan retorted, I never said I was a good person. What a sharp tongue. Yang Kai dryly coughed. Looking at Zmo, he said, get those insects out of her body and let her know what a good person is. Zmo's body trembled. She stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected this young man to make such a decision. Was he a fool? Without those soul-controlling insects, how could he control this woman? Even Ling Shan was stunned when she heard this sentence. But immediately her eyes lit up with joy. My orders will not be repeated a second time. Yang Kai stared at Zmo coldly. The latter smiled bitterly and walked over to Ling Shan, her heart filled with a sense of loss. There really was a difference between her and Ling Shan. Although she had grievances with this young man, after all, they were both cultivators of the great Han dynasty. At this time, they really should help each other. You're quite lucky. Zmo whispered, a trace of envy in her voice as she stretched out her hand and placed it on Ling Shan's abdomen, circulating her yuan qi. A moment later, Ling Shan's face paled and she retched, vomiting out a worm from her mouth. Zmo quickly put the worm away, but Ling Shan couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to the side to vomit. After a long time, she wiped her mouth dry and slowly walked back, her expression complex as she stared at Yang Kai. She was surprised and pleasantly surprised that she had regained her freedom just like that. Did you kill Jin Hao? After a moment of silence, Ling Shan asked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, you want revenge? I can give you a chance. I won't avenge him. Ling Shan slowly shook her head, her eyes suddenly becoming cold as she stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai, sneering, but I don't believe you'll really let me go. With a burst of cries, a human face appeared in her palm and directly rushed into Yang Kai's body. This was the Ghost King Valley's secret technique, the Ghost King Seal. Zmo's expression changed greatly and she was about to act, but Yang Kai stopped her. You. Ling Shan hurriedly retreated, staring at Yang Kai in shock. After being hit by the Ghost King Seal, it was impossible for a person to actively control their body. The resentful spirit was more than enough to destroy a person's consciousness and then occupy their body. Lung Shan was very clear that in this isolated world, there were dangers everywhere. Even if she regained her freedom, there was no hope for survival. There wasn't much hope for them to survive. If they encountered other Tianling dynasty martial artists, they would be killed and enslaved. So it was better to directly destroy Yang Kai's consciousness and take control of his body. Controlling Yang Kai was tantamount to controlling ZMO. This way Lung Shan would have enough capital. However, the Ghost King's seal didn't have any effect. How could she not be shocked? Sure enough, you're not a good person. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He had long seen through Lung Shan's unwillingness and ambition. All his previous actions were just to deliberately lure her into using the Ghost King's seal. Where's my Ghost King seal? Lung Shan asked. You want it? I'll give it back to you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and the face flew out of Yang Kai's body and returned to Lung Shan's body. Lung Shan didn't dare to stay any longer. Turning around, she ran away. ZMO quietly watched from the side, but she couldn't help but ask. You're letting her go just like that? She wanted to attack you just now. Those who attack me must pay the price. Yang Kai grinned. As soon as his voice fell, Lung Shan suddenly fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. Hearing this familiar voice, ZMO couldn't help trembling. Just now, she had also been tortured like this, in so much pain that she wished she could die immediately, but she couldn't get her wish. Now she was just a spectator. How did he do it? ZMO couldn't figure it out. Lung Shan's torture was even more miserable than ZMO's. After a stick of incense worth of time, the howling stopped, but Lung Shan had completely fainted. Yang Kai coldly snorted, bring her back. Oh. ZMO obediently stepped forward and carried the unconscious Lung Shan back. Looking at the soaking wet Lung Shan, ZMO couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy. I need to recover, don't disturb me. Yang Kai walked to the side. Sitting down cross-legged, he began to restore his strength. Half a day later, Lung Shan slowly woke up, but as soon as she woke up, she screamed again. She fainted again. ZMO was frightened and became even more cautious when interacting with Yang Kai. She found that this young man was cruel and merciless, without the slightest pity for the fairer sex. Lung Shan and she were both first-class beauties, but when he tortured them, he didn't have the slightest scruple or pity. Such a person was too terrible. A complete cold-blooded pervert. A day later, Lung Shan woke up again, but this time Yang Kai didn't torture her. Her strength was only at the Yuan-Qi boundary and she hadn't cultivated her divine sense yet, so if he continued to torture her, she was afraid she really might become an idiot. Looking at Yang Kai sitting cross-legged on the ground in the distance, Lung Shan's face was filled with fear. ZMO persuaded her for a long time before she finally trembled and stepped in front of Yang Kai, her lips pursed, her face pale, not daring to breathe. Although she had been controlled by ZMO before, it was just a bug in her body. But now? Her soul was being controlled and this high heaven pavilion disciple was playing with her like a toy. She had just escaped from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's den. Lung Shan couldn't help feeling sad. Sigh. Yang Kai had long noticed the two women coming over, but he still closed his eyes and meditated, pretending not to notice, just to see if they had any other thoughts. The results of the test were good, whether it was ZMO or Lung Shan, they were now very obedient, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Opening his eyes and looking at Lung Shan, the latter couldn't help but want to retreat, but was caught by ZMO, still not apologizing. ZMO didn't know what kind of mood she was in right now, so she gently pushed Lung Shan away. Lung Shan's eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation, biting her lip until it bled as she timidly looked up at Yang Kai, then hurriedly avoided his gaze. If you keep acting like this, I won't care about you anymore. ZMO couldn't help feeling resentful. She was just a woman, what was the point of having such a worthless backbone? Other men said that a real man should know when to yield and when not to yield. Lung Shan's face was filled with unwillingness, but she didn't say a word. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a smile as he stared at her closely. I was wrong. After a long time, Lung Shan finally opened her mouth, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, almost inaudible, her two hands wringing each other nervously. Yang Kai just looked at her indifferently, not saying anything. Lung Shan gritted her teeth, tormented. Zmo chuckled and said, she knows she was wrong, so she won't dare to do anything to you in the future. Alright, don't cry. Saying so, Zmo helped Lung Shan wipe the corners of her eyes. It's none of your business. Lung Shan pushed Zmo's hand away in disgust. Only this once. Yang Kai said indifferently. Hearing this sentence, Lung Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that she would no longer have to suffer that unbearable torture. How did you do it? Lung Shan hesitated for a long time before finally daring to ask the question in her heart. Before, she had only used her Ghost King seal on Yang Kai, and after it returned to her body, something else had appeared in her mind. Lung Shan had not cultivated her divine sense, so she didn't know what it was, but she knew that the man in front of her had relied on it to control her life and death. I'm also very curious about this. If it's convenient, can you tell me? Zmo smiled charmingly, her eyes looking towards Yang Kai, her red lips slightly pursed, showing a somewhat unconvinced look. Her red eyes were extremely attractive. It's very simple, I just planted a brand in your divine sense. Yang Kai replied with a playful look. The two women listened to him and their faces were filled with shock. Very simple? Although they had not cultivated their divine sense, they knew how difficult it was to plant a brand in someone's mind. Not to mention that Yang Kai was just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Even if he was an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, it would still take a lot of effort to do this. Not to mention, he also had to worry about damaging someone's soul and turning them into an idiot. But from his mouth, it was just 3 simple words. Thinking about what had happened to the two of them, it could indeed be described as very simple. Needless to say, Lung Shan had used her Ghost King seal and then taken it back. In less than 3 breaths of time, her life and death were no longer in her hands. Zmo had only taken back a strand of her divine sense attached to her soul-controlling insect, yet she had suffered the same fate. Now that she thought about it, this young man in front of her had not left. After killing Jin Hao, she was afraid he had already prepared for this and was only waiting for Zmo to take the bait. It was ridiculous that Zmo had actually run over. Falling into someone else's trap, she had completely lost her advantage and become his slave. Thinking of this, Zmo's heart went cold and she secretly regretted her actions. Earlier, when he said he would burn her soul-controlling insect, it was definitely to force her to take back her divine sense. It was a thread of divine soul that had been tampered with in advance. Staring at Yang Kai, Zmo took a deep breath and asked, "Are you really just a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Zmo patted her trembling full chest and laughed self-deprecatingly. Like I said, you're right. How could a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator accomplish such a feat? Then how strong are you? Yang Kai chuckled. His body shook, and an invisible aura spread out. The yuan qi in his body surged for a while, but it soon calmed down. Breakthrough. Zmo and Lung Shan stared blankly at Yang Kai. It was obvious that he had only obtained it after breaking through a small realm. But, this wave was not strong. It was not even at the level of yuan qi. I'm now a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows at the two women. Zmo and Lung Shan both groaned in their hearts. So, he really was just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. What he had said before was not a lie. Glancing at each other, both Zmo and Lung Shan blushed. Of the two of them, one was a yuan qi 6th stage cultivator, the other was a yuan qi 4th stage cultivator. They were both geniuses of their respective sex. In their confrontation with Yang Kai, being captured in an instant, and even having their life and death controlled, they naturally felt quite ashamed. Smiling bitterly, the two women did not know what to say. You can do whatever you want. Although I control your life and death, as long as you are obedient, I won't try anything funny. I won't make things too difficult for you. So, if you want to hunt someone or monster beast, feel free to do so. When I need you, I will call for you. Yang Kai closed his eyes again. Lung Shan and Zmo slowly retreated several dozen meters before stopping. They did not want to get too close to Yang Kai and cause him to misunderstand. This man is really strange. Zmo muttered to herself as she stared at Yang Kai in the distance. Humph. Lung Shan snorted. Thinking of how she had just surrendered, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Grinding her teeth, she snorted, "Sooner or later, I will make him pay the price." Zmo glanced at her and chuckled, "If you have the ability to escape from his control, then we'll see." "And you?" Lung Shan's pair of beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Zmo. "I haven't forgotten the shame of being by your side a few days ago." Zmo smiled, "Why are you so angry? I didn't do anything to you. Besides, didn't you enjoy it? Your reaction can't fool me." "Slut." Lung Shan was furious, her face turning red. "If you dare mention those things again, I won't let you go." Zmo smiled contemptuously, "Our life and death is not up to us to decide, so you'd better not be so hostile to me. The most important thing is to find a way to survive in his hands. You saw his attitude towards us, he doesn't show the slightest bit of mercy. If we really make things difficult for him, he will definitely kill us." "Huh." Lung Shan sneered, taking pleasure in her misfortune. "Even you have such a day. How does it feel to be controlled? We're all women, why be so calculative? We should be in the same boat now." Zmo frowned. Lung Shan took a deep breath. Although her heart was still filled with resentment, she had to admit that Zmo was right, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What do you want to do?" "Seduce him." Zmo's face filled with excitement. "He looks like a 16 or 17-year-old boy, a few years younger than us. No matter how ruthless he is still a man. You and I aren't bad looking, so if you want to seduce this little brat, wouldn't it be easy? I think you just want to go to bed with him." Lung Shan mercilessly attacked. "Why are you being so blunt?" Zmo couldn't help but roll her eyes, suddenly chuckling, "But there is one thing I didn't lie to him about. Us Tianlang dynasty women naturally worship the strong. His cultivation isn't high, but he can actually control me. This is something even my brother can't do. You go on your own, I won't humiliate myself." Lung Shan snorted, turning around and walking away, sitting down cross-legged. After being tortured by Yang Kai twice, she had fainted. She urgently needed to recover. Zmo sneered, thinking to herself, "Just wait until I conquer him, then you'll know I'm right. This world had always been like this, men conquer the world, women conquer men, this was an ancient truth." Yang Kai sat cross-legged, not immediately dealing with his own matters, instead focusing on sensing the reactions of Zmo and Lung Shan's souls. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, their strange reactions clearly told Yang Kai their intentions. Not bad, both of them are very obedient, at least they didn't have any thoughts of killing me. Being able to control them so smoothly. This was really a pleasant surprise for Yang Kai. All of this was thanks to the old demon. In Yang Kai's original plan, he had only wanted to burn the two soul-controlling insects to injure Zmo. Then he would wait for an opportunity to kill her. However, the old demon had come up with a better method. By mixing a strand of Yang Kai's soul into Zmo's soul in a special way, once she took it back, it was tantamount to establishing a brand in her mind, allowing him to completely control her. After a final test, it really was convenient, fast, and effective. With this successful precedent, Yang Kai immediately set his sights on Lung Shan. The Ghost King seal was a martial skill that Ghost King Valley's disciples used to cultivate, so it was definitely a useful tool. The old demon lived up to his expectations and immediately used some kind of trick on the Ghost King seal. Moreover, the old demon's trick was very high-end, so there was no need to worry about it being neutralized. The soul was a very fragile thing, and now that both Zmo and Lung Shan's souls were implanted with Yang Kai's brand, even if a master wanted to help them neutralize it, they would have to worry about damaging their consciousness. What a pity. One less resentful soul. The old demon was a little annoyed at this moment. "I think it's a pity." Yang Kai was even more dissatisfied. "If I had known earlier that I could do this, why would I have killed Jin Hao and the other Ghost King Valley disciple? Wouldn't it have been better to subdue them as thugs?" The old demon smiled wryly. "You knew all along but didn't say anything, right?" Yang Kai was slightly annoyed. The old demon complained, "Such a weak enemy, it's useless to subdue them." If young master hadn't reminded me, this old servant really wouldn't have thought of this. Forget it. Taking in a man as a subordinate is a bit strange. Yang Kai didn't care too much. After secretly observing Zmo and Ling Shan for a moment, Yang Kai immersed himself in his own affairs. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai called out in his mind, summoning the Yiksha golden shadow leopard he had controlled. Reaching out and touching its head, he crushed the beast slave seal in its body. As soon as the fifth order monster beast was freed from its shackles and regained its freedom, it immediately fled. Yang Kai didn't kill it, nor did he chase after it. Instead, under Zemo's orders, several dozen monster beasts were dispatched, forcing it back and reimplanting its soul-controlling insect. Yang Kai didn't care about her, using his left hand to form the white tiger seal and his right hand to form the divine ox seal, clasping his palms together and pushing them forward. With a roar, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox appeared at the same time. Attracted by this roar, Zmo and Ling Shan quickly turned their heads, and after seeing the two lifelike beast phantoms, they couldn't help gaping. They had never seen such a magical martial skill before. To be able to activate one's own yuan qi, the two red monster beasts' bodies were clearly not flesh and blood, but rather made up of Yang Kai's yuan qi. Just how rich and pure does this yuan qi have to be able to achieve such a feat? Isn't he just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator? Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers, causing the two beast phantoms to collapse at the same time. After using it for such a long time, Yang Kai also discovered some of the mysteries of the beast soul skill. No matter when, only one white tiger and one divine ox could be summoned, it was impossible to summon a second one. The beast soul skill was divided into two beast phantoms and combined to form the beast slave seal, but whether it was divided or combined, before the first beast soul or the beast slave seal was destroyed, it could never be used a second time. This may be related to the two powerful monster beasts' remnants in his body. If Yang Kai wanted to practice the beast slave seal, he could only destroy the two beast phantoms. Constantly using the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal, Yang Kai tried to combine them into one, trying to discover the mysteries of the beast slave seal. Zmo and Ling Shan were both dumbfounded. They could only see two red monster beasts emerge from Yang Kai's side and then shatter into pieces. From time to time, they could only see a ray of light shooting out, so they had no idea what he was doing. However, the two of them were still considered elites of their respective sects, so naturally they could see that Yang Kai was practicing some kind of mysterious martial skill they had never heard of before. It was just that, to practice so recklessly, how much primordial qi would he need to squander? How many of these martial skills do you think he can display with his yuan qi? Zmo couldn't help but ask Ling Shan softly. At most 5 moves, his yuan qi will be exhausted. Ling Shan estimated. Zmo didn't refute this time and instead nodded slightly, apparently agreeing with Ling Shan's point of view. The two women could feel the huge consumption of yuan qi from the yuan qi fluctuations, so it was obvious that this martial skill was definitely not low grade. The higher the grade of the martial skill, the more powerful it was, but the more yuan qi it consumed. Even if the two of them were to display this martial skill, they could only display it 10 times. Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, so naturally he couldn't support it for a long time. What, do you have an idea? Ling Shan turned to look at Zmo meaningfully. Zmo was taken aback and patted her chest, don't talk nonsense. Even if he has exhausted all of his vitality, he only needs a single thought to kill us. It's best for us to be honest. Being controlled by one's soul is no joke. Look, it's the 5th time. As they spoke, Yang Kai once again used his beast spirit skill, but this time he still didn't succeed. The white tiger seal and divine ox seal both activated, and the two beast spirits appeared. Yang Kai didn't rush and simply scattered them. Carefully feeling the mystery of this martial skill, he recalled the unique feeling he had when he had successfully fused it. Zmo smiled sweetly and reached into her sleeve, taking out a bottle. What are you doing? Zmo looked at her in surprise. Trying to please him. Zmo shook the bottle. This is our Tianlang dynasty's yuan qi restoration pill. You should have some on you, right? Now is the time when he needs to recover, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Despicable, shameless. Shameless. Using humiliation for glory. Lung Shan reprimanded with a straight face. Hee hee. Don't say that. ZMO covered her mouth and giggled. If worst comes to worst, the next time he needs to recover, I'll give you the opportunity. We'll take turns. Humph. Lung Shan snorted. His hostility, however, was greatly restrained. Of course, she couldn't seduce Yang Kai, but she could give him some pills at the right time to win Yang Kai's favor. Now that his life and death were in his hands, he had to protect himself. Naturally, he had to lower his posture. Otherwise, if that cheap servant ZMO took the initiative, his future days would be very difficult. I'm going. ZMO said as she stood up, but before she could take another step, she heard two more roars coming from the other side. Did he use it again? ZMO was shocked, and so was Lung Shan. This time he should be exhausted, right? ZMO muttered to herself, a charming smile appearing on her face as she took a step forward. But at that moment, Yang Kai shattered the two beast spirits. Once again, he used his beast spirit skill. Success! The white tiger seal and divine ox seal merged perfectly, turning into a beam of light that shot forward. If there was a monster beast in front of him, it would definitely be hit by the beast slave seal and be controlled. Striking while the iron was hot, Yang Kai kept waving his hands, continuously using his beast spirit skill. In a single breath, he used it 4 times, but failed twice. After succeeding twice, Yang Kai vaguely felt that he had found that feeling, but he still wasn't skilled enough. ZMO, who had just taken a step forward, quietly retracted her steps. Along with Lung Shan, both of them stared dumbly at the scene in front of them. Yang Kai's endurance had completely exceeded their expectations and imagination. A whole day passed. Yang Kai was still practicing his beast spirit skill. ZMO and Lung Shan were completely numb, their hearts filled with grief. Just how much yuan qi was stored in this person's body? How could he support such an unscrupulous attack? Could it be that this martial skill consumed very little yuan qi? Not to mention the two women's shock, Yang Kai was also inadvertently shocked. The Dantian's yang liquid reserves had actually decreased by more than 20 drops. Now that there were no more yang attribute pills to supplement his yang liquid, the Dantian's reserves had to be used sparingly, otherwise, there would be no way to restrain the evil energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton. However, using his beast spirit skill really consumed too much yuan qi. Not only did he use his beast spirit skill, but also his Burning Sun's 3-layer blast, Yang Inflammation Wings, Star Mark, all of which required a huge amount of yuan qi. If it was any separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, it would be impossible for them to use these techniques too frequently. I can no longer use my yang liquid to practice my beast spirit skill. After frowning for a long time, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He had 3 energy warehouses in his body, the star space was exclusive to the Star Mark martial skill, and the Dantian's yang liquid could not be squandered, but the unyielding golden skeleton's energy could. The amount of energy stored in the golden body was almost immeasurable. Normally, he could only extract energy from the golden body when he used the unyielding will. Now, could he think of a way to use the energy in the golden body to perform martial skills? If he could, then his endurance would rise to a new level, and he would no longer have to worry about the amount of yang liquid he had. As soon as this idea came to his mind, Yang Kai became excited, because none of his martial skills required the use of yang attribute yuan qi, all of them could be used by any attribute yuan qi. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai forced the remaining true yang yuan qi from his meridians into his dantian, completely emptying all his meridians. Immersing his mind into the golden skeleton, Yang Kai tried to communicate with it, trying to extract energy from it. Gradually, the golden skeleton responded, and a small amount of energy poured out of it, pouring into his meridians. A faint sense of violence and bloodthirst rose in his heart. This was the characteristic of the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, a very evil energy. It was completely different from the pure yang attribute true yang yuan qi, a completely opposite existence. As the golden skeleton's energy poured into him, Yang Kai's whole body gradually became wrapped in a black aura, crazy, cruel, and violent, spreading out in all directions. ZMO and Lung Shan saw the scene from a distance and couldn't help but feel their hearts jump. It's become the demon race. ZMO exclaimed. It's really become the demon race. Lung Shan also stood up and stared at Yang Kai. The two women suddenly looked at each other, seeing the joy and excitement in each other's eyes. In their minds, Yang Kai was obviously practicing that mysterious martial skill too frequently, causing his yuan qi to become chaotic, causing his mind to become restless, and then he couldn't control it, leading to the current situation. They didn't care about Yang Kai's life or death, but now that he was in such a situation, the two women saw a glimmer of hope. If the unyielding golden skeleton became the demon race, then his meridians would burn. His cultivation would be ruined. He would become a complete waste, or he would die on the spot, his soul scattered. Regardless of what kind of result Yang Kai would end up in, ZMO and Lin Shan were willing to see it. It would be best if he died. The two women secretly prayed in their hearts. Their pretty faces were filled with joy and expectation. If Yang Kai really became the demon race because of the unyielding golden skeleton, then the brand imprinted in their minds would be broken, and they would be able to regain their freedom. The two women's eyes stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Their breathing gradually became unstable, and their expressions became extremely nervous. As the black qi around Yang Kai's body gradually became thicker, the violent and bloodthirsty aura around him also became more and more intense. If the unyielding golden skeleton become the demon race, then his mind will become muddled, and he won't recognize anyone. What if he accidentally detonates the brand imprinted in our minds? Lung Shan suddenly thought of a very practical problem. Right now, Kai Yang was definitely unconscious and unable to think, so the possibility of her thinking was very low. However, they still had to be on guard. If Yang Kai really did do this, then they would die too unjustly. Zimo's expression changed, her beautiful face turning pale, licking her lips and staring deeply at Lung Shan. What do you want to do? Add fuel to the fire. Lung Shan bit her lip and suggested in a trembling voice. Zimo's brow furrowed slightly, thinking about the gains and losses as well as the possibility of success. After a long time, she nodded slightly. Good, but let's wait a little longer. I don't know if he's still conscious, but if the situation becomes more serious, then we'll go. The last sentence was said resolutely and decisively. It was obvious that he had made up his mind. Lung Shan secretly nodded. Clenching her teeth, she stared in the direction of Yang Kai. Her thoughts were much more complicated than Zimo's. After all, even if she killed Yang Kai and removed the brand imprinted in her mind, ZMO still had dozens of monster beasts to enslave. Lung Shan, on the other hand, was all alone, so naturally she had to plan for a way out. Under the observation of the two women, the signs of Yang Kai's become the demon race were becoming more and more serious. The black qi around him was so thick that it was almost impossible to see his figure. Wrapped in it, only a rough outline could be seen. Even though they were several dozen meters away, the two women could still clearly feel the evil aura seeping out of the black qi. After waiting for the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, ZMO said, "It looks like he has completely fallen into the state of become the demon race. There really is no way to escape. Do you want to go?" Lung Shan glanced at ZMO. ZMO grit her teeth and nodded slightly. The two women took a deep breath and slowly approached Yang Kai together, their yuan qi secretly condensing as they vigilantly observed Yang Kai's movements. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. As they approached, the two women's heartbeats couldn't help but accelerate. This was a matter of life and death for them. How could they remain calm? 20 meters, 10 meters. As long as they were within 5 meters, the two women would be able to attack together and instantly take Yang Kai's life. Once they killed him, the brand imprinted in their minds would be removed. As if they could see freedom beckoning to them, whether it was ZMO or Lung Shan, their pretty faces couldn't help flushing with nervousness and anticipation. 5 meters. Just as the two women hardened their hearts and were about to recklessly kill him, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened from within the black qi. These eyes seemed to be filled with a mysterious power, piercing through the hearts of ZMO and Lung Shan. The two women involuntarily stopped in their tracks, their tender bodies trembling uncontrollably. They could see all kinds of evil in these eyes, but even so, there was still a sense of calmness and ridicule in them. In the next moment, Yang Kai, who was wrapped in black qi, grinned at them. His smile was extremely evil, and his mouth full of white fangs looked extremely terrifying under the contrast of the black qi. Looking at those eyes and that evil grin, Zmo froze in place, her Xianxia involuntarily calming down, not daring to show the slightest hostility. You. Zmo's brow furrowed, she really couldn't figure out whether Xianxia had actually become the demon race or not. I should give you some punishment. Xianxia coldly snorted, pushing out his hands and summoning his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. Unlike the true young Xianxia beast spirits, these two beast spirits were pitch black, just like Xianxia himself, full of evil and mysterious aura. With a roar, the two beast spirits rushed forward, one from the left and one from the right, directly pressing the two women to the ground. We were wrong, we thought you'd become the demon race. Zmo screamed in horror. Although her strength was much higher than the beast spirits, she still didn't dare to resist, she didn't want to suffer the pain of having her soul tortured again. Even if I become the demon race, do you think you'll have an opportunity to take advantage of me? Xianxia sneered. If he hadn't seen through their thoughts, Xianxia wouldn't have been so polite to them. What they were doing now was only out of self-preservation. With a thought, the two beast spirits dispersed and the two women hurriedly got up, terrified. Looking at them indifferently, Xianxia grinned. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Now tell me, what kind of punishment do you want? Zmo trembled, biting her lip. As long as you don't torture my soul, I'll accept anything. Really? Xianxia's brow furrowed. Zmo nodded. Torturing one's soul was worse than death, it was the most vicious form of torture in the world. What about you? Xianxia glanced over at Lingshan. Me too. Lingshan stuttered. Xianxia coldly stared at the two of them and suddenly chuckled, then, take off your clothes. Hearing this, the two women trembled. Zmo quickly returned to her senses and immediately smiled, unbuttoning her robes and slowly taking them off. Her watery eyes contained boundless flirtatious feelings. On the other hand, Lingshan's body stiffened. She was completely at a loss. It's fine if you don't want to take it off. You'll have to be tortured 3 times until you pass out. It's your choice, Xianxia said coldly. Thinking of that pain, Lingshan's entire body turned ice cold. Only then did he close his eyes. He allowed his tears to fall as he said fiercely, if there comes a day when I can regain my freedom, I will do it. I will tear you to pieces. Xianxia laughed. I'll be waiting. Piece after piece of clothing was taken off, and the two women's graceful figures were soon revealed to Xianxia. Whether it was Zmo or Lingshan, both were not bad looking. Their faces were beautiful, and their figures were even more enchanting. Their chests were round, their abdomens were flat, and their buttocks were slender. Xianxia unscrupulously swept his eyes over the two women's bodies, secretly comparing them, his eyes spitting fire. Soon, both of them were only left with their undergarments. One was wearing a bright red tube top, while the other was wearing a light purple tube top. The thin undergarments could not hide the boundless spring scenery at all. 2 dark red protrusions protruded under the undergarments like grapes. They were small and exquisite, and could be clearly seen. Their lower bodies. The scenery was even more gorgeous, covering most of the fragrant grass, giving a kind of hazy feeling. It was impossible to see clearly, but it was enough to arouse one's imagination. Except for the most important part. The two women's beauty was imprinted in Xianxia's eyes. Do you still want to take it off? Zmo lightly pursed her lips and asked softly. Her face blushed. Xianxia only wanted to teach them a lesson, he didn't want to go too far. He could see that Zmo was a bold and generous woman, while Lingshan was a bit more conservative. If he went too far, she wouldn't be able to bear it. After feasting his eyes, Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Get lost." Zmo was stunned on the spot. Lingshan also opened her eyes and stared at Xianxia in amazement. The two women had thought that this time they were doomed, but they hadn't expected that this man in front of them would just look at them and let them go. After thinking for a moment, Zmo suddenly grinned and stared deeply at Xianxia's crotch. Her eyes flashed a look of understanding, and she couldn't help giggling. In the face of such beauty, in this world, besides a true gentleman, there was only one kind of person who would remain indifferent. It turned out that he, at this moment, Zmo's heart filled with pleasure. She couldn't help but want to laugh, her shoulders trembling, but she forced herself to hold back. What are you still standing there for? I'll count to 3, if you don't leave, then don't even think about leaving. Yang Kai didn't notice Zemo's expression and frowned as he threatened. Lung Shan felt like she had been pardoned and hurriedly bowed. Leave your clothes behind and get lost. Yang Kai said lightly. Lung Shan shot a resentful and aggrieved look towards Yang Kai before quickly covering her private parts and fleeing from the scene. Zmo, on the other hand, didn't seem to be in a hurry. Lazily stretching her waist, she once again threw a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai before turning around and twisting her waist like a water snake. Her round buttocks swayed back and forth, swaying back and forth as she walked away. Watching the two women disappear behind a large tree, Yang Kai closed his eyes and suppressed the urge in his heart. In fact, he didn't mind having sex with Zmo. In any case, this woman looked very generous, so if he really did take her body, she probably wouldn't care too much. However, after all, the two of them were enemies. Once they reached a point where they couldn't be reconciled, they might end up in a life or death situation. Moreover, last time on Hidden Island, Yang Kai had improved his state of mind a lot, so this time he wanted to suppress it. Between strength and women, Yang Kai preferred the former. While Yang Kai was suppressing and improving his state of mind, behind the large tree, Lung Shan and Zmo were hiding their bodies, silently staring at each other. This time, not only had their sneak attack failed, but they had also been taken advantage of by that little brat. It was really a big loss. Lung Shan was flustered and exasperated, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She reached out and picked up a piece of withered grass on the ground, twisting it with all her strength as she cursed, "Bastard, beast, bullying a weak woman, who do you think you are? Sooner or later, I will make him pay back double." Zmo was speechless, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly. "We are in front of him. We can't be considered weak women, right? His strength is lower than ours. Moreover, we were the ones who conspired against him first, he was just giving us a small warning. It's just a few glances, he didn't really do anything to you." Lung Shan stared at Zmo coldly and bitterly said, "You don't care at all?" Hee hee. Zmo suddenly laughed, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. "If it was another man who saw it, I'm afraid I would care. But him, there's no harm in letting him see more." "Humph. It seems you've already given up on yourself," Lung Shan said disdainfully. Zmo didn't care and waved her hand. "I'll tell you a secret, once you know, I promise you won't care too much." "What secret?" Lung Shan asked suspiciously. Zmo leaned forward. She whispered a few words. After hearing this, Lung Shan's face turned red and green, and her eyes revealed a look of schadenfreude and delight. "You mean, he can't do anything about it?" Lung Shan asked softly, trying not to laugh. "Shoo. Why say it out loud? It's fine as long as you know it." Zmo stretched out a finger and blocked Lung Shan's mouth. "How do you know?" Lung Shan asked curiously. For the first time, she felt a sense of familiarity with Zmo, so she couldn't help leaning closer to her. The two of us were almost naked, but he was still indifferent. Besides impotence, what other explanation could there be? Zmo covered her mouth and said, "If it was any other man, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist our temptation. So, he must have some kind of hidden disease." Lung Shan listened and nodded involuntarily. Her face was full of approval. "This is a big taboo for any man." Zmo seemed to understand a lot, so she and Lung Shan leaned their heads together and whispered, "You must never mention it in front of him, otherwise you will definitely be killed." I won't mention it." Lung Shan nodded again and again, immediately saying, "But if he has this kind of disease, you said before that we seduce him. Wouldn't that be impossible?" Zmo chuckled, "It's precisely because he's sick that we need to seduce him. We can't do anything to him right now, so if we seduce him and watch him suffer, we won't be able to vent. Isn't that revenge?" Lung Shan suddenly came to a realization, and an eager look appeared on her face. Looking at Zmo with admiration, she said, "You really know a lot." Zmo glanced at her, "Little hussy, our Tianlang dynasty's women aren't as conservative as your great Han dynasty's." "Then you, with a man?" Lung Shan said, her face turning red. Zmo also felt a little embarrassed. "No. I haven't met a man who can conquer me yet." Lingshan curled her lips, I don't believe you. After 2 days of continuous meditation, Yang Kai first resisted the temptation in his heart and improved his state of mind a lot, then once again began practicing the beast slave seal. Although he still couldn't fuse the white tiger seal and divine ox seal together every time, he was finally able to get a feel for it and was much more proficient than before. These 2 days, Yang Kai had consumed a huge amount of energy, but the energy stored in his unyielding golden skeleton was bottomless, so this kind of consumption wasn't a burden at all. At this moment, Zmo was sitting in the middle of a group of monster beasts, still wearing only her undergarments. Yang Kai's punishment for them was not over yet. Their strength wasn't low, so naturally they weren't afraid of the cold, but their current appearance was too embarrassing, so Zmo had arranged for the dozens of monster beasts to surround her and Lingshan, blocking their view of the spring scenery. These 2 days, the two women had mostly discussed how to retaliate against Yang Kai, making him suffer so much that he wished he was dead. As they chatted, they actually shared a common enemy and became closer to each other. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Zmo was stunned for a moment before letting out a light sigh. It seems he still has some conscience. Saying so, she ordered the 2 monster beasts to run out and bring back her and Lingshan's clothes. When the 2 neatly dressed and walked to Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai opened his eyes as if nothing had happened. The 2 women were secretly shocked. These days, this young man in front of them had squandered a lot of yuan qi and even showed signs of becoming the demon race, but now he was back to normal, without the slightest trace of fatigue. Mysterious man, the 2 women thought to themselves. I want to ask you something. Yang Kai looked at Zmo and said. Good. Zmo chuckled and slowly walked over to Yang Kai's side, bringing a fragrant scent with her as she sat down unscrupulously, not showing the slightest annoyance towards Yang Kai's previous punishment. What Yang Kai did not expect was that Lingshan also came over and sat down on the other side of him, but unlike Zmo, her body was a bit stiff. When Yang Kai looked at her, she actually managed to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Furrowing his brow, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what these 2 vicious women were up to, but he didn't notice any hostility from them, so he didn't bother with them. He just assumed that they had realized the situation they were in and didn't dare act presumptuously in front of him anymore. Master, what do you want to ask? Zmo snuggled up to Yang Kai, deliberately pushing her chest against his elbow as she breathed out. Ahem. What did you call me? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Master. Zmo smiled sweetly, her towering breasts bouncing up and down as she spoke in a sweet voice. Not only was Yang Kai unable to bear this form of address, even Lingshan who was sitting on the other side couldn't help shivering, a layer of heat appearing on her arms. In her heart, she couldn't help but admire Zmo's shamelessness. I can't do the same, Lingshan thought to herself. Zmo smiled like a flower, I don't know your name, and my life is now in your hands. What's the difference between me and a slave from a rich family? If you point me to the east, I don't dare to the west, if you tell me to lie down, I don't dare to stand. Saying so, she shyly glanced at Yang Kai, her voice gradually lowering, if you tell me to take off my clothes, I will take off my clothes. You are naturally my master. Don't try to act like that with me. Yang Kai frowned, you calling me master is not something you are willing to do, I feel uncomfortable hearing you call me that. As I said before, I control you only to protect myself, as long as you don't try anything. Funny, I won't embarrass you. Zmo froze for a moment before pursing her lips, I was just joking. What's your name? Yang Kai, what about you? The 2 women reported their names. Yang Kai already knew about Lingshan's background, so naturally there was nothing to inquire about. What he was interested in was Zmo, tell me about your sect. Don't lie to me. When you lie, there are some different fluctuations in your soul. I can feel it. Yang Kai warned. How would I dare? Zmo glared at Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before continuing, I am from the Tianlang dynasty Sun Luo temple. I don't know if you've heard of it. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. The information he knew was limited to the Great Han Empire, and he didn't know much about the outside world. Lingshan, on the other hand, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she heard this. Sister Ling seems to have heard of it. Zmo chuckled. Lingshan nodded slightly, Tianlang dynasty super force. Naturally, I've heard of it. A super force, an existence on the same level as the Central Capital's 8 great families? Xianxia was stunned, never having imagined that Zemo's sect would be so famous. More or less. Zemo chuckled. Her hand gently wrapped around Xianxia's arm. Moreover, I'm a princess of the Tianlang dynasty, so you'd better not let me die. If you take me to Tianlang dynasty, maybe you'll be able to become the emperor's son-in-law. From now on, you won't have to worry about wealth, hee. Xianxia glared at her. Obviously, she wouldn't believe such nonsense. This woman's mind was strange, her thoughts were deep, and she wasn't easy to deal with. On the other hand, Lingshan's thoughts were easily revealed on her face. Compared to Zmo, she gave Xianxia much less pressure. Although we brother and sister come from Sanluo Temple, we don't represent the sect. However, it does not represent the entire sect. If you think you can look down on our Tianlang dynasty super force because of this, then you are too short-sighted. Zmo continued, the few of us can only be regarded as disciples of a branch of Sanluo Temple. Our main task is to study some insects. The two of you have already experienced it. Your soul-controlling insects? Xianxia smiled contemptuously. Hearing Xianxia's disdain, Zmo angrily said, my strength is too low, the insects I raise are naturally not your opponents. If they were good soul-controlling insects, they wouldn't be afraid of heat at all. So those insects are afraid of heat. Xianxia inadvertently spied this information. Zmo also realized that she had spilled the beans, so she simply said, their nemesis is heat, so any cultivator who cultivates a yang or fire attribute cultivator cannot control them. This also explained why a few days ago, when Lingshan had told Zmo that Xianxia cultivated a yang attribute secret art, Zmo had immediately tried to kill him. However, these insects still have some redeeming qualities, at least you Tianlang dynasty people have relied on them to run rampant in this place. Xianxia thought about Wu Qingyi and the other 30 people who had been chased to the ends of the earth, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. Xianxia had been lucky enough to discover the mystery of these soul-controlling insects. If he had fought Zmo without knowing anything about them, by relying on the dozens of monster beasts, she would have had the absolute upper hand. Naturally, there are many benefits. We can use these insects to control monster beast and grow stronger like a snowball. If we encounter a monster beast or your great Han dynasty cultivator, we won't even need to lift a finger to kill them. However, the disadvantages are equally obvious. For example, when we meet someone like you, we have to be careful of our insects being burned, which in turn damages our souls. Zmo glared at Xianxia bitterly, her face filled with depression. That's why those who cultivate yang and fire attribute secret arts are your priority targets. Xianxia's words revealed the truth. That's natural. Without these two kinds of people, our soul-controlling insects will be able to exert their greatest effect. Zmo proudly said, but in fact, you don't have to worry too much. Our soul-controlling insects are too small. Generally speaking, even if your great Han dynasty cultivator kills the monster beast we control, they won't be able to discover the existence of these soul-controlling insects. We just need to find the right opportunity to retrieve them. I really don't understand how you were able to discover this secret. Zmo curiously looked at Xianxia. Xianxia grinned, guess for yourself. Zemo's chest heaved up and down, but she didn't dare to act too presumptuous. In the entire isolated world, besides the few cultivators from the Tianlang dynasty, Xianxia was probably the only one who was aware of the existence of these soul-controlling insects. Everyone else, no matter who it was, only knew that the Tianlang dynasty cultivators were able to control and enslave monster beasts to do battle. None of them had thought of the existence of these soul-controlling insects. By the way, when I was at the lake that day, there were a total of 4 people from Sanluo Temple. How come you're the only one left? Xianxia looked at Zmo suspiciously. When this sentence was asked, Zemo's eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation and anger. On the other side, Lingshan also chuckled. You can't tell me? Xianxia's voice became low, his expression unkind. It's not that I can't tell you. Zmo took a deep breath. Lingshan also knows the situation, let her tell you. Xianxia couldn't help but be surprised and turned to look at Lingshan. I know. Lingshan nodded. Let's hear it. Lung Shan pondered for a moment, seemingly sorting out her thoughts. A moment later she said, "For the past 6 months, ZMO and the other Tianlang cultivator have been unbridled and surrounded, making me and Xianxia suffer. Most of the time, we were hiding, but the monster beast's sense of smell is too strong, so we were often found hiding. This continued until a month ago. More than a month ago, we met a group of a cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty. There were about 30 of them." Yang Kai's expression changed. Naturally he knew who this group of cultivators was. Although our Ghost King Valley has a bad reputation and can be considered an evil sect, in the end, we were all from the Great Han Dynasty, so Jin Hao and I integrated into that group. We thought we had found a backer, haha. Lung Shan couldn't help but smile bitterly, but we didn't expect that in less than 2 days, we would be surrounded by monster beast. Now that she thought about it, if she and Jin Hao hadn't integrated into that group, they probably wouldn't have fallen into enemy hands so quickly. More than 30 people, although they seemed powerful, in fact, they were a big target, far less convenient than her and Jin Hao. And then? Yang Kai asked. After a hard battle, many died, and most of the rest were captured. Captured? Yang Kai was stunned. How could they be captured? Aren't you all Yuanqi boundary? If you noticed something was wrong, shouldn't you be able to fly away? We couldn't escape. Lung Shan said helplessly. It's not that they're incompetent. ZMO took a deep breath and interjected. Then what's the reason? It's because my brother Qi Shui is too strong. ZMO looked towards Yang Kai. What's his strength? Yuanqi boundary 7th stage, not because of his strength. ZMO shook her head. That's the demonic beast enslaved by his subordinates? How many monster beasts does he have? Yang Kai frowned. ZMO raised one finger. 100? ZMO shook her head. It can't be 1,000, right? Yang Kai's face paled. ZMO smiled bitterly. What are you thinking? He only has one monster beast. But that monster beast is a 6th order monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with shock. Yes, it is a 6th order monster beast. Although it's not a very strong 6th order monster beast, it's more than enough to deal with a Yuanqi cultivator. All the cultivators who tried to escape were killed by my brother Qi Shui and that monster beast. There's a 6th order monster beast here? Yang Kai's mind raced. Up until now, the most powerful monster beast he had encountered was only a 5th order one. Zemo's brother Qi Shui could use his soul-controlling insects to control them, but he could use his beast slave seal to control them. If he could find another 6th order monster beast, he could also do whatever he wanted. I'm afraid there's only one. Zemo's eyes flashed with envy. Moreover, brother spent a lot of effort to subdue that 6th order monster beast. He gave up all the monster beasts he controlled and took out his soul-controlling insects, allowing them to swallow and fuse with him. This was a very risky move. The slightest mistake and all the soul-controlling insects would have died, but brother's luck was very good. After nearly 100 soul-controlling insects fused together, they all evolved, so he was able to control a 6th order monster beast. Although Zemo's explanation was simple, Yang Kai couldn't help admiring her brother Qi Shui. Taking such a huge risk just to evolve a single soul-controlling insect, it was obvious that this person's personality was decisive and fierce. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Go on. Yang Kai temporarily put aside the idea of subduing a 6th order monster beast and turned to Lung Shan. Lung Shan nodded. Of the more than 30 people, nearly 10 died. Except for one who managed to escape with his strength, the rest were all implanted with soul-controlling insects and are now under Zemo's control. Of the one who had escaped, Yang Kai didn't need to ask to know who it was. Besides Wu Qingyi, no one else could have done such a thing. Why didn't they kill you? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. The blood beads obtained from killing a cultivator were much better than those obtained from subduing a monster beast, especially since those people were all masters at the Yuanqi boundary. They wanted to obtain the secrets of their respective sects from us, so they didn't kill us for the time being. Lung Shan smiled bitterly. All of us are the elites of our respective sects, so the martial skills and secret arts we cultivate are naturally the best in our respective sects. The Tianlang dynasty's people were aiming for this. Yang Kai turned to look at ZMO, but ZMO just shrugged and said, "Don't look at me like that, I didn't do anything to those people. The ones I controlled were only Lingshan and Jin Hao, and I didn't even have time to interrogate them about their martial skills and secret arts before they were subdued by you." Lingshan continued, "After the Tianlang dynasty's people won, Zimo's brother Qi Shui took his sixth-order monster beast and left alone to pursue Wu Qingyi. Then, for some unknown reason, the three of them had a big quarrel, so Jin Hao and I were assigned to ZMO and left that group." When Lingshan said this, ZMO gritted her teeth and sneered, her face filled with anger. Yang Kai turned to look at her and sneered, "It looks like you and your two fellow disciples didn't get along very well. Is there no fighting in your sect?" ZMO rolled her eyes at Yang Kai. "This time we came here for life experience. We have a total of 3 tasks. The first is to obtain blood beads to strengthen ourselves, and the second is to extract the cultivation methods of those martial skills and secret arts from the mouths of you great Han Dynasty cultivators. The third was to find the legendary brilliant flame liquid and soul cleansing dew. Every mission is related to our future, so we have to complete it well. After returning to the sect, there will naturally be more benefits. Your two fellow disciples joined forces to bully you. They don't want you to get any benefits, right?" Yang Kai instantly understood the situation. After capturing so many people, only 2 were given to ZMO. Even if ZMO was able to extract information from Lingshan and Jin Hao, she would only be able to obtain some of Ghost King Valley's secrets. In comparison, ZMO's 2 fellow disciples had much more resources in their hands. This was a competition between members of the same sect, which existed in any sect. They're from the same family. Naturally, I will be excluded. ZMO gnashed her teeth. Her heart was filled with hatred. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "Do you want me to help you seek justice?" The grudge between the 3 disciples of the Celestial Wolf Kingdom's Dark Azura Hall was definitely a bargaining chip that could be used. Since everyone was in a foreign land, they would meet sooner or later. If Yang Kai wanted to live comfortably, he had to strike first and get rid of the Tusan Luo Temple cultivator. Not to mention, they also had a big brother who controlled the 6th-order monster beast. This person was the same as Wu Qingyi, the strongest enemy. Before meeting this person, he had to eliminate all unstable factors. Zimo's eyes flashed as she glanced at Yang Kai and frowned, "Although my life is in your hands, I am still a disciple of Tianlang Kingdom, a cultivator of Sanluo Temple. I won't do anything to betray my sect. Even if you kill me, I won't, so don't expect me to help you deal with them." Yang Kai couldn't help but look at her with some surprise, never having expected this woman to be so principled. Not wanting to force her, Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'm just saying, if you don't want to then forget it." ZMO was stunned. She had refused Yang Kai's offer and was mentally prepared to accept the punishment, but he had actually let it go so easily. "Why are you so easygoing?" ZMO didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking. She was a little suspicious. "What do you think?" Yang Kai snorted. ZMO blinked her big eyes and smiled, "If you're really so easygoing, then remove the seal on my mind." Wishful thinking. Over the next few days, Yang Kai, Lingshan, and ZMO spent their time together in the isolated world. Now, they basically didn't encounter any enemies, only occasionally encountering 1 or 2 monster beasts. If it was a 4th-order one, she would kill it on the spot and take its blood bead. If it was a 5th-order one, ZMO would control it and plant a soul-controlling insect. However, after a few days, they had only encountered a single 5th-order monster beast. Yang Kai didn't want the blood beads and gave them all to ZMO. He didn't lack the energy contained in these blood beads. What he wanted to do now was to constantly temper his meridians and Dantian Yuan Qi so that he could progress towards the Yuan Qi realm. Right now, his main goal was to find the legendary soul cleansing dew. It was said that ZMO's brother Qi Shui was also looking for it. Whether it was ZMO or Lingshan, they didn't know much about the soul cleansing dew, so naturally they didn't know where to look for it. However, what made Yang Kai feel very strange was that these days, whether it was her actions or words, ZMO was constantly teasing him. Compared to when they first met, she was even more wanton and unrestrained. Even Lingshan, this cold woman, would sometimes do the same. She unintentionally revealed a beautiful and faintly discernible beauty. Occasionally, Yang Kai would see a trace of sympathy and pleasure in their eyes. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled. After walking for half a day, the three of them finally found a place to sit down and rest. Of the dozens of monster beasts, only half were with them, the other half had been sent out to investigate the situation. Yang Kai was sitting in meditation to restore his strength when two fragrant wafts came from beside him. Immediately, Zmo and Lingshan sat down next to him, one on his left and one on his right. They clung to each other tightly, as if it was very cold. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at them. Lingshan was embarrassed by his stare, her cheeks turning red. Zmo forced a smile and asked, "What's wrong? You two have been acting very strange these past few days, were you secretly discussing something?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen expression. Zmo cried out in grievance, "How could that be? The two of us are always by your side, even if we wanted to discuss something, we didn't have the opportunity." Yang Kai also thought about it, they really didn't have the time to conspire, but why did he always feel like something was wrong with them? Why do you think we're acting strange? Zmo smiled sweetly, leaning into Yang Kai's arms, half of her body snuggling up against him. Her firm and full chest squeezed against Yang Kai's arm, completely changing shape. Feeling an amazing elasticity, Yang Kai lowered his head and saw Zmo's snow-white chest. Zmo snickered in her heart, but her face remained expressionless as she leaned forward slightly, revealing even more. "It's just a feeling." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking, licking his lips, his expression unscrupulous. "Hee, your feelings aren't always accurate." Zmo giggled, her chest rolling up and down. While his throat was burning, Lingshan also pressed her chest against his. Yang Kai's whole body shook, his abdomen feeling like it was on fire. Two different sensations, one from the left and one from the right, made his soul flutter. Steeling his heart, he pushed Zmo to the ground and directly mounted her. "Ah!" Zmo exclaimed, but she didn't show the slightest fear, her pair of beautiful eyes like a spring tide, a smile on her face as she stared straight at Yang Kai. "This smelly brat can't even do anything, what else does he want?" "Humph." Lingshan, who was next to her, was startled, staring dumbfounded. "This is what you asked for. These past few days, I've seen that you don't have any good intentions towards me, right?" Yang Kai's expression was ferocious, his hands covering Zmo's full breasts and rubbing them. When did I have any bad intentions towards you?" Zmo bit her red lips, her brow furrowed in pain, but in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a kind of pleasure after being ravaged, wishing that Yang Kai's big hands would be a bit stronger. This thought came to her mind, causing her to blush with shame. "Do you really think I'm blind?" Yang Kai sneered, rudely and overbearingly lifting up Zmo's clothes, exposing her beautiful upper body to his eyes, his big hands rubbing her breasts without the slightest trace of tenderness. Zmo's body stiffened, and she couldn't help but moan. Lingshan, who was standing to the side, was dumbstruck. Hearing this charming sound, her heart filled with a strange feeling. As Yang Kai continued to rub her breasts, Zmo began to wriggle her body, making a series of incessant squeaking sounds, causing Lingshan to feel powerless and collapse to the ground, her legs tightly clamped together. Although she was very aroused, Zmo still hadn't lost her mind. She and Lingshan had teased Yang Kai together just to see him make a fool of himself. Now that his wolf nature had been aroused, Zmo really couldn't handle it. Wasn't he? How could he still be in such a good mood? Zmo gasped for breath, quietly bending her knee, she aimed it at Yang Kai's crotch. A moment later, Zmo felt something as hard as iron and as hot as fire. Shocked, Zmo exclaimed, her body instantly stiffening, her pretty face immediately changing color. "Heh." Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned, reaching out his hand and reaching under Zmo's skirt. Don't. Zmo panicked, quickly grabbing Yang Kai's arm. "You think I'll stop just because you say no?" Yang Kai sneered, but his movements didn't stop. Wherever his big hand went, it was warm, wet, and muddy. Zmo, who was struggling, instantly lost the strength to resist and softly lay down. Lingshan also lost the ability to think, she didn't know how Zmo could act so realistically. Even if she wanted to see him make a fool of himself, she didn't need to sacrifice so much. This was already somewhat unacceptable. Lung Shan's face turned red, her heartbeat accelerated, her blood boiled, and her lower abdomen seemed to be filled with all kinds of emotions. Just as ZMO felt like she had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, she suddenly opened her eyes. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she quickly pushed away Kai Yang, who was caressing her. Her complexion greatly changed. "You wait, my monster beast is dead, there may be enemies nearby." Listening to her words, Yang Kai's lust was instantly extinguished, his brow furrowing as he asked, "How many died?" 6. Instantly killed, 1 5th order, 5 4th order. Zemo's face was filled with shock, her brow furrowed as she crawled out from under Yang Kai's body and hurriedly arranged her clothes to cover her upper body. Not knowing what she was thinking, her clear eyes quietly glanced towards Yang Kai's crotch before quickly turning away, her face as red as blood, flashing an alluring luster. "Do you know who did this and how many people there are?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. ZMO controlled the monster beast through her soul-controlling insect, so within a certain range she could sense whether the monster beast was dead or alive, but other information was difficult to grasp. After all, she had not seen it with her own eyes. "I'm not sure." ZMO shook her head. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai made a prompt decision. "It may be dangerous." ZMO hesitated. What if it's the master who escaped before? Naturally, she was referring to Wu Qingyi. In this isolated world, being able to kill 6 monster beasts in an instant meant that the other party's strength was definitely very strong. If it's him, that would be the best. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little eager. Wu Qingyi had sent his junior brother to kill him, something Yang Kai still held a grudge against him. Sooner or later he would settle this account, not to mention, Wu Qingyi most likely had a treasure like the brilliant flame liquid on him. Whether it was revenge or treasure, Yang Kai had no reason to let him go. Seeing Yang Kai so stubborn, ZMO couldn't just ignore his intentions. What's more, even if it really was Wu Qingyi, facing ZMO's monster beast army would not be easy. Hurriedly ordering, ZMO led the rest of the monster beast army towards the scene of the accident. Lung Shan also followed, the two women walking side by side, deliberately leaving Yang Kai behind. Yang Kai didn't pay them any mind and simply followed behind them while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. "What's wrong?" Lung Shan keenly noticed the change in ZMO and couldn't help asking. "What?" ZMO seemed to be in a daze just now. He didn't seem to have heard Lung Shan's words. "You've become strange." Lung Shan looked at her curiously. "Didn't you say you were going to seduce him and embarrass him? Why did you?" Lung Shan thought for a long time before she came up with a suitable adjective. "You seem to be enjoying yourself." ZMO couldn't wait to dig a hole and crawl into it. Her ears and neck were all red as she gritted her teeth and whispered, "Don't talk about this anymore. Don't try to seduce him again in the future, otherwise, you might end up playing with fire." Lung Shan was surprised. What a huge loss. Originally, she thought that Yang Kai wasn't a real man, so ZMO didn't take his frivolity to heart. So what if he kissed and touched her? "You're not a real man." What more could he do? "Even if I were to strip naked and lie in front of you, you would only be able to touch me." But what she never expected was that Yang Kai was not what she had imagined at all. The feeling of touch in that instant. Even now, it still lingered in ZMO's mind. Every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. ZMO's heart was not as bold and bold as she appeared on the surface. But, if he really was a real man, then why was he able to remain indifferent when she and Ling Shan almost stripped naked a few days ago? What kind of man would be able to resist the temptation at their fingertips? Could it be that he was really a gentleman? While her thoughts were running wild, ZMO soon arrived at the place where the 6 monster beast had died. There were some bloodstains on the ground, but the monster beast's body was no longer there. All that was left was a pile of powder. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. ZMO squatted down and fiddled with the powder. A moment later her expression changed. "What's wrong?" Lung Shan asked. "The soul-controlling insects are gone." ZMO's face was pale as she carefully searched another pile of powder. But even after searching through all 6 piles of powder, she still couldn't find a single soul-controlling insect. No need to search, the one who killed your monster beast was not that master from the 9-star sword school. Yang Kai looked at Zmo playfully, there are no traces of sword chi left behind here. What are you trying to say? Zmo looked uneasy, faintly guessing something, but she didn't dare to confirm it. Or rather, she didn't want to confirm it. You know it in your heart, do you still need me to say more? Yang Kai sneered. It can't be. Zmo shook her head, her voice low, her heart shaking. Suddenly, Zmo raised her head and looked in another direction. A few more of my monster beast have died. Yang Kai sneered, becoming more and more convinced of his guess. Tilting his head, he looked at Zmo. Do you want to go and take a look? Zmo hesitated for a long time before finally nodding her head. But this time, she no longer dared to disperse her monster beast to the periphery, instead summoning all of them back and hurrying to the second place. Half an hour later, Zmo once again stood up in disappointment. There were 4 piles of powder here, so there should have been 4 soul-controlling insects, but at this moment, just like before, those insects had disappeared. Was it your 2 fellow disciples? Lingshan finally reacted and looked at Zmo in amazement. The soul-controlling insects were unique to Zmo. And her fellow disciples, if it was really Wu Qingyi who had killed the monster beast, it was impossible for him to take away the soul-controlling insects, he simply didn't have such great skill. Being able to kill 2 batches of Zmo's monster beast in such a short time, the one who did it was either very strong or had a large number of people. Combined with the clues of the disappearance of the soul-controlling insects, the identity of the one who had done it was obvious. As a fellow Sanluo Temple cultivator, Zmo's 2 fellow disciples definitely knew how to take away her soul-controlling insects and had the strength to kill so many monster beasts in an instant. Their subordinates controlled many of the great Han cultivators. However, Zmo couldn't believe this fact, nor did she want to believe it. They were all fellow disciples, how could they do such a thing to her? Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, Zmo spread out her perception in an attempt to find the whereabouts of her soul-controlling insects, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find them. A moment later, Zmo opened her eyes, a cold light flashing across them as she coldly glanced around, sneering. Let's get out of here first. Yang Kai frowned, not allowing her to explain, grabbing Zmo's arm and dragging her out. 2 hours later, the 3 of them were already 100 kilometers away. Of the several dozen monster beasts, 10 had died, 2 of which were 5th-order monster beast, causing Zmo's strength to greatly decrease. After stopping to rest, Zmo sat down, her expression constantly changing, sometimes cold, sometimes confused. Sometimes painful, sometimes cruel. Lingshan and Yang Kai glanced at each other, both of them somewhat speechless, knowing that she was struggling internally at the moment. Yang Kai winked at Lingshan, hinting for her to comfort her, but Lingshan turned a blind eye and looked away. Yang Kai was speechless and could only remain silent. After a while, Zmo let out a painful groan. Breathing heavily, she looked at Yang Kai with some pity. Why did they do this? You should ask them that, Yang Kai said lightly. We're all fellow disciples, although there is competition between us. But why would they do this to me? Zmo couldn't figure it out. What's wrong with being fellow disciples? Yang Kai disagreed, fellow disciples are the most terrible. Will your fellow disciples kill each other? Yang Kai and Lingshan nodded. Zmo was surprised and frowned. Sighing, she said, maybe we all come from a small branch of Sanluo Temple and don't have many fellow disciples, so when we were in Tianlang Dynasty, we all looked out for each other, so even if there was competition, we didn't go too far. This is not Tianlang Dynasty, nor is it your Sanluo Temple. Yang Kai said calmly. It's because of this that we need to support each other. Zmo still couldn't accept it. I thought you were a ruthless woman, but I didn't expect you to be so naive. Yang Kai sneered. Zmo's ruthlessness was probably only directed at the cultivator. Facing her fellow disciples, she still had some scruples and couldn't let loose. Zmo smiled bitterly, but just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly became painful and she fell to the ground, clutching her head with both hands. She howled miserably. Yang Kai and Lingshan's expressions changed and they hurried forward. Zmo seemed to be suffering a great deal of torture, her hands tightly gripping her hair, her body curled up like a shrimp, her whole body tense. sweat poured out like water. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai had tortured her before. This was the result of her soul being injured. Yang Kai and Ling Shan glanced at each other. Both of them saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. Zemo's pain lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided. Her clothes were soaked with sweat and her body was weak, but her eyes had become cold and piercing. It's them. They are warning me, summoning me. Let me go. Zemo grit her teeth, her face filled with murderous intent. Finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and solemnly looked at him. Help me kill them. Yang Kai grinned. I've been thinking about this for a long time. A few days ago, when Yang Kai proposed it, Zemo had refused. She hadn't expected things to develop so dramatically. Zemo still had some principles and didn't want to harm her fellow disciples, but her two fellow disciples obviously weren't so kind. Where are they? Yang Kai asked. That way. Zemo pointed in a direction. It's about an hour away. An hour, let's think about it carefully. Yang Kai frowned, then put Zemo on his back and carried her on his back. Leaning against Yang Kai's back, Zemo felt a little strange. The two of them could only be considered enemies, but now they were in the same boat, working together to deal with her two fellow disciples. The change in roles between friend and foe made her feel like she was falling through the clouds. Along the way, Zemo briefly explained the situation between her two fellow disciples. The two of them came from the same family and were cousins, both of whom had reached the Yuan-Chi boundary fourth order. One was called Jiao He, the other was called Jiao Shi. Each of them controlled around 50 monster beasts, adding up to a total of over 100 monster beasts. In terms of the number of monster beasts they controlled, they were more than twice the number of monster beasts Zemo controlled. Currently, Zemo only had 30 to 40 monster beasts under her control. It was absolutely impossible to fight them head-on, but as long as she could find a way to kill one of them, the monster beast controlled by the one she killed would be destroyed. At that time, chaos would definitely ensue, and only in that chaos would there be hope for victory. Because of her anger, Zemo told him all the information about her two fellow disciples. Yang Kai listened quietly, silently memorizing it all in his mind, constantly deducing how to win. Hearing this, Yang Kai said with some worry, "Is your brother Qi Shui with them? If Qi Shui is with them, then we'll be in big trouble." Qi Shui was Yuan-Chi's 7th stage master, and he had also enslaved a 6th order monster beast, making him very difficult to deal with. Zemo sighed, I hope he isn't. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at their destination. Zemo also slid down from Yang Kai's back, glancing towards him gratefully as she tidied up her clothes and messy hair, her pretty face turning cold as she walked over to their destination. In the distance, Yang Kai saw a large number of monster beasts and a dozen or so figures gathered together. As Zemo approached, two people stood up, Yao He and Yao Shi from Sanluo Temple. This man and woman were smiling towards them, without the slightest trace of guilt on their faces. With a single order, the hundreds of monster beasts scattered and surrounded Zemo's monster beast army. Senior sister has finally arrived. Yao He's expression was frivolous, not putting Zemo in his eyes at all as he chuckled and greeted her. Yao Shi also giggled and looked at Zemo disdainfully. Didn't you ask me to come here? Zemo looked at them coldly, standing about 10 feet away from them. The three disciples from Sanluo Temple stood facing each other, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Yang Kai stood behind Zemo and swept his eyes around, seeing many familiar faces. A few dozen meters away, the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace sat cross-legged on the ground, looking defeated. Yiqing Si and Zhou Ba of Azura sect, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu of Reflecting Moon sect were also gathered together. In addition, the disciples of Gemini Island, Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and many other sects were also present. After seeing Yang Kai, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu both smiled wryly at him, both of them feeling the same kind of sadness that came from falling into the same predicament. Yang Kai nodded slightly, greeting them. There were still 16 or 17 people left in their group, but their numbers should have been more than that. It was likely that many of them had died recently. You two, scram to the side. Yao He glanced at Yang Kai and Ling Shan and ordered. Zemo nodded slightly. Yang Kai and Lin Shan then walked over to Xianxia and the others. When the two sides met, one of the girls from 10,000 Flower Palace looked at Yang Kai and sighed, "You also couldn't escape." Yang Kai smiled, "Young lady, may I ask you for your name?" The last time they had met, when Wu Qingyi had tried to embarrass him, this young woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace had helped him out, so Yang Kai had a good impression of her. The four sisters, Chun Lan and Qiu. Their appearances were outstanding, and they each had their own merits. They sat together. It was also a beautiful scenery. The other girl, who looked more playful, immediately pouted. "You're already a prisoner. How can you still be in the mood to inquire about a girl's name?" Yang Kai raised his brow at her and said, "Haven't you heard of a man's true colors? I haven't asked you for your name yet." The girl pursed her lips and said, "Yi Han." Yi Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, "You have the same surname as me. If I can return alive, I must marry little sister Han." Han Xiaoqi smiled and introduced her other two junior sisters. One of them was called Hua Rua Yin while the other was called Lu Qingru. They were all people who had fallen from grace, but with Yang Kai as a new face, the others also introduced themselves. Water Moon Halls Feng Qianhen, Pure Heart Palaces Zhuafeng and Li Xian Yuan, Soaring Feather Pavilions Chu Jingshan. With the elite disciples of each sect gathered together, the scene was joyous and harmonious. The worries of the past few days had been washed away by this atmosphere. "Humph, death is near yet you still have the mood to exchange pleasantries. It's not too late to talk about this if you can survive." A voice suddenly interrupted everyone's laughter. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw a man looking at him with a contemptuous smile. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai didn't care. Yi Qingxi sneered and said, "By Xiaoming. Since we were captured, you've been pouring cold water on us every other day." "What do you mean by that?" Bai Xiaoming sneered, "Nothing. It's just a piece of trash, is it worth it for you to be so happy? Don't tell me you still expect him to save us?" Chen Shuaishu frowned and said, "If you think you have no hope of surviving, just end it yourself. Why bother with other people's interests? Don't slander Brother Yang. Brother Yang's cultivation is just a bit low." Bai Xiaoming didn't say anything. The other person next to him chuckled, "A low cultivation is a piece of trash. Father really doesn't know how a piece of trash like him managed to survive until now. He should have died long ago, why bother dragging out his last breath? This person should be from the same sect as Bai Xiaoming. The two of them were brother, so naturally they would stand on the same side." Han Xiaoqi coldly said, "You talk too much." Yi Han, Hua Rua Yin, and Lu Qingru also glared at him angrily. Although Bai Xiaoming and the people around him looked down on Yang Kai, they didn't want to provoke public anger, so they just coldly snorted and no longer said anything. Because of the disturbance caused by these two, the original atmosphere was suddenly ruined, and everyone's hearts became heavy. Yi Han puffed up her cheeks and comforted, "Yang Kai, right? Don't mind them, these two are always so pessimistic and can't bear to see others in a good mood." Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't care, just treat them like dogs barking." To the side, Han Xiaoqi was stunned for a moment before smiling. "What did you say?" Bai Xiaoming and the person next to him opened their eyes at the same time and stared at Yang Kai with murderous intent. "If you're not deaf, you should be able to hear me clearly." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. "You court death." Bai Xiaoming angrily shouted as he stood up. "You all want to die, don't you?" Yao He angrily shouted, "If you want to die, I'll help you right now." Bai Xiaoming glanced at Yao He with a look of dread before unwillingly sitting down and angrily glaring at Yang Kai, "You just wait, sooner or later I'll make you pay." "Good, I'll be waiting." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The atmosphere in the Great Han Cultivator was quite tense, but the atmosphere between the Tian Lang trio was also quite delicate. Since Zmo returned, Yao He and Yao Shi only looked at her with a smile, not saying a word. After a long time, Zmo let out a sigh of relief and coldly asked, "Why are you doing this?" Yao He chuckled, "Why? Can't senior sister Z understand? Just because in the sect, master takes care of me more?" Zmo smiled contemptuously. Yao He and Yao Shi's expressions both changed slightly, their expressions becoming cold. Zmo continued, "You entered the sect earlier than I did, but your strength didn't grow as fast as mine, so In the end, you were all unwilling. You could only call me senior sister. Is this your reason and excuse? Do you really think your aptitude is outstanding? Xianxia sneered, if master hadn't given you more resources, how could you have caught up? In terms of aptitude alone, which part of us can't compare to you? You've never been better than me. Zmo refused to back down, tit for tat. Xiaoxi's face showed a look of disdain, is that so? Then dare I ask senior sister, did you ever expect this situation? I really didn't expect you to be so vicious, even daring to act against me. Zmo's face was filled with hatred. Xiaoxia sneered, forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. After all, you are senior sister. We called you here. We didn't mean anything else, we just couldn't leave this damned place for the time being, and there were no enemies here. So we thought, senior sister, you don't have any use for those monster beast, right? Zmo's pretty face became cold, you want my monster beast? Yes. Xiaoxia nodded, she and I are just a little bit away from breaking through. However, we are somewhat reluctant to slaughter our own monster beast, so we can only hope that senior sister can contribute a bit. Zmo was filled with grief, just because of this, you didn't hesitate to destroy a wisp of my soul? Xiaoxia smiled, who told senior sister to hide? If you hadn't hidden, we wouldn't have done this. Now, there isn't much fun in staying here. We originally wanted to have a hunting competition with senior sister's monster beast, but we didn't expect that the heavens wouldn't let us. You forced us to do this. Good. Zmo's expression was bitter, but her eyes still showed a trace of determination. You want my monster beast? I'll give them all to you. Xiaoxia laughed, I knew senior sister was easy to talk to, so I asked senior sister to order them not to resist, otherwise, if they really start fighting, I'm afraid it won't end well. Zmo closed her eyes, her chest heaving up and down. Although after arriving here, she had already taken back the soul-controlling insect and Xiaoxi's soul threads, so she no longer had to worry about Xiaoxia and Xiaoxia destroying them. However, the other party still had an overwhelming advantage. Not to mention the numerous monster beasts in their hands, the dozen or so cultivators who were controlled by them were also quite a powerful fighting force. If they really fought, Zmo had no chance of winning. Even if she didn't have much hope of breaking through, so even if she was unwilling, she had no choice. Zmo could only compromise for the time being. Staring at Zmo's towering peaks, Xiaoxi's eyes flashed a trace of lust, involuntarily licking his lips. Good. Zmo opened her eyes and said expressionlessly. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxia glanced at each other and issued orders in their hearts. In an instant, the miserable howls of countless demonic beasts rang out. Blood splattered everywhere as the demonic beasts that didn't resist fell to the ground one after another. Their necks were bitten off by their own kind, and they died on the spot. The large man's group of cultivators' faces were filled with horror as they watched this scene unfold. In less than a dozen breaths of time, 30 to 40 monster beasts had been killed. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoxia laughed loudly. With 30 to 40 blood beads, either he or Xiaoxia could break through their current realm and break through to the Yuanqi 5th stage. As for the rest, as long as they interrogated the large man's group of cultivators' secrets, they would be able to slaughter them all. At that time, they would be able to obtain a large number of blood beads. What particularly tempted Xiaoxia were the several beautiful women in the large man's group. Each of them was extraordinarily beautiful and had enchanting figures. These days, he had tried every means possible to get close to them, but Xiaoxia had been watching him too closely, never leaving his side, making it impossible for him to find an opportunity. Although the two of them were cousins, their relationship was far more than that. He had to find a way to distract his cousin so he could do whatever he wanted. Xiaoxia glanced over at Han Shaoqi and the others and couldn't help but gulp. I'll let her use these blood beads for the time being. Once she refines and absorbs them, breaking through to the Yuanqi 5th stage will take some time. That time is enough for me to act. Presumptuously. The more Xiaoxia thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to immediately embrace the large man's group of beauties and play with them as he pleased, tasting the taste of their flesh. Thinking up to here, Xiaoxia turned to Xiaoxia and said, you use the blood beads first. Xiaoxi's face was filled with emotion and tenderness as she nodded slightly. She then raised her beautiful face towards the cultivator and ordered, collect the blood beads for me. The 17 to 18 people all looked at each other, but no one was willing to get up. During this time, they had suffered a lot of humiliation at the hands of Yao He and Yao Shi. They couldn't wait to burn their bones and scatter their ashes, so how could they be willing to help them? But since it was someone else's order, they couldn't keep dragging it out. If they angered them, it would only lead to more torture and disaster. 10,000 Flower Palace's Jihan stood up angrily, her small canine teeth glinting as she said, "I'll go." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and reached out to pull her aside. "I'll go, you rest." Bai Xiaoming was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and chuckled, "What's wrong? You've just been subdued and you want to show your loyalty? You want to rush to do this kind of work?" "That's right. People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads." Yang Kai chuckled and stood up. Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother sneered, their faces full of disdain, causing many people to show displeasure. Walking around the area where the monster beast had died, he collected 30 to 40 blood beads before striding over to the 3 Sanluo temple disciples. Yao Shi looked at Yang Kai coldly, her expression somewhat vigilant. After all, Yang Kai was brought here by ZMO, so Yao Shi couldn't help but be on guard. "Throw the blood beads over." When Yang Kai was about 10 meters away, Yao Shi coldly said, not letting him come any closer. Yang Kai nodded and used his strength to throw the more than 30 blood beads over one by one, which Yao Shi caught without missing a single one. ZMO watched indifferently, waiting for Yao Shi to finish collecting the blood beads before saying, "Now you've gotten what you wanted. If you don't have anything else, I'll be leaving first." Yao He and Yao Shi looked at each other and chuckled, "Senior sister, where do you want to go?" ZMO's expression immediately changed, "Where I go is none of your business." Yao Shi giggled, "Senior sister's temper is still so bad. We are also thinking for you, senior sister. This exotic land is extremely dangerous. You don't have the monster beast to protect you now. If you run out and encounter an accident, how are we going to explain it to master?" ZMO stared at them in disbelief. "You even want to control me?" Yao He said, "Senior sister, what are you saying? We are a family, so we should take care of each other." Yao Shi also nodded. "That's right. For the sake of senior sister's safety, junior sister thinks it's better for you to stay." Zemo's lips curled into a sneer. His face was filled with grief. On the way here, Yang Kai had already told her that Yao He and Yao Shi were very likely to go all the way. He would take things to the extreme. Since they dared to touch your monster beast, they would dare to touch your people. That was what Yang Kai told her. ZMO still had a little bit of hope, but now it seems. What Kai Yang said was absolutely right. If they killed ZMO in this kind of place, as long as the aftermath was handled properly, there would be no clues left. As for the great Han Dynasty's cultivator, they would all be silenced, so why should Yao He and Yao Shi be afraid? First, they would eliminate her monster beast, then target her. All of this was exactly as Yang Kai had inferred. She didn't know whether to say he had foresight or that he had a clear understanding of people's schemes. ZMO was silent, her eyes gradually becoming cold. Yao Shi suddenly frowned. Turning her head towards Yang Kai, she bluntly reprimanded, "What are you standing here for? Why don't you get lost?" Saying so, she looked at ZMO contemptuously, "Senior sister, is this how you teach your subordinates? You have no manners at all." ZMO didn't answer, but Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and cautiously cupped his fists towards her. His eyes darted towards ZMO, his expression suddenly filled with resentment. "You too, can you make this slut get that insect out of my body? I am willing to abandon the dark and pledge my loyalty to you too." ZMO heard this. Turning her head towards Yang Kai, she grit her teeth and asked, "What did you just call me? Slut? What's wrong?" Yang Kai seemed to have found a backer. Straightening his back, he stood up straight. "Haha." ZMO laughed angrily, "Daring to call me that, it seems you've forgotten who's in charge." These words were what Yang Kai had said to her, but now he was throwing them back at her. "The lesson I taught you before wasn't enough." ZMO's murderous intent soared. Yang Kai immediately fell to the ground in pain, his hands clutching his stomach as he rolled around, shouting to Yao He and Yao Shi, "You two save me. I really want to pledge my loyalty to you, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate to do so." This sudden turn of events naturally attracted the attention of the cultivator. Hearing Yang Kai's shameless words, those who had some friendship with him couldn't help showing a pained expression, especially the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace. Han Xiaoqi's brow wrinkled, obviously she hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so spineless. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. What did he say? He wants to pledge his loyalty to those 2. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Just now he took that job to show his loyalty. I was wondering why he was so hardworking. It seems he really is. Saying so, he spat on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. Shame, this was a complete shame. Although this group of big man cultivators were also being controlled, none of them had ever begged for mercy like Yang Kai. Kai Yang was still shouting at the top of his lungs, as if he didn't know how much face he had lost. You too, please save me. Seeing that I am willing to join you, please save me. Yao He and Yao Shi obviously didn't expect to see such a good show. ZMO was the one they wanted to deal with, and Yang Kai was the cultivator ZMO had brought, but now, the 2 of them had turned against each other. Wonderful, wonderful. Not to save Yang Kai's life, but to attack ZMO's arrogance, Yao He and Yao Shi also felt that they couldn't continue to watch. If they continued to watch, this spineless big man cultivator would become a waste. Senior sister, please stop. Yao Shi's face was filled with pride as she tried to hold back her laughter. ZMO raised her head, her eyes cold. What? Do you want to interfere when I teach my own subordinate a lesson? Yao He quickly replied, if it was someone else, we naturally wouldn't interfere, but senior sister, you also heard him, he wants to be loyal to the 2 of us, so he is now one of us. Senior sister, you won't be so unreasonable, right? The 2 stared at each other, ZMO gasping for breath. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, good, since junior brother and junior sister want him, then as senior sister, I will naturally help. Yao He smiled, as if he had won a great battle, his face filled with pride. Yang Kai, who was rolling on the ground, slowly stopped screaming and struggling. His clothes were soaked with sweat as he staggered to his feet and cupped his fists to Yao He and Yao Shi, gratefully saying, many thanks to the 2 of you, I have suffered a lot under this cheap woman's hands these days. Yao He looked at him meaningfully and nodded, good, senior sister's temper is not good, but you made the right choice. Following us, we won't let you suffer. Many thanks to the 2 of you, many thanks to the 2 of you. Yang Kai became more and more flattering. On the other side of the cultivator, Bai Xiaoming sneered, a grass that swings from side to side, doesn't he know that no matter whose hands he falls into, in the end, only death awaits him? Yang Kai straightened his back again and looked at ZMO with a grin, his mouth not holding back, slut, get that bug out of my body, or else you'll suffer. A fox borrowing the tiger's might. Using the tiger's skin as a banner, this was what it meant. Yao He and Yao Shi became more and more proud. They no longer needed to confront ZMO directly, Yang Kai's betrayal was enough to make her lose face. Good, good. ZMO's heart was pained, and it seemed that she was really angry, since you want it, then we'll do as you wish. But, do you think that falling into their hands will bring you any good? Sooner or later you'll die, I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Yang Kai pointed his nose at the sky, arrogantly and domineeringly, who asked a slut like you to meddle in other people's business? This father is happy, so bite me. Yao He and Yao Shi glanced at each other, feeling that this big man cultivator was really an idiot, but if he wasn't, he wouldn't have been stupid enough to talk back to ZMO in front of her. The Yao family brother and sister were very proud of themselves, while the group of big man cultivator couldn't wait to kowtow. Although their friendship with Yang Kai wasn't very deep, at this moment, they also felt that they had lost face. Everyone here was a big man, but now this kind of thing had happened in front of Tian Lang's group, it was really shameful. Unfortunately, the person involved didn't have the slightest awareness of this. Lung Shan was the only one who inadvertently coughed and covered her mouth as a trace of a smile flashed across her eyes. She really admired ZMO's and her 2 brothers' acting skills. As for Yang Kai's previous planning, she admired him even more. The current situation was basically no different from what he had predicted. Lung Shan knew that as long as they passed this hurdle, the main event was about to begin, so she quietly walked over to Han Xiaoqi's side and whispered in her ear. When Han Xiaoqi heard this, her eyes flashed and she looked at Ling Shan in surprise. The latter nodded with a serious expression. I understand. Han Xiaoqi took a deep breath, a faint smile appearing on her face as she passed on what she had heard to her 3 junior sisters. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Yang Kai urged, as if he couldn't wait to convert to Yao He and Yao Shi. Zmo stared at him deeply before stepping forward, stretching out her hand and placing it on Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai blinked a few times before turning to Yao He. You too, she won't take this opportunity to kill me, right? Yao He sneered, how could senior sister be such a person? That's good, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, he vomited out a soul-controlling insect with an ugly expression. Before Zmo could take it back, Yang Kai rushed up and stomped on it, cursing viciously and vulgarly, spittle flying everywhere. Yao He and Yao Shi's eyebrows twitched as they listened while Zmo's face paled, her tender body trembling as she glared at Yang Kai with a murderous look. Enough! Yao He couldn't stand Yang Kai's idiocy and hurriedly shouted, the soul-controlling insect has a unique physique, you won't be able to kill it. Oh, I'm sorry. Everyone felt dizzy. Should they say that he was self-aware or something? Yao He lightly coughed and looked at Yang Kai, since you're willing to pledge allegiance to us, you should know how we'll treat you, right? Yang Kai nodded, I know, isn't it just a bug? Yao He smiled lightly, good, although we're very pleased that you've decided to abandon the dark and join us, we don't know much about you. Planting these soul-controlling insects is just a precaution. If you perform well in the future, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Many thanks for Big Brother's support. Yang Kai flattered. Give me your hand. Yao He glanced at Zmo proudly before ordering Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Yao He took out one of his soul-controlling insects and was about to place it in Yang Kai's hand when Yao Shi suddenly shouted, wait. What's wrong? Yao He turned to look at her. Yao Shi's face was filled with vigilance as she looked at Yang Kai, then at Zmo, suddenly sneering. Yao He's expression changed slightly as he read the meaning in his cousin's eyes, and in an instant his forehead began to sweat. He had only cared about humiliating Zmo by subduing Yang Kai, but he hadn't thought about whether this was a trap or not. If this was a trap, then, fortunately, his cousin was smart. Thinking so, Yao He hurriedly took back the insect and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, circulate your secret art and let me see your Yuan Qi attribute. The nemesis of soul-controlling insects was heat. Any cultivator who cultivated a yang or fire attribute secret art would not be able to control it. Once the insect was burned, their soul would also be damaged. Therefore, among the group of cultivators on the Great Han Dynasty's side, one of them from the Raging Fire Temple had been killed without exception. As soon as Yao He's voice fell, Zmo sneered contemptuously. The people on the Great Han Dynasty's side couldn't help feeling nervous, especially Chen Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu. Yang Kai had only fought in front of the two of them, so this pair of lovers naturally knew about Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute. They hadn't thought of this until Ling Shan quietly reminded them. Only then did they realize. But now, the other party actually wanted to check the attributes of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. He couldn't help but feel anxious, afraid that Yang Kai would be exposed. Han Xiaoqi and Yi Han glanced at each other, then quietly signaled to Hua Ruoyin and Lu Qingru. The 4 girls of the 10,000 Flower Palace were all secretly circulating their Yuan Qi, ready to attack at any time. The same was true for Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba. Yao Shi stared straight at Yang Kai and coldly reprimanded, I told you to circulate your secret art, did you hear me? The hundreds of monster beasts around them were getting restless. Yang Kai quickly nodded, and then forced out the energy from his unyielding golden skeleton. A faintly discernible black gas spread out, wrapping around Yang Kai. This black gas was mixed with the smell of violence, blood, and slaughter, making Yang Kai look somewhat evil. Sensing the attribute of this energy, Yao He and Yao Shi's expressions gradually relaxed. As long as it wasn't the heat-attributed Yuan Qi, the soul-controlling insect had nothing to fear. You're cultivating an evil secret art? Yao He looked at Yang Kai curiously. Your strength is too low, you haven't even reached the Yuan Qi boundary, how did you survive? Yao He couldn't understand. Yang Kai was embarrassed, more than half a year ago, I accidentally fell into a valley and spent a lot of effort to climb up, but as soon as I appeared, I was caught by that slut surnamed Z. Yao he chuckled, you're really unlucky. But this also explained why he was still alive. If a separation and reunion boundary cultivator fell into a valley, they would have to slowly climb up. Give me your hand. Yao He's expression relaxed, and Yao Shi no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. What kind of waves could a little cultivator who cultivated an evil secret art cause? Yao He directly threw a soul-controlling insect into Yang Kai's hand, and the insect instantly drilled into Yang Kai's body, rushing along his meridians towards Dantian. Get lost. If I need you, I'll call you. Now we need to talk to senior sister. Yao He waved his hand at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai grinned at him. This smile was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Yao He's heart skipped a beat, but before he could react, ZMO suddenly took action. Stepping forward, she rushed towards Yao He. Slut, ah. Yao He had just shouted 2 words when he let out a miserable scream, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground, his 2 hands clutching his head as his face distorted, as if he had just been subjected to the most vicious torture in the world. With his soul injured, no one would be able to endure the pain of that moment. ZMO brushed past Yao He's body, ignoring him as she directly attacked Yao Shi with her palm. The unforeseen event happened so quickly that Yao Shi didn't even have time to react before ZMO's palm struck her chest, deforming it and sending her flying through the air, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Before she had even landed, she saw the large cultivator who had always bowed to her and fawned over her suddenly chop down on Yao He's neck. Accompanied by a loud crack, Yao He's screams came to an abrupt end as his head drooped down. No! Yao Shi cried out in alarm, quickly issuing orders in her heart, and the dozens of monster beasts she controlled immediately rushed towards her. Yang Kai's expression was cold. After taking Yao He's life, he activated his movement skill and rushed behind Yao Shi, clenching his fists and punching forward. Yao Shi had just landed when she was struck by a burning sun's 3-layer blast. With a loud bang, the true Yang Yuan Qi poured into her body, directly causing her minor injuries to become serious, and she was sent flying back towards ZMO's palms crisscrossed as she pushed her true Qi, striking Yao Shi 3 or 4 times in a ruthless manner. Only at this moment did Yao Shi have the opportunity to counterattack, hurriedly blocking ZMO's deadly attack and landing on the ground. Gasping for breath, she screamed, "Kill them for me." Naturally, she was calling out to the large cultivator she had planted with her soul-controlling insect. Of the 17 to 18 people, she and Yao He each controlled half. In other words, she could control the life and death of 9 people. However, none of the large cultivator responded to her. You asked for this. Yao Shi's face was pale as she glared at Yang Kai and ZMO, screaming viciously. On the large man's side, 2 people suddenly collapsed, clutching their stomachs in pain as they rolled around on the ground. Yang Kai and ZMO glanced at each other and sped up. Yao Shi was only a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator. With this kind of strength, even Yang Kai could easily kill her, not to mention that she was seriously injured and had to face a Yuan Qi 6th stage opponent like ZMO. After a few moves, Yao Shi's arm was crippled by ZMO, while Yang Kai condensed a drop of yang liquid into a sword and cut off Yao Shi's head. Until death, Yao Shi's eyes were wide open, unable to rest in peace. From Yang Kai's sudden attack to Yao Shi's death, only 7 or 8 breaths of time had passed. This battle could be described as a flash of lightning. 2 of her fellow disciples had died, but ZMO was still expressionless. Yang Kai roared to the sky, "The monster beast is about to riot, defend with all your strength, don't hurt the enemy, just protect yourselves." There were more than 100 monster beasts nearby, all of which were controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, but now that the 2 of them were dead, these monster beasts had become ownerless. According to the information ZMO had given him before, once the monster beast was out of control, it would become violent and attack people, but as long as they felt pressure, they would still choose to retreat. With so many monster beasts, the large man's cultivator simply couldn't cope, not to mention that they already had 2 people on the ground who needed to be taken care of. Even if all of them were intact, they still wouldn't be a match. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the more than 50 monster beasts under Yao He's control rushed towards the large man's group. This group of people were all elites of their respective sex, and with Lin Shan's reminder, they were able to react quickly, surrounding the two exhausted cultivators who were being tortured by the soul-controlling insects in the middle, while the others spread out and worked together to resist the numerous monster beasts that were pouncing towards them. The 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace formed a small spirit array and simultaneously released a visible yuan qi, the 4 yuan qi fusing together in midair. Han Xiaoqi lightly shouted, "For symbol seal." The fused yuan qi transformed into a cage and fell from the sky, directly trapping 3 or 4 monster beasts inside. As the 4 girls' hand seals changed, a sea of petals floated up from the cage, each petal like a small sword, crisscrossing through the cage, containing infinite murderous intent. The monster beast tried to break free but was unable to break out of this cage, and after a short time, it was cut into pieces by the countless petals and fell to the ground, never to rise again. Shurasekshi Qingxi and Zhou Ba were both shrouded in blood-red light and filled with murderous intent. Yi Qingxi was a woman, so her fighting style was somewhat gentle and graceful, giving off a seductive and enchanting feeling. On the other hand, Zhou Ba, who was like an iron tower, directly grabbed a 4th-order monster beast and tore it apart. Accompanied by a loud roar, this 4th-order monster beast was suddenly torn in half, blood flowing out like a fountain as its internal organs splattered all over the ground, drenching Zhou Ba like a god of death, his expression ferocious. Zhou Ba grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs as he brought the monster beast's corpse to his mouth and tore off a chunk of flesh, chewing it in his mouth, creating a bloody scene. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu worked together to kill the enemy, once again using the reflecting moonsect's secret technique, full moon overhead. Moonlight poured down and penetrated the monster beast's body. This was a large-scale offensive secret technique, and once it was used, it immediately reduced the pressure on everyone. Gemini Island, Soaring Feather Pavilion, Pure Heart Palace, the cultivator from each of the great sects desperately pushed their yuan qi, using their killing techniques. For a time, the roars of beasts rang out continuously, and colorful lights flashed, stabilizing the situation. Although they were unable to break through the encirclement, the monster beast would not be able to break through in the short term. The 2 of us are in big trouble. Yang Kai and ZMO both stood back to back, their expressions dignified. Before Yaoshi died, she had ordered the 50 or so monster beast under her control to attack, so now the 2 of them were surrounded and the situation was worrying. "Let's go and join them." ZMO finished speaking, turned around, grabbed Yang Kai's waist, and flew up into the air. "This?" Yang Kai sniffled, feeling like he had lost face. "I saved your life." ZMO snorted. "We're even." Yang Kai chuckled, then shouted to the other side, "Give up your position." Lung Shan looked up and then moved to the side. As soon as the vacant position was cleared, ZMO and Yang Kai stepped in and joined the others. The sounds of battle shook the heavens as 17 to 18 people formed a large circle, leaving the defense of their backs to the others. At this moment, the elites of nearly a dozen sects had united into a single entity. From time to time, a monster beast would fall, but the cultivators would continue to use their yuan qi to their heart's content. As the smell of blood spread, the monster beast's ferocity was aroused, and as if they had gone mad, they attacked without any regard for their lives. Originally, this group of people was more than enough to deal with more than 50 monster beasts, but with the arrival of Yang Kai and ZMO, the other 50 monster beasts were also attracted to them, increasing the pressure on everyone. Accompanied by a scream, a cultivator's chest was almost cut open by a 5th-order monster beast. Although he did not die, he was still severely injured. He was also quite clever and immediately retreated, shrinking into the circle of people around him. The people around him also quickly filled the gap he left behind. "Can you control the monster beast?" Yang Kai asked ZMO. "I'm working on it, but it's very difficult to control." ZMO grit her teeth, releasing her soul-controlling insects as she continued to attack. However, the monster beast were all moving quickly, so the soul-controlling insects could not do anything. After about an incense stick worth of time, ZMO was only able to control 5 monster beasts, and after these 5 monster beasts were controlled, it did not take long for them to die under the attacks of the other monster beast. As time passed, with the consumption of yuan qi and the injuries of the cultivators, the situation gradually became dangerous. "What do we do?" ZMO was so anxious that she began to sweat. After such a long time, only 30 monster beasts had died, and most of them were only 4th-order monster beast. The fifth-order monster beast that was still alive were the ones that could threaten everyone's lives. Xianxia grit his teeth and held on. He was not worried about being broken through, so with his full strength, there was no monster beast that could get close. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted, "Everyone, leave a bit of yuan qi, if you really can't do it, just fly away. But remember, don't leave early by yourself." Han Shaoqi raised her voice and said, "Just shout. We will listen to your orders." Yi Han was a little worried. "What about you? You're only at the separation and reunion boundary." Everyone could fly, except for Xianxia. Once that happened, he would definitely be torn apart by the monster beast. "I'll take him away," Zmo said coldly. Many people glanced at her in surprise as they took a break from their work. However, this was not a foolproof plan. Although the Yuan-Chi cultivator could fly, its speed was not very fast. Moreover, it consumed too much Yuan-Chi. If the monster beast chased after it, it would only be in greater danger. The white-hot battle was still going on. There were people who were constantly injured and retreated into the big circle. Everyone was also shrinking the line of defense bit by bit. At the same time, there were also countless casualties among the monster beast. After a while, like a dying flash, the monster beast's attack suddenly became much stronger. For a time, everyone was flustered and exhausted. Xianxia's expression was calm. While observing the situation, he was weighing the best time to retreat. While he was deep in thought, several monster beasts suddenly rushed in from the side. Zemo and Lingshan stood side by side and worked together to block the monster beast. In the middle of the fierce battle, two fifth-order monster beasts leaped over the crowd of beasts and opened its mouth in midair. One on the left and one on the right, it pounced towards them, its fangs gleaming with a cold light. The two women's expressions changed greatly, and in an instant they felt cold all over. They were now in a hurry to deal with the fifth-order monster beast. How could they spare any energy to deal with the fifth-order monster beast? Counting on others? Not to mention, everyone had to deal with the enemy in front of them, even Xianxia. Once these two fifth-order monster beasts pounced on them, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. While they were panicking, Xianxia didn't care about the monster beast in front of him, letting it pounce on him and bite him. His expression became incomparably dignified, his eyebrows serious, and the yuan-qi fiercely gushed out from his palms. The white tiger seal in his left hand and the divine ox seal in his right, the two seals fused together. A faint light shot out. Beast slave seal. It hit the body of one of the fifth-order monster beast. Immediately, the fifth-order monster beast bared its fangs and rushed towards its companion. The two monster beasts instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and Zmo and Lingshan's crisis was resolved. Looking at Xianxia with lingering fear, the two women's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. No matter who it was, both of them had the idea of taking Xianxia's life, but due to a freak combination of factors, they had been tricked by Xianxia and ended up being controlled instead. These days, whether it was Zmo or Lingshan, although they appeared obedient on the surface, in their hearts, there was never a moment where they didn't want to kill Xianxia to remove the brand in their minds. This thought had never weakened, even at this moment. But it was undeniable that Xianxia had disregarded his own safety to save their lives, which still touched Zmo and Lingshan. Compared to their fellow disciples, this boy who had controlled them, tortured them many times, and didn't even know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex, seemed more reliable. Damn it! Xianxia cursed. Just now, because of the slight delay, a piece of his flesh had been torn off by the monster beast in front of him. Although the injury wasn't serious, he was still bleeding profusely. With a roar, Yuan-Chi went berserk and attacked fiercely, each attack taking the life of the enemy. Since the two fifth-order monster beasts' sneak attack had failed, the monster beast on the battlefield seemed to have lost all motivation. After attacking for a while, some monster beast fled. In just half a cup of tea's time, all the monster beast had fled, those that hadn't been killed. Everyone stood on the spot, gasping for breath. Every one of them was dripping with blood and looked extremely exhausted. Looking at the ground covered in demon beast corpses, all of them felt as if they had just survived a calamity. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples that stirred up everyone's excitement and joy. Laughter rang out one after another, and even the women were smiling at this moment. Alive! He survived. Although it was difficult, although it was inconceivable, everyone had survived. They had thought that after being controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, they would sooner or later be unable to escape death, but now, not a single one of them had died. And all of this was thanks to Yang Kai. If he hadn't killed Yao He in a surprise attack, then together with ZMO to kill Yao Shi, the only fate that awaited these people would have been certain death. I owe you my life. Suifang from the Pure Heart Palace turned to look at him and said sincerely. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. We all owe you our lives. Han Shaoqi smiled. After the battle, everyone was resting and recovering without a care for their image. After this battle, nearly 80% of the people were injured, and only a few were unscathed. These injuries were not fatal. As long as they were properly nursed back to health, they would be able to recover in at most half a month. Yang Kai was not stingy, taking out a bottle of healing pills from his universe bag and distributing them to the injured, causing them to feel even more grateful. After the joy of surviving a disaster passed, a cloud of worry once again enveloped everyone. This worry came from the two cultivator who had fallen to the ground. Before Yao Shi died, she had ordered the cultivator under her control to kill Yang Kai and ZMO, but no one had responded, so in a fit of anger, Yao Shi had decided to punish them in an attempt to coerce them. This punishment fell on the two cultivators' heads. One was Li Xian Yuan from the Pure Heart Palace, Suifang's brother, and the other was Bai Xiaoming's junior brother, one of the people who had ridiculed Yang Kai before. Everyone gathered around them, frowning. How is it? Yang Kai squeezed through the crowd and asked. Suifang's expression was gloomy as he smiled bitterly. Brother's dantian was drilled through by that insect. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hesitated, then his cultivation. Suifang slowly shook his head. With his dantian broken, his yuan qi had been completely drained. Although his life was not in danger, from now on, he could only be reduced to an ordinary person and would never be able to cultivate again unless he could find a peerless medicine that could repair his dantian. However, this kind of pill only existed in legends. Where could one find it? Li Xian Yuan was an elite of the Pure Heart Palace, so naturally his aptitude and strength were not too bad, but now because of a small insect, he could no longer cultivate. Li Xian Yuan's face was ashen at this moment, and his expression was dull, as if he had lost his soul. This kind of blow was not something anyone could bear. Compared to his silence, another person who had suffered the same fate seemed much more violent. This person was Bai Xiaoming's junior brother, the one who had ridiculed Yang Kai time and time again. Perhaps it was karma, but when Yao Shi chose to punish him, she had included him in her list. This person tightly held on to Bai Xiaoming, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed, "Brother, I can still cultivate, my dantian isn't broken, right?" Bai Xiaoming's face was cold, his lips twitching a few times, but he did not know how to comfort him. The group of people was silent, their hearts filled with sorrow. Although they had not been very happy with this person before, and he had even been rude to Yang Kai, he was still a cultivator for the great Han dynasty. "Brother, tell me, am I a cripple?" The person roared, his face red with anger. Only then did Bai Xiaoming nod his head with difficulty. "Impossible." The person's expression suddenly became fierce. "Impossible. How could a trivial insect damage my dantian? My talent is outstanding. After entering the sect and cultivating for less than 10 years, I have already reached the Yuan Qi boundary 3rd order. I will become an immortal ascension boundary master. I will become one of the strongest masters in the world. As he roared, he seemed to remember something and suddenly turned his eyes to ZMO standing nearby. "Right, she is a cultivator for Tianlang, she must know how to save it." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, even Li Xian Yuan involuntarily turned to ZMO, everyone's eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. ZMO's expression was indifferent as she slowly shook her head. "I have no way." Li Xian Yuan's eyes dimmed again. Bai Xiaoming's junior brother roared, "Bitch, you are one of Tianlang's people, those insects were brought here by you, how could you not know? You must know, but you're not willing to save them." Zemo's pretty face became cold as she glared at him murderously. Yang Kai's expression also instantly became cold. Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, Chen Shueshu opened his mouth and said, "Don't say that, although those insects were brought here by them, the one who attacked you was not this girl. What's more, you were damaged by the Dantian, who can save you?" The man sneered. "What's wrong? She was the one who attacked us before, but now you're speaking up for her? Open your dog eyes and see clearly, that bitch is from Tianlang. I am the cultivator for the great Han dynasty." This man had obviously become muddle-headed because of his bad luck, so when everyone heard him speak, they couldn't help frowning. "Watch your mouth." Su Xiaoyu took a step forward and scolded. Originally, she was quite sympathetic to this young man's experience, but now seeing him act so indiscriminately, even cursing her senior brother, any trace of sympathy she had for him instantly disappeared. Qin Shueshu pulled her back and slowly shook his head. Qin Shueshu had a good temper and knew that this man had suffered a great blow, so he didn't want to argue with him. But now, this man actually wanted a yard after taking an inch, glaring at Zmo and cursing, "Slut, if you can't find a way to make up for my Dantian, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." Zmo wasn't a woman with a good temper. These past few days, she had been under the control of others and had no control over her own life and death. Not only had she been deceived by Yang Kai, but she had also been plotted against by her fellow sect brothers. She had been suppressing a belly full of anger, so now hearing this man threaten her like this, she couldn't help but become enraged and sneered. "You? Don't say I don't know how to save you. Even if I did, I wouldn't save you." These words were just spoken out of anger, but when the man heard them, he suddenly became overjoyed and grabbed Bai Xiaoming's arm, excitedly saying, "Brother, did you hear that? She really has a way. Quickly, grab her and let her save me. I don't want to become a cripple." Bai Xiaoming's expression became gloomy, but after a moment, he slowly nodded and comforted. "Good, if she doesn't save you, I'll waste her cultivation and make her your maid, serving you for the rest of her life." Saying so, he slowly got up, turned around, and stared at Zmo with a gloomy expression. Zmo's pretty face flashed a murderous intent as she stared back at him indifferently. "What are you doing?" Qin Shueshu stood up and tried to smooth things over. "Bai Xiaoming, you should know that what this girl said just now was only out of anger. She also saved our lives. If it weren't for her and Brother Yan joining forces to put on a good show, we would still be under the control of Yao He and Yao Shi. It's fine if you don't know how to repay her kindness, but do you really want to attack her? Save our lives?" Bai Xiaoming sneered. "If it wasn't for her and those two heavenly wolf bastards attacking us, how could we have become their prisoners? She saved us? That was only her way of protecting herself. She had only saved herself. Qin Shueshu, I know you have a good temper, but don't get involved in this matter." Qin Shueshu frowned. Although he didn't like Bai Xiaoming, he had to admit that Bai Xiaoming was right. It was indeed the truth. Zmo had previously led the monster beast to attack everyone here. Since they were controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, Zmo was also responsible for this. Just now, when she joined forces with Yang Kai to kill Yao He and Yao Shi, Zmo did so out of self-preservation. He didn't want to save anyone. It was precisely because he knew that Bai Xiaoming was telling the truth that Qin Shueshu felt somewhat troubled. On the one hand, he didn't like Zmo. On the other hand, he knew that Zmo and Yang Kai had come here together, so there was definitely some kind of friendship between the two of them. Whether it was the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace or Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba's senior sister, all of them chose to remain silent, choosing not to help either side and instead observing the development of the situation. Because none of them knew what the relationship between Yang Kai and Zmo was. Seeing countless pairs of eyes staring at him, Zmo smiled coldly. Staring at Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai sneered, "You want to waste her cultivation and make her your junior brother's maid?" Since someone had set their sights on Zmo, he naturally couldn't just stand idly by. In any case, Zmo was currently under his control. If she can't restore my junior brother to his original state, this will be her fate. Bai Xiaoming's expression was gloomy. "Your junior brother doesn't have such good fortune." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "She's already my maid." Zmo's chest heaved up and down. However, she couldn't refute. Saying that she was Yang Kai's maid was already giving her too much face. Her life and death was in Yang Kai's hands, what could she say? Although she was grinding her teeth, Zmo felt that this man was too hateful. To hate. because this man was now standing up for her. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. Because when they saw that ZMO didn't refute, all of them stared at ZMO and then at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with disbelief. These people had fallen into the hands of Yao He and Yao Shi, living a life of humiliation and torture, but the relationship between Yang Kai and ZMO was reversed. What kind of situation was this? How did he do it? On Leng Shan's face, an unnatural expression flashed. Strictly speaking, her status was the same as ZMO's. Only I can decide the life and death of my maid, you don't have the qualifications to do so. Yang Kai had long been unhappy with Bai Xiaoming, so at this moment he decided to vent it all out. Haha. Bai Xiaoming sneered, looking at Yang Kai contemptuously. It seems that you've become so infatuated with this Tianlang dragon lady that you don't even know which side you should stand on. For you to speak up for her like this, could it be that you've become a subject under her skirt? That's right, this woman is obviously a fox spirit, a promiscuous whore, there's nothing to lose by letting you play with her a few times. All the women's brows furrowed. Bai Xiaoming's words were too blunt and unpleasant to listen to, none of them could accept it. Zimo's beautiful face paled in anger, her tender body trembling slightly. Although she really did look like a slut, and her words and actions gave others the wrong impression, only those who knew her well would know that she was still a real girl. Get out of the way, I'm going to kill him. Zmo clenched her teeth, glaring at Bai Xiaoming with hatred, her expression cold. After being humiliated to this extent, there was no room for reconciliation. You can't do it. Yang Kai glared at her coldly. After all, she was a member of Tianlang dynasty, even if her strength was higher than Bai Xiaoming's, she could still defeat him, but once she started a fight with Bai Xiaoming, it would be impossible for the great Han dynasty to just sit back and watch. I don't care. I want him to die. Zmo went crazy, the yuan qi in her body raging uneasily. Get out of my way. Yang Kai angrily shouted. Zmo's expression froze, her anger subsiding a lot. She was intelligent and naturally understood what Yang Kai was worried about. Leng Shan, observing the situation, quickly rushed forward and pulled Zmo away. Both of them had experienced the pain of having their souls tortured, so they were well aware of Yang Kai's temperament. If they really disobeyed him, they would likely suffer another round of torture. Bai Xiaoming stared coldly at Zmo, his face filled with restlessness. Brother, you can't let her go. Bai Xiaoming's junior brother shouted from the side. Bai Xiaoming's eyes flashed a trace of determination, nodding slightly, and was about to rush towards Zmo when Yang Kai blocked his path. I'll play with you. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bai Xiaoming frowned. His expression filled with disgust. For a Tianlang dynasty slut, are you really willing to go against me? I already said, she is my maidservant, her life and death is up to me. You are not my opponent, I don't want to kill you. Bai Xiaoming's face was full of impatience. How do you know if you haven't fought? Yang Kai stood firm as a rock. Bai Xiaoming stared deeply at Yang Kai for a moment before nodding disdainfully. Good, since you want to die. You can't blame me. I'll kill you first, then I'll go find that dragon lady. Saying so, Bai Xiaoming fiercely pushed his palm towards Yang Kai. Yuan Qi was activated, and the wind from his palm whistled through the air. Cries of alarm rang out, no one had expected Bai Xiaoming to suddenly attack. He was a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator. On the other hand, Yang Kai was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator. If this kind of killing move continued, how could Yang Kai still be alive? Did he not care that Yang Kai had just saved his life? This person had clearly been blinded by anger, without the slightest bit of morality. Please show mercy. Han Shaoqi exclaimed. Yi Qingxi, wrapped in a bloody aura, rushed over. Zmo and Lin Shan both couldn't help opening their mouths in shock. In a flash, Yang Kai raised his palm and met Bai Xiaoming's attack head-on. Yuan Qi collided, and world energy surged. Asterisk thump 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 thump, asterisk Bai Xiaoming involuntarily retreated a dozen steps before regaining his footing, while Yang Kai remained motionless. Yi Qingxi, who was rushing over, came to a halt. The bloody aura around her body was faintly discernible, making her extremely surprised. Zmo and Ling Shan's eyes were filled with disbelief. The towering Zhou Ba narrowed his eyes, his chiseled face twitching a few times. Qin Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu's jaws dropped in shock. The brother and sister both felt like they were out of breath. Everyone's reaction was different, but they were all shocked that Yang Kai was able to repel Bai Xiaoming with a single palm. Separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, Yuanqi 4th stage. There was a difference of 5 minor realms. However, there was a great dividing line between them. Before the Yuanqi boundary, the Yuanqi in a cultivator's body was only Yuanqi, but after the Yuanqi boundary, the cultivator's body would be Yuanqi. The two were simply not on the same level. There had never been a separation and reunion boundary cultivator who could repel an Yuanqi boundary master in this realm, except for those extremely rare heavenly sons. But now, this shocking scene was happening right in front of everyone's eyes. Bai Xiaoming also stared at Yang Kai in horror, his left hand covering his right hand, desperately urging his Yuanqi to dissolve the true Yang Yuanqi that had invaded his body. His right palm was red, as if it was on fire, and this red color was spreading to his arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your Yuanqi. Bai Xiaoming's voice trembled, how can it be so pure? Yang Kai sneered, activating his movement skill, leaving behind an afterimage. In an instant, he appeared in front of Bai Xiaoming, his giant palm covering the sky. Bai Xiaoming exclaimed and hurriedly raised his palms to counter. Plucking cloud palm. The palm wind could push away clouds, an earth-grade high-rank martial skill with extraordinary power. Yang Kai's palm met Bai Xiaoming's attack head-on, and with a resounding bang, Bai Xiaoming's body suddenly shrank. Yang Kai was also slightly shaken, but after stabilizing his pace, he gathered his qi in his dantian and punched out. Bai Xiaoming was simply unable to defend against such a ferocious attack that came one after another without rest. This fist directly landed on his chest. Burning Sun's 3-layer explosion. More than a month ago, during the battle between Yang Kai and Qi Jianxing, Burning Sun's 3-layer explosion was perfectly countered by Qi Jianxing, who was at the 3rd level of Yuanqi. But at this moment, Bai Xiaoming, who was at the 4th level of Yuanqi, did not have this ability. Firstly, Yang Kai's Yuanqi was much purer than a month ago, all thanks to the brilliant flame liquid. Secondly, Qi Jianxing's 9-star sword sect was a first-class sect, while Bai Xiaoming's sect was only a 2nd-class sect. Their foundations were very different. Because of this, Burning Sun's 3-layer explosion exploded in Bai Xiaoming's body. Bai Xiaoming screamed, his face pale, and involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Since he had decided to fight with Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of letting him off easily. He had just saved this person's life, but instead of repaying his kindness, he had even tried to kill him. This kind of person was definitely a scourge. Coupled with the fact that he had repeatedly ridiculed Yang Kai, this only served to increase Yang Kai's desire to kill him. Yang Kai was not a kind person, others had already tried to bully him, so how could he endure? Suddenly suffering a big loss at Yang Kai's hands, Bai Xiaoming no longer dared to act arrogantly, his eyes filled with fear and resentment as he glared at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to use his full strength, he saw Yang Kai raise his palms and release a fierce burst of Yuanqi. Beast Soul Skill. 2 roars rang out as the giant tiger and divine ox, burning like fire, rushed out and joined forces with Yang Kai to attack Bai Xiaoming in a triangular formation. Shocked, Bai Xiaoming's heart was filled with panic as he struggled to cope with this attack, unable to fight back. The 2 beast souls and Yang Kai's figures crisscrossed, and in less than 3 breaths of time a hole appeared in Bai Xiaoming's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Bai Xiaoming fell on his back. His eyes were wide open. His face was filled with disbelief and grievance. Yang Kai looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him in shock. The battle had started quickly and ended quickly, but the result was something no one had expected. A separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator had actually taken the life of a Yuanqi 4th stage cultivator in the blink of an eye, seemingly effortless. In particular, Zmo and Lin Shan were even more shocked. Although the 2 of them had been together with Yang Kai for some time now, they had never seen him really fight. Even when they were dealing with the monster beast a moment ago, Yang Kai had only shown that he was slightly stronger than an ordinary separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Therefore, the two women had always thought that Yang Kai was only relying on some kind of special secret technique to control their souls. Even though he was wary of the other party, he didn't think much of the other party's strength. Thinking that Yang Kai was just a small separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, they didn't take him seriously. Many times, when Zmo and Lingshan talked about this matter, their hearts were filled with hatred. Part of the reason why Yang Kai was so presumptuous these days was because of this mentality. But now, Zmo and Lingshan discovered that Yang Kai, whom they had always looked down upon, was actually quite amazing. No matter what, Bai Xiaoming was a level 4 Yuanqi cultivator. Lingshan really wanted to fight him. It was not certain who would win or lose. Even if it was Zmo, it would take some effort to take him down. After such a comparison, Zmo and Lingshan were both shocked and speechless for a long time. Everyone else felt the same way. After killing Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai turned to look at his junior brother. This person had been chattering non-stop, clamoring for his brother to cripple Zmo's cultivation, and when Bai Xiaoming and Yang Kai were fighting, he had even pointed his gun at Yang Kai, his mouth constantly spewing out obscenities. Now, he had shut his mouth. As if he had lost his parents. Looking at Yang Kai in horror, his face instantly became pale as he saw the murderous intent and disgust in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai dared to kill Bai Xiaoming in front of so many people. How could he let him go? The two beast phantoms bared their fangs at him and immediately rushed towards him. No, no. The man struggled to get up and fled in panic. But he was now nothing more than a crippled Dantian cultivator, without a trace of Yuan Qi. How could he escape from the two beast phantoms? The giant tiger and divine ox rushed forward. A series of gnawing sounds rang out. Screams and pleas for mercy rang out. The faces of the dozen or so cultivators trembled. Some of the more soft-hearted cultivators opened their mouths but didn't know what to say. After a moment, the screams stopped and Bai Xiaoming's junior brother was also attacked by the beast phantoms, his body a bloody mess. Glancing around, Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply walked to the side. Zmo and Lingshan also silently walked over to his side, staring at him with a complex expression. Only now did the two women truly feel a sense of awe towards Yang Kai. Not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had controlled their souls, his terrifying combat prowess alone was enough for them to take him seriously. In a real life or death battle, Lingshan definitely wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. Zmo might be able to fight for a while, but Zmo didn't know if she could win. She didn't have much confidence. Recalling Yang Kai's sudden burst of strength, Zmo thought to herself. How did this man cultivate? Why does a separation and reunion 8th stage cultivator have the ability to fight across a great realm? Of the people who came here, which one of them wasn't an elite from their respective sect? Which one of them didn't have the ability to fight across a realm? But in front of Yang Kai, none of this was worth mentioning. He was the elite of this group of elites. It was almost foreseeable that if he didn't die, once he truly matured, he would definitely have a place in this great Han dynasty. Thank you. After a long time, Zmo softly thanked him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her, smiling faintly. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to help you. Zmo stared blankly. Then what, is it just because he ridiculed you before? Yes. Yang Kai bluntly admitted. Zmo opened her mouth and smiled bitterly. You're really petty. You need to change your character. But, you're really strong, I've underestimated you before. What's wrong, are you impressed by my strength? Do you want to commit yourself to me? Yang Kai chuckled. Hearing this, Zmo couldn't help but recall the unfinished business she had with Yang Kai. In an instant, her expression became cold as she ground her teeth. Sooner or later I'll make you pay the price. You said it yourself, I'm a petty person. It's not a wise choice to speak such harsh words to me. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. Zmo felt bitter, but she didn't dare to refute. If she did, who knew what he would do? If he really did take her virginity, Zmo wouldn't even have a place to cry even if she wanted to. A moment later, the sound of footsteps rang out not far away. Yang Kai looked up and saw the group of people from the Great Han Dynasty, led by Qin Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu, walking towards him. Yang Kai stood up and looked at them quietly. Yi Qingxi smiled towards Yang Kai, And the others who had some friendship with Yang Kai also looked at him without the slightest psychological burden, only a few of them had some kind of dread on their faces. Yang Kai had just killed Bai Xiaoming and decisively eliminated his junior brother who had no power to resist. This kind of ruthless method of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots made them somewhat uncomfortable, but since their hands were also stained with blood, they could understand Yang Kai's actions. At this moment, they didn't show any hostility, obviously they had accepted the facts. Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother had been speaking some demoralizing words these days, so his popularity wasn't very good. The scene just now had happened right under their noses, so none of them were people who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Naturally, they wouldn't blame the deaths of Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother on Yang Kai. In this place, it was already too late to protect oneself, so who would care about the life or death of others? On top of that, these two were annoying people, so their deaths were meaningless. Qin Shuaishu stepped forward and together with Su Xiaoyu, handed over a large handful of blood beads and said, "These are the harvest from just now, as well as the blood beads left behind by Yao He and Yao Shi when they killed this girl's monster beast. There are a total of 82 of them, Brother Yang, please count them." Zemo's 30 to 40 monster beast had been killed without any resistance, and with the addition of the monster beast controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, the harvest from this battle was huge. Yang Kai glanced at him and didn't refuse, reaching out and taking all the blood beads. Although everyone had a share in killing the monster beast, if it weren't for Yang Kai's plan and acting out such a good play, they wouldn't have been able to regain their freedom. Compared to these blood beads, being able to keep their lives was their greatest gain. What's more, after the battle, Yang Kai had even taken out some healing pills for them to consume, which was already the best he could do. "These are the blood beads of those 4 people, all of them at the Yuanqi boundary." Yi Qingxi smiled tenderly, placing another 4 larger and purer blood beads into Yang Kai's hands. Seeing Yang Kai's bountiful harvest, many people were envious, but even though they were envious, no one tried to snatch them, nor did they show any greed. Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and seeing this scene, secretly nodded and relaxed, knowing that there were only a few like Bai Xiaoming and his brother. Qin Shuaishu's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Brother Yang, for saving our lives. This kindness will be engraved in my heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you generously." The dozen or so people all cupped their fists respectfully. Yang Kai also returned the gesture with a dignified expression. No one mentioned Bai Xiaoming's death. Even if all of these people made it out alive, they probably wouldn't mention it to anyone else. In this isolated world, it was normal for a few people to die. As long as no one leaked that Yang Kai was the one who killed Bai Xiaoming, the sect behind him would naturally not come looking for trouble with Yang Kai. This incident was thus covered up, and everyone had a tacit understanding. The atmosphere gradually became harmonious, and the little bit of estrangement and fear that originally existed instantly dissipated, but when everyone looked at Zmo, their expressions were still somewhat unnatural. If she was a cultivator of the great Han dynasty, it would be a good story to say the least. But after all, Zmo was a cultivator of the Tianlang dynasty and had attacked them before, so this matter had risen to a whole new level. Even if some people wanted to reconcile, they still had some scruples. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Zmo was intelligent and was well aware of this, so she slipped away to the side, her figure hanging in the air. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai suddenly looked at Qin Shuaishu and asked, "Brother Chen, is there something else?" Qin Shuaishu's hesitant appearance allowed Yang Kai to see what he wanted to say. Qin Shuaishu was stunned for a moment before immediately smiling wryly, "We really do have something we want to ask." "There's no harm in asking." Qin Shuaishu pointed to his own dantian, the insect inside. "Is it dead?" Yao He and Yao Shi were already dead, but the soul-controlling insect they had planted in the great Han dynasty cultivator was still alive, which was the most worrying thing for everyone. Li Xian Yuan of the Pure Heart Palace had already been drilled into the dantian, and his junior brother Sua Feng had been supporting him, so who knew if he would become the next one. Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zmo. Zmo expressionlessly said, "It's not dead, it's still alive in your bodies." Everyone's faces paled as they stared at Zmo. Yang Kai also frowned and asked, "Do you have a way to get them out?" "Those aren't the soul-controlling insects I planted." ZMO slowly shook her head, her brow furrowed as she continued, in fact, it's not a big deal to keep them inside, they just need to absorb a little bit of yuan qi to survive. Without anyone's orders, they won't harm you. Once you reach the immortal ascension boundary, you can naturally use your divine sense to force them out or return to your sect and have your elders deal with them. This was the lowest level of soul-controlling insects. In addition to being afraid of heat, using one's divine sense to deal with them was also a powerful weapon. That being said, everyone was still frowning. None of them believed ZMO. What's more, even if what ZMO said was true, anyone who had an insect in a dantian would feel somewhat uncomfortable. If in a life-or-death battle, this insect moved, it could lead to serious consequences. ZMO saw the expressions on everyone's faces and smiled contemptuously, but if you really want to get these insects out now, I have a way, I just don't know if you'd be willing to let me try. Everyone's expression became bitter as they all turned to look at Yang Kai. None of them believed ZMO. If this Tian Lang girl used some kind of trick to control them, then. But if they didn't agree, everyone would also feel uneasy. Having an insect in a dantian, no matter how they thought about it, it was strange. ZMO sneered, satisfied with her mischievous thoughts and said, "My mistress can help you." "Your mistress?" Qin Shueshu couldn't help but cough lightly. Yang Kai's expression also became awkward as he glared at ZMO bitterly. "Brother Yang, did you really accept her as a maidservant?" Qin Shueshu asked enviously. Su Xiaoyu pinched him fiercely from the side, causing Qin Shueshu's face to twist, but he didn't dare say anything. "She's bullshit. She wants me dead." Yang Kai flatly denied, snorting. He frowned and said, "But I might have a way. It's just that I haven't tried it on a human yet." The soul-controlling insect was afraid of heat, and his true Yang Yuan Qi was its nemesis. Now that Yao He and Yao Shi were no longer controlling them, as long as he used his true Yang Yuan Qi, he would be able to force the soul-controlling insect out of their bodies. Previously, Yang Kai had used this method to force the soul-controlling insect out of the head of a rank 5 monster beast, the Xianxia golden shadow leopard. From there, he learned the secret of the soul-controlling insect. However, if the target was a human, Yang Kai didn't dare to make any guarantees. These people were the elites of their respective sections. The place where the soul-controlling insect was located was the most vulnerable and sensitive part of the dantian. A small mistake could lead to serious consequences. Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, everyone felt uneasy. "Try it on me." Li Xian Yuan of the Pure Heart Palace suddenly said weakly, a bitter smile hanging on his face, "In any case, my cultivation has been crippled, so if I can let Brother Yang practice on it, it can be considered as doing everyone a favor." Suifang immediately said, "Brother, don't say that. Dantian's crippled cultivation can still be repaired, as long as we can find a good medicine. If you want to try, I'll go first." Junior brother, Li Xian Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Brother, there's nothing to worry about. Even if Brother Yang fails, isn't it just a life? I'll live like this. A life worse than death. Don't argue. I don't have much confidence in myself." Yang Kai frowned, then reached out and beckoned to ZMO, "What do you want?" ZMO's face was filled with dissatisfaction, but she still obediently walked over. Seeing her so obedient, the great Han dynasty's people became more and more surprised. Could it be that the relationship between her and Yang Kai was really that of a servant and master? This was too strange. "Tell me about it. What do I need to do?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. ZMO explained in detail. The method was exactly the same as what Yang Kai had used on the Xianxia golden shadow leopard before, but he had to be more careful. Either he incinerated the Xianxia golden shadow leopard quickly, not giving it any time to react, or he had to use gentle methods to force it out. He absolutely couldn't let it feel uneasy, otherwise, it might really break through his dantian. After understanding this point, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before looking at everyone and asking, "Are you sure you want me to do it?" The group nodded. "Good, I can only guarantee that I will do my best to help you, but you will have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai didn't want to get into trouble because of this. Han Shaoqi smiled and said, "Of course, we believe you can do it." The others also didn't object, naturally agreeing with his statement. Yang Kai nodded. After pondering for a long time, he decided to choose the second method. The first method was certainly faster, but the drawbacks were also very big. If he didn't control it well, he would only end up hurting others. Glancing at Li Xianyuan, Yang Kai said, "I'll try it on you first." Li Xianyuan smiled and nodded. Suifeng wanted to say something, but he was stopped by a glare. Lifting his robes and exposing his lower abdomen, the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace couldn't help blushing, but they didn't dare turn their heads and stared at him. Yang Kai reached out and covered Li Xianyuan's dantian, took a deep breath, and immersed himself in controlling his true Yang Yuan Qi, slowly pouring it into Li Xianyuan's body. Not long after, Yang Kai felt where the soul-controlling insect was. With a thought, he became even more cautious. His true Yang Yuan Qi turned into thousands of threads and wrapped around the soul-controlling insect, wrapping it up before it could react. Li Xianyuan's face suddenly turned red. He was now a cripple, so the hot Yuan Qi pouring in was somewhat difficult to resist, but this person's perseverance was very strong. Even if his abdomen was burning, he still gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound, only the veins on his forehead throbbing and sweat pouring down his forehead. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Bear with it." As soon as his voice fell, he affected the true Yang Yuan Qi, forcing the soul-controlling insect out bit by bit. The soul-controlling insect was clearly struggling, which increased Li Xianyuan's pain. As the junior brother, Suifeng couldn't bear to watch from the side, his heart in his throat. Very quickly, the soul-controlling insect was forced out of the dantian. At this point, Yang Kai could finally let go of his hands and feet, no longer needing to be restrained. His true Yang Yuan Qi suddenly increased in strength. Not long after, everyone could clearly see a small dot appear on Li Xianyuan's abdomen. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He cut a small hole in the abdomen and directly took out the soul-controlling insect, burning it to ashes. At the same time, Li Xianyuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and weakly collapsed. "Brother!" Suifeng was shocked and quickly went to support him. After a while, Li Xianyuan weakly opened his eyes and chuckled, "It was really uncomfortable, but I'm also free." Seeing that he was safe, everyone felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts. Yang Kai's confidence greatly increased and he quickly looked around, "Who's next?" "I'll do it." Qin Shueshu shouted impatiently and then sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. Having succeeded once, Yang Kai naturally had a much easier time, but Qin Shueshu was different from Li Xianyuan. He still had the Yuan Qi in his body, so even if he relaxed his mind and body, the Yuan Qi would automatically resist Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only increase the output of his Yuan Qi and take a long time to release the soul-controlling insect. One after another, there were 17 to 18 people in total, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely tired. After half a day, only a few women were left. Azure Sex Xi Qingxi, Water Moon Hall's Feng Qianhen, Reflecting Moon Sex Su Xiaoyu, and the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace. With the exception of Yi Qingxi, who was the most charming of the lot, the other women all blushed, glancing around at each other in embarrassment. The reason was simple: when Yang Kai was pulling the soul-controlling insect, his hand was covering the dantian. The dantian was the lower abdomen, the delicate navel. Thinking of this, the women all blushed. Yi Qingxi pursed her lips and giggled, "I'll go first, you little girls, why are you so shy? It's not like he'll eat you." "Ahem." Yang Kai said seriously, "Don't tease me." The expressions of the group of men around them also became strange. Sitting down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, Yi Qingxi's eyes shone like water as she stared at Yang Kai boldly, slowly unbuttoning her clothes. Kacha, kacha, heavy breathing sounds rang out. Yi Qingxi's enchanting figure was like a ripe peach, her face charming and her figure graceful. Such a mature woman's temptation to men was extremely strong. Seeing her unbuttoning her clothes and about to reveal her beautiful body, the group of men naturally stared intently. Who would want to miss such a wonderful moment? Hee hee. Yi Qingxi not only didn't show any signs of fear, she even giggled. "Little vixen." All the men present breathed heavily. Han Xiaoqi's expression became cold as she glanced around. Close your dog eyes, close your dog eyes." Su Xiaoyu kept sweeping her hand across her brother's eyes, causing Chen Shuishu's face to redden as he blinked, feeling like a cat was scratching at his heart. Yi Qingxi's movements also stopped and she smiled. You really want to stay? Heh. Suifeng, Chu Jingshan, and the others suddenly smiled and licked their lips. We thought you wouldn't mind. Nonsense. Yi Qingxi rolled her eyes at them. I'm just giving you some face, you don't even have the slightest self-awareness. Do you want me to drive you away? Let's go. Suifeng supported Xian Yuan and quickly retreated with the other men. After a while, all of them sighed regretfully. Don't pull me away. Chen Shuishu was anxious as he was hugged by Zhou Ba, unable to resist. My junior sister is still there, I have to watch. Get away. Su Xiaoyu said shyly. After all the men had retreated 1,000 meters away and determined that they couldn't see anything, the women relaxed. Yang Kai's expression was calm and natural as he turned to Yi Qingxi and said, continue. Yi Qingxi's face blushed slightly as she took a deep breath, grit her teeth, and continued to unbutton her clothes. Yi Han's eyes widened as her cheeks burned as she stammered, do we all have to do this? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Yi Han immediately covered her cheeks. Can we not take off our clothes? Yang Kai frowned. If you're not afraid of making a mistake, you can. But direct contact will make it easier for me to control Yuan Qi. What he said was the truth. Being separated by a layer of clothing was definitely not as convenient as physical contact to control her Yuan Qi. Han Xiaoqi's eyelashes fluttered as she whispered. Junior brother Yang is a gentleman, what are you afraid of? Yi Han stammered, I'm not afraid. Before she could finish speaking, she threw herself into the arms of Lu Qingru's senior sister and hid. ZMO, who was standing nearby, sneered meaningfully, causing all the other women's expressions to become unnatural. Don't make a sound. Yang Kai glared at her for a moment before stretching out his hand and placing it on Yi Qingxi's smooth belly. As soon as he touched her, Yi Qingxi couldn't help shivering, grit her teeth, and stared straight at Yang Kai with watery eyes, as if she wanted to see into his heart. His exposed skin was suffused with a layer of faint red light. Yang Kai was unscrupulous and without the slightest hint of guilt, his pair of thieving eyes roamed over Yi Qingxi's body as his hands continued to move, controlling her true young Yuan Qi to perfection. Little bastard. How could Yi Qingxi not see the change in Yang Kai's demeanor? His eyes were even sharper than a thief's, so she couldn't help blushing as she scolded him. You can't see anything. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Indeed, he couldn't see anything. All women were wearing corsets and Yi Qingxi hadn't taken off all her clothes, so even if Yang Kai wanted to see, he couldn't. Shameless. Yi Qingxi ground her teeth so hard they were about to break. Although she said this, there was still a trace of a smile on her face. She was simply angered by Yang Kai. There had never been a man who dared to take advantage of her so unscrupulously. A gentleman. ZMO ridiculed from the side, glancing over at Han Xiaoqi faintly, the latter's pretty face suddenly blushing red. Just now, she had wanted to use this big hat of gentleman to pressure Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't buy it at all. Han Xiaoqi finally understood what Yang Kai meant when he said a man's true colors. In front of a beauty, which man wouldn't take a few glances? If he really was indifferent, that would be a problem. On the surface he was indifferent, but on the inside he was acting dirty. At least, his true nature, without the slightest pretentious. Thinking up to here, Han Xiaoqi let out a sigh of relief. Just take it as a reward for him. A short time later, a small bulge appeared on Yi Qingxi's waist. Yang Kai was about to cut it, but Yang Kai, Yi, if you leave a scar, I won't let you. At a time like this, you still care about such things. Yang Kai was speechless for a while before he raised his hand and cut open a small wound. He forced the soul-controlling insect out and burned it. Next? Yang Kai turned to look at the women. The girls all looked at each other and hesitated for a long time before Han Xiaoqi braced herself and blushed. I'll do it. As the senior sister of the four from the 10,000 Flower Palace, she felt that she had to set an example. Sitting in front of Yang Kai, she methodically unbuttoned her clothes, closed her eyes, and entered a meditative state. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai became even more impolite. One by one. Of the 4 from 10,000 Flower Palace, Han Xiaoqi's elegance, Yi Han's tenderness, Lu Qingru's charm, and Hua Ruoyin's tranquility. Each of them had a different temperament. Coupled with Yi Qingxi's charm and Feng Qianhen's agility, Yang Kai was addicted to watching. Finally, it was Su Xiaoyu's turn. After she sat in front of him, she blushed and was about to unbutton her clothes, but Yang Kai reached out and stopped her. "You don't need to. Isn't it difficult to control Yuan Qi?" Su Xiaoyu asked softly. "I've tried so many times, now I should be able to do it with clothes on," Yang Kai explained. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not finished yet, Yang Kai reached out and tore a piece of cloth from his clothes. Then he blindfolded his eyes. Seeing this scene, Yi Han angrily said, "Why did you cover your eyes when it was Su Xiaoyu's turn?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "She has a man, if I don't cover my eyes, I'm afraid Brother Chen will try to kill me." N. Yi Han nodded thoughtfully, smiling as she said, "You're quite considerate." "Of course, who do you think I am? Do you think I'm some kind of pervert?" The group of women all looked a little apologetic, feeling like they had misunderstood Yang Kai. Han Xiaoqi was feeling guilty, but suddenly her expression became cold. "Just now, can you also cover your eyes?" To force out the soul-controlling insect, he only needed to use his hands and true Yang Yuan Qi, it didn't matter if he couldn't see. Originally, she hadn't thought of this, but now seeing Yang Kai do this, Han Xiaoqi suddenly became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't dare to answer, his face filled with embarrassment. Han Xiaoqi's tender body suddenly began to tremble. The other women glanced at each other and immediately sneered, rushing forward and smashing him with their fists. Half an hour later, the group of girls conversed with the others while chatting and laughing. Chen Shuishu was the first to rush over. He held his junior sister's hand and asked anxiously, "How is it? How is it?" Su Xiaoyu quickly explained what had just happened. Chen Shuishu immediately looked towards Yang Kai gratefully. Yang Kai taking care of his face and dignity as a man undoubtedly made Chen Shuishu feel very moved. Looking up, Chen Shuishu saw Yang Kai's swollen face and immediately became shocked. "Brother Yang, you..." Yang Kai smiled bitterly, minor injuries. Serves you right." ZMO gloated from the side. Yang Kai didn't care, thinking about it for a moment before taking out 2 bottles of healing pills from his universe bag and handing them to Chen Shuishu. "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Chen Shuishu took them and asked curiously. "Keep these for everyone in case of emergency. Also, if you encounter Wu Qingyi, don't trust him," Yang Kai said solemnly. "What's wrong?" Hearing him mention Wu Qingyi, everyone gathered around. Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened before. After listening, everyone's expression became ugly. Suifeng angrily cursed, "Yes, I was wondering why Qi Jianxing suddenly disappeared. It turns out he was sent out by Wu Qingyi to kill Brother Yang. The last time I asked him, he told me he was just going to explore and would be back in a few days." Chen Shuishu was even more furious, that bastard schemes are truly ruthless. What a vicious method. Just for a bottle of healing medicine, you actually want to kill them all. Han Xiaoqi frowned, "It turns out we were all wrong about him. If we had continued to follow him, perhaps we would have encountered some kind of accident. Just for a bottle of healing pills." Wu Qingyi was willing to kill Yang Kai, so there was no guarantee he wouldn't do the same to any of the cultivators around him. So many people, so many blood beads, and all of them were Yuan Qi masters. It was enough for Wu Qingyi to break through to the next realm. "Next time we meet him, elder sister will help you teach him a lesson." Yi Qingxi's brow furrowed. She had come from the Endless Sea Islands, so she had no scruples when it came to the 9-star sword school. Now that this group of people had joined forces, the Tianlang dynasty's monster beast army no longer existed. In addition to Wu Qingyi, only Qi Shui and the 6th Order monster beast were left. However, even with the 6th Order monster beast enslaved, Qi Shui wanting to deal with so many people on his own was still somewhat unrealistic. In short, with this group of people here, as long as they did not separate, they were invincible existences. Chen Shuishu, on the other hand, saw some clues from Yang Kai's words, "Brother Yang, you..." Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists, and said, I want to leave. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and Yihan asked, You want to leave? Why do you want to leave? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Xianxia rolled her eyes and stepped forward. Is it because I just beat you up and you're not feeling well? If that's the case, elder sister will let you beat me up, so please be gentle with me. It's nothing, I just have my own considerations. Yang Kai did not explain further. Hearing this sentence, Zmo looked at him strangely, her heart slightly moved. The others also guessed something, looking at Zmo and then at Yang Kai, hesitating to speak. That's all. Yang Kai smiled, turning to Lingshan, you stay with them. Saying so, he called out to the old demon in his heart. But there was no response, so Yang Kai knew this old demon must have sealed him. After unsealing the seal, Yang Kai looked at Lingshan and said, I have a grudge with your Ghost King Valley. Jinhao was killed by me, and so was Yu Qingkuan. If you want to avenge them in the future, just come to High Heaven Pavilion and find me. If it was 10 days ago, Yang Kai would definitely not have spared Lingshan's life, but now that they had gone through so much together, it would be unreasonable to kill her. Lingshan's eyelashes fluttered as she shook her head, no need. Yang Kai smiled lightly, that would be for the best. Saying so, he glanced at her forehead, hesitating for a moment before saying, I can't take back the gift I gave you for the time being. Wait until I break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Lingshan nodded slightly, squeezing out a smile, I believe it won't be long. She naturally knew what Yang Kai's gift was, it was nothing more than the brand in her mind. If the brand didn't change, she would forever be Yang Kai's slave, her life and death uncontrollable. On this point, Yang Kai hadn't lied to her. That brand was something the old demon had helped him plant, and whether it was Zmo or Lingshan, both of them had personally sent their divine senses to Yang Kai. If not for this, there would have been no way to plant the brand. However, if they wanted to remove it, it wouldn't be so simple, Yang Kai would have to use his own means to do so. Everyone, the green hills do not change, the green water flows forever. Farewell, we will meet again. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Take care. Yang Kai turned around and flew off like a meteor. Zmo didn't say a word, silently following behind him. After a long time, Chen Shueshu said, in fact, there's nothing wrong with that Tianlang woman following us. Brother Yang has too many concerns. Xianxia smiled charmingly, can you guarantee that you can lead that Tianlang woman with a calm heart? Chen Shueshu was stunned for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. Zmo had once been their enemy and was also the cultivator of Tianlang. With a soul-controlling insect in her hands, no one could treat her with a calm heart. If she stayed, no one would embarrass her out of respect for Yang Kai, but they would definitely be on guard against her. As an outsider, she naturally wouldn't feel comfortable. Yang Kai must have taken her with this in mind. Lingshan, is that woman really Brother Yang's maid? Chen Shueshu asked curiously. Lingshan glanced at him coldly before turning around and leaving him with her back to him. What did I say wrong? Chen Shueshu was speechless. At that moment, he had seen the disgust in Lingshan's eyes, but he hadn't realized that his question had also poked Lingshan's sore spot. Walking through the dense forest, Zmo stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression. Several times she wanted to say something but hesitated, not knowing what to say. Silence lingered between the two of them as Yang Kai simply dashed forward, stopping from time to time, frowning as he pondered, glancing left and right, then suddenly setting off again. Zmo was like a tail, closely following behind Yang Kai, never leaving his side. A day later, Zmo finally couldn't stand the silence any longer, and in a fit of pique, she froze in place. Yang Kai ran a few thousand meters before realizing something was wrong and quickly rushed back, only to see that Zmo was still standing in place, staring at him coldly with her chin slightly raised. What are you doing? Yang Kai frowned, his expression quite unpleasant. I was going to ask you what you were doing. Zmo's chest heaved up and down as she spat out these harsh words, her voice softening a lot. In fact, you don't need to do this. What do I do? Yang Kai looked at her questioningly. Separate from those people. With them, you don't need to worry about your own safety. Now in this isolated world, besides you, me, and that group of people, only my brother is left. With their strength and numbers, they don't need to fear my brother and Wu Qingyi, so separating from them is not a wise choice. Yang Kai looked her up and down, his mouth slowly blooming into an inexplicable smile. You don't think I separated from those people because I was worried about your situation, right? Yang Kai frowned. Zimo's face reddened as she stared straight at Yang Kai. Instead, she asked, is that not the case? You think too highly of yourself. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. You are the cultivator of Tianlang, and before yesterday, we were enemies. Even if you acted well, in your heart, you still wanted to take my life. If you are not benevolent, then I will not be righteous. Why should I care if you live or die? Zmo was so angry that her chest heaved up and down as she ground her teeth. Ever since I was controlled by you. Which part of me didn't do well? I know you care a lot about your reputation and are stubborn, but you don't have to be so heartless, right? It was the same when he killed Bai Xiaoming. Although he was annoyed that Bai Xiaoming had ridiculed him before, it was more or less because he wanted to stand up for himself. However, this man refused to admit it no matter what. Zmo was smart, so whatever he said was the truth. She wouldn't point it out and make him lose face. But now, he actually said that. Was face that important? Are there feelings between us? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and stepped forward, reaching out and wrapping his arm around Zmo's waist, his hand unceremoniously stroking her smooth and tender skin. Zmo quickly stretched out her hands and blocked Yang Kai's chest. Her upper body bent backwards, and a numb feeling came from her waist. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She frowned and coldly rebuked, "What are you doing? You said I'm heartless, but I'll show you that I'm heartless." Yang Kai's hands became even more unbridled. "Let me go." Zmo's expression turned cold. Yang Kai grinned. He no longer acted presumptuously and loosened his grip. Zmo quickly retreated a few steps, opening up some distance between them, her face filled with vigilance. You're right. Yang Kai suddenly nodded. Part of the reason I separated from them was because I was worried about your situation. Zmo's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of emotion. No matter what, you're still my slave. You're my servant, so if you don't have any face, I won't have any face either, right? Zmo's pretty face suddenly became cold again. This damn stinky man. Zmo cursed in her heart, secretly hating him. But that's not the main reason. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. What's the main reason? Zmo took a deep breath and asked. I'm going to find Wu Qingyi. Yang Kai's face flashed a fierce light. I'm going to kill him. Wu Qingyi had sent his junior brother to take Yang Kai's life, but Yang Kai wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Wu Qingyi must pay the price for his actions. As a 9-star sword faction disciple, his status was definitely not low. Once he escaped from this isolated world, it would be difficult to kill him outside, so Yang Kai wanted to deal with him here. This opportunity was now or never. What's more, Wu Qingyi must have a treasure like the brilliant flame liquid on him, so Yang Kai couldn't just let him go. Although the brilliant flame liquid was no longer useful to him, it was still useful to others. However, if they acted together with this group of people, even if they killed Wu Qingyi, there wouldn't be enough brilliant flame liquid to share. Yang Kai wanted to monopolize it. You're really bold. Someone who can escape from my brother's hands must have extraordinary strength. I won't deny that you're very strong, but do you think you can win against that Wu Qingyi? Zmo stared at Yang Kai like she was looking at a monster, her face filled with disbelief, thinking to herself that this person was really bold. Whether I can win or not, we'll know after we fight. Yang Kai snorted and stared at Zmo meaningfully. Don't I still have you here to help me? What do you think I brought you out here for? Zmo's pretty face went cold as she stamped her foot. You can go die now. So he has so many plans. She had just been a little touched by his words. Haha. Laughing heartily, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently stroked Zmo's face, pretending to be mesmerized by her beauty. Don't be so heartless. If you spend more time with me, you'll discover many of my strong points. Maybe you'll even fall for me. Shameless. Zmo sneered. Although his words were a bit shameless, it was undeniable that this young man had many qualities that other men of his generation didn't have. These qualities that were unintentionally revealed were very attractive, especially to women. Knowing his true thoughts, ZMO was no longer annoyed, instead smiling slightly and asking, "You've been looking everywhere for traces of that Wu Qingyi, have you found any clues?" No, Yang Kai shook his head. For a master like him, it's very easy for him to hide his tracks. After a short pause, Yang Kai smiled confidently, "But as long as he's still here, we'll find him." "I think I can help you." ZMO chuckled. Yang Kai nodded, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Over the next few days, Yang Kai and ZMO searched for traces of Wu Qingyi while also searching for Monster Beast. Yao He and Yao Shi had controlled more than 100 monster beasts that day, and although they had killed 30 to 40 of them, there were still nearly 70 left. These were probably the only monster beast left in this isolated world. After a few days, their harvest was not great. ZMO only managed to control 7 monster beasts with her soul controlling insects. These controlled monster beasts were scattered around, greatly increasing the range and efficiency of their search. 10 days later, the number of monster beasts controlled by ZMO had increased to 15, and on this day, Yang Kai finally found traces of Wu Qingyi. One of the monster beasts that had been scattered around suddenly died, and when Yang Kai and ZMO went to investigate, they were surprised to find some traces of sword qi left behind. "It's Wu Qingyi." Yang Kai's expression brightened. This sword qi could not be displayed by ordinary people, only a disciple of the 9-star sword faction could. On top of that, the one who had died was a 5th-order monster beast, so to be able to kill it in a single blow, the strength of the one who used this sword qi was definitely not low. Combining all the clues, Yang Kai almost instantly determined that it was Wu Qingyi who had killed it. Following these clues, they quickly chased after him, but after half a day, they lost track of Wu Qingyi. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. For the first time he felt that without cultivating his divine sense, even finding someone was so troublesome. If he cultivated his divine sense, it would be a different story. As long as his divine sense was strong enough, he would be able to see everything within a dozen kilometers at a glance. Just as Yang Kai was feeling vexed, ZMO's expression suddenly changed as she looked towards Yang Kai and said, "My brother is nearby." Yang Kai turned to look at her and asked, "Qi Shui?" N. ZMO's expression was very ugly. "He has a 6th-order monster beast, combined with his own strength, he is invincible here. If you meet him, you will die, we need to avoid him." "He's also here. Could it be he was chasing after Wu Qingyi?" Yang Kai's mind raced. When the 4 Tianlang San Luo temple disciples had besieged the great Han dynasty's cultivator with their monster beast army, except for Wu Qingyi, who had managed to escape with his own strength, the others had all been captured. After that, Qi Shui had led his 6th-order monster beast to chase after Wu Qingyi. Yang Kai was also doing the same thing. The two of them had the same goal, so it was not surprising that they would meet. "It's too late." ZMO's beautiful face went pale as she quickly turned her head to the side and whispered, "Don't say anything, I'll deal with him. If he finds out about the relationship between you and me, he definitely won't let you off." Yang Kai looked at her strangely. ZMO coldly snorted, "I'm just trying to protect myself, don't think too much about it. If you wanted to kill me, it would only take a single thought. So I can't let you be in any danger, lest you try to drag me down with you." "Heh heh." Yang Kai chuckled and turned his head towards the direction ZMO was looking at. A majestic monster beast leapt out from the nearby jungle. This monster beast looked like a mix between a wolf and a tiger. Its body was vigorous and its 4 limbs were powerful, giving off a ferocious aura. Its body was more than 10 meters long, and even though it was several dozen meters away, this monster beast still gave Yang Kai an inexplicable sense of oppression. 6th-order monster beast. A veritable 6th-order monster beast. When it appeared, the monster beast around ZMO all crouched down, like mice that had seen a cat. On the back of the monster beast sat a young man wearing a purple robe, about 25 to 26 years old, with sword-like eyebrows, a pair of piercing eyes, and a cold expression. This was Qi Shui. Compared to Wu Qingyi, he had a completely different temperament. In comparison, Wu Qingyi was calmer, while Qi Shui was more overbearing, but no matter who it was, they both gave off a sense of arrogance. Both were proud sons of the heavens, so they had the qualifications to be arrogant. Qishue looked at ZMO and let the sixth-order monster beast he was sitting on walk forward, not even sparing a glance at young Kai. The sixth-order monster beast came to a stop a few dozen meters away. "Big brother." ZMO stepped forward and saluted. The sixth-order monster beast let out a low roar filled with menace. The monster beast's reaction made ZMO's heart skip a beat. Looking at her big brother, she found that he was staring at her with cold eyes. "Yao He and Yao Shi are dead, do you know that?" After a long silence, Qishue finally spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous light, as if warning ZMO that her answer would determine her fate. ZMO felt a chill run down her spine, frowning. "I killed them." Qishue's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted, "You killed them?" "Yes." ZMO replied without fear. "Give me a reason." Qishue coldly snorted, his face cold and ruthless. ZMO trembled slightly and replied, "They killed my monster beast, took my soul-controlling insect, and destroyed a thread of my divine sense." Qishue frowned, looking at ZMO suspiciously. "Why did they do that?" ZMO sneered, "Brother, you already know the answer in your heart, why ask me?" Qishue closed his eyes for a moment before nodding slightly. They dared to act against you, they brought this upon themselves." Hearing this sentence, ZMO couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Qishue really wanted to stick his neck out for Yao He and Yao Shi, then things would become quite bad. Fortunately, Qishue still had some semblance of a brother and didn't indiscriminately punish ZMO, but, "You alone can't kill them." Qishue faintly said, "Who helped you?" ZMO bit her red lips, not saying a word. Qishue glanced at young Kai, his expression indifferent. "I don't care about the fight between you and Yao He and Yao Shi. When we return, Master will deal with it impartially. But, if an outsider acts against them, you should know how to deal with it." "I know." ZMO whispered. "Then, kill him." Qishue stretched out his hand and pointed at young Kai, his expression cold. His tone brooked no argument. Young Kai's heart skipped a beat, secretly becoming vigilant. He hadn't expected ZMO's brother to be so decisive and ruthless. ZMO raised her head, her eyes flashing with a hint of struggle. She definitely couldn't do anything to young Kai. As long as she had such thoughts, young Kai would be able to kill her. But Qishue was right in front of her, forcing her to do something, no matter how intelligent ZMO was. At this moment, he didn't know how to solve the problem in front of him. No matter what she chose, it was impossible to satisfy both of them at the same time. "You are with me, so there is no need for him to protect you. What are you waiting for?" Qishue coldly urged. ZMO's chest heaved as she struggled, unable to make up her mind. After a long time, ZMO raised her head and smiled bitterly. "I can't kill him." Scarlet blood narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. "Why?" Young Kai sneered in his heart as he waited for ZMO's reply. Once she revealed his secret, she would suffer an unforgettable punishment. "Because I like him." ZMO's eyes were firm, her cheeks slightly flushed. After that, she added, "I'm already his woman, so I can't do anything to him." Young Kai was dumbfounded as he stared at ZMO in amazement. He never thought that this woman would come up with such a lame excuse. Qishue's face was also filled with shock as he stared at ZMO with a pained expression. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What did you say?" "I said, I like him, I'm already his woman." ZMO had already broken the jar, so when she said such a thing for the second time, her expression was undoubtedly much more natural. Qishue was so angry that he laughed. "You like a big man's cultivator?" "Yes." ZMO secretly glanced at young Kai and saw his ruddy face filled with self-satisfaction. She couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. She couldn't wait to go up and slap him a few times to vent her anger. Although she also knew that this excuse was too lame, at this point, she really couldn't think of a better one. However, this man was still so proud of himself, completely unaware of the bitterness in her heart. Qishue's face was cold as he stared at young Kai, taking a deep breath and saying, "You really didn't plant a soul-controlling insect. It seems you weren't lying." Young Kai's heart went cold. Qishue's words inadvertently revealed an important piece of information. He seemed to be able to sense the existence of a soul-controlling insect. "I don't need to lie to you." ZMO forced a smile. Good, good. Qi Shui's Yuanqi surged as his murderous intent spread out. Since you don't know how to respect yourself, even that big man's trash can easily possess you. This big brother doesn't need to be biased towards you. This time when we return, I will report everything to Master. You can just wait to receive your punishment. Zemo's tender body trembled as she remained silent. As for him, Qi Shui coldly stared at young Kai. If you don't want to kill him, then this big brother will do it for you. As soon as his voice fell, the more than a dozen monster beasts controlled by Zmo suddenly stood up and rushed towards young Kai, baring their fangs fiercely. Young Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared at Zmo coldly. Zmo hurriedly explained, "You run. Big Brother's soul-controlling insect is of a higher grade and can affect my soul-controlling insect. So that's how it is." Listening to Zemo's words, young Kai finally relaxed. Originally, he had thought that Zmo wanted to secretly kill him, but it seems he had misunderstood this woman. "You think you can run away?" Qi Shui coldly snorted, and the more than a dozen monster beasts became even more ferocious as they formed a circle around young Kai. Zemo's face instantly turned pale as sweat poured out of her forehead. While trying to control her soul-controlling insect, she anxiously shouted to young Kai, "Hurry up and run, why are you still standing there like a fool?" Young Kai remained unmoved as he stared at the sixth-order monster beast under Qi Shui. Qi Shui sneered and issued a command in his heart. The more than a dozen monster beasts leapt up and rushed towards young Kai. Zmo tried her best to control her soul-controlling insect, but to no avail. Young Kai's expression was cold as his figure flickered and he flashed out of the monster beast's encirclement. The Yuan Qi in his body surged as he used the white tiger seal in his left hand and the divine ox seal in his right, fusing the two seals into one. A ray of light flew out from his palm and shot straight towards the sixth-order monster beast. Asterisk roar, asterisk a deafening roar rang out as the sixth-order monster beast under Qi Shui opened its mouth and spat out a huge wind blade visible to the naked eye. This wind blade collided with Yang Kai's beast-slave seal. The two violent energies collided mid-air and the beast-slave seal was directly shattered. "You overestimate yourself." Qi Shui coldly snorted. He didn't know the mysteries of the beast-slave seal. He only thought that this was some kind of offensive method used by Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's actions had also revealed his true strength. Separation and reunion boundary 8th stage. Perceiving this, Qi Shui became even angrier. If this person was really a genius from the Great Han Dynasty, Zemo's love for him was understandable, but he clearly hadn't even reached the Yuan Qi boundary. How could he have the qualifications to make Zemo fall in love with him? Qi Shui, as the eldest brother of this family, naturally felt deeply ashamed. He was even more determined to eliminate young Kai. Kill. Qi Shui didn't even have the intention to personally take action. Raising his hand and waving it, the more than a dozen monster beasts under Zemo's control once again rushed forward. Yang Kai's figure flashed again. Turning a deaf ear to the shouts of the more than a dozen monster beasts and Zmo, Yang Kai rushed straight towards the sixth-order monster beast. Sitting on the back of the monster beast, Qi Shui sneered again and again, his eyes filled with arrogance as he watched Yang Kai's struggle and resistance with disdain. "Your footwork is good, but your strength is too weak," Qi Shui arrogantly commented. The rank 6 monster beast under him seemed to know his master's thoughts. The beast opened its mouth again, but this time it roared continuously. Accompanied by the roar, a half-foot-long wind blade flew out, fiercely attacking Yang Kai's path. Yang Kai dodged left and right, concentrating on dodging as he approached the sixth-order monster beast without stopping for a moment. As the distance between them got closer and closer, Qi Shui's expression finally changed slightly. He found that he had underestimated the speed and footwork of this big man cultivator. Zemo's more than a dozen monster beast couldn't do anything to him, and even his own sixth-order monster beast couldn't attack him. In just a few breaths of time, Yang Kai was already within 5 feet of him. Humph. Qi Shui's face was filled with anger, his eyes staring at Yang Kai, his expression extremely cold. 3 feet, the big man cultivator's speed increased again, leaving behind an afterimage. Qi Shui's eyes were focused on the 6 directions, his ears listening to all directions, suddenly sneering. Qi Shui leaned sideways and sent out a palm strike. The palm wind whistled, and when it burst out, Yang Kai's figure appeared. It looked like Yang Kai had hit Qi Shue's attack. A light shot out from Yang Kai's palms, hitting the sixth-order monster beast under Qi Shui. At the same time, Yang Kai hurriedly exchanged a blow with Qi Shui, accompanied by a light sound. His body flew far away like a paper kite. Ridiculous. Qi Shui frowned. He found that the big man cultivator had rushed over, but had only shot a light at his sixth-order monster beast. Although it had hit, his monster beast didn't have much of a reaction. On the other hand, Qi Shui was certain that the big man cultivator had suffered some injuries. Pung! Yang Kai fell to the ground, stumbling back a few steps before stabilizing his body. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumbling blood in his chest, his eyes flashing a look of surprise. Amazing! Yang Kai was not stingy with his praise. Qi Shui was worthy of being an elite from a super force, even if he was only from a small branch. This kind of strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Now it's too late to beg for mercy. Qi Shui's expression was cold. Junior sister, this big brother can give you a chance. As long as you kill him, I will put in a few good words for you in front of Master. I can even help you hide the fact that you have lost your virginity, so it won't affect your status in the sect. Otherwise, if this matter spreads, it will be very difficult for you. Zmo shook her head without hesitation. It's impossible for me to kill him. Attacking Yang Kai was tantamount to digging one's own grave. This was something Zmo had considered very clearly. Good, this is the path you have chosen, so don't regret it in the future. Qi Shui didn't know the reason for this, so naturally, he felt resentful towards Yang Kai for failing to meet his expectations. Patting his monster beast, he coldly glared at Yang Kai and said, I don't know what means you used to conquer my junior sister, but the women of our Tianlang dynasty cannot be possessed by your great Han dynasty men, so you must die. Saying these words in an overbearing manner, Qi Shui quietly waited for Yang Kai's death, but a moment later, his expression couldn't help but change as he looked down at his monster beast in surprise. Just now, he had given his monster beast the order to attack, but it had not responded at all. The soul-controlling insect was still there. How could this be? Feeling suspicious, Qi Shui issued another order in his heart, and this time the monster beast reacted, but instead of attacking Yang Kai, it jumped up and landed heavily, directly throwing Qi Shui away. After tumbling through the air, Qi Shui landed firmly on the ground and looked at his own monster beast. At this moment, it was facing him, and from the depths of its throat came a low roar, its eyes flashing with an ominous light. Qi Shui's face paled. This monster beast that he had implanted with his soul-controlling insect, had actually broken free from his control and was now hostile to him. Ha ha ha. Kai Yan laughed proudly, his laughter incomparably wild. Qi Shui looked at him, recalling his strange actions just now, and fiercely shouted, What did you just do? Recalling that ghostly light, Scarlet Blood suddenly realized that this person had desperately rushed over and only shot out a single ghostly light at his monster beast, so he definitely had a great reason for doing so. Otherwise, his monster beast wouldn't have had such a change. Yang Kai laughed, sweeping away his previous cautiousness and walking towards the sixth-order monster beast. He reached out and patted its back, looking at Qi Shui with disdain. What did I do? Did you not see it? Zmo's small mouth formed a circle as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. The more time she spent with him, the more mysterious she found him to be. This person's strength and strangeness had far exceeded Zmo's imagination. It wasn't until this moment that Zmo finally understood why a few days ago, when they were fighting the monster beast, he was able to resolve the crisis between her and Lingshan. At that time, although she knew it was his doing, she didn't quite understand the mystery behind it. But now, Zmo finally understood, this man could actually control the monster beast. Easily controlling a sixth-order monster beast, who could resist such a heaven-defying method? Even her brother Qi Shui had sacrificed hundreds of his soul-controlling insects, risking a great deal of danger, to allow them to fuse with each other and become a higher-level soul-controlling insect. Then, he had given up dozens of more powerful monster beasts in order to subdue this sixth-order monster beast. Comparing the two, Yang Kai's method was simply unfathomable. How did you do it? My soul-controlling insect is still inside its body. This is impossible. Scarlet Blood could no longer remain calm. He tried his best to communicate with the soul-controlling insect, but he couldn't make the level 6 monster beast obey him. Nothing is impossible. I can only say that your insects are too weak. Xianxia laughed disdainfully, his expression cold. Interesting. Qi Shui's expression suddenly became excited, as if he had encountered something new and interesting. He stared at Xianxia with burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Kill. Xianxia spat out a single word. The Type 6 monster beast charged towards Scarlet Blood like a gust of wind. In the midst of the attack, the wind blades continued to spit out, and Qi Shui's figure flashed. His movement technique was also quite exquisite. He did not have any direct confrontation with the monster beast. Instead, he leaped into the air and refracted again. Like an eagle striking the sky, it swooped down toward Xianxia. Although Qi Shui was strong, it was impossible for him to face the Type 6 monster beast head-on. His target was only Xianxia. As long as Xianxia was killed, the Type 6 monster beast would still be under his control. Pouncing down from above, Qi Shui's moves were big and wide. Yuan Qi level 7 strength was fully unleashed, containing a shocking destructive power. Xianxia's expression was dignified. The Yuan Qi in his body was also pushed to the limit. Not only did he not dodge the attack, but he also stepped on the ground and met Qi Shui's attack head-on. You're very interesting. Qi Shui laughed sinisterly. You're not bad either. Xianxia also laughed. In the exchange of words, their hands were not ambiguous, and there was no trace of fancy moves. No matter who it was, this attack was done with all their strength, without holding back. Qi Shui wanted to use a thunderous method to kill Xianxia, so that he could gain control of the Type 6 monster beast. In the face of such an enemy's attack, Xianxia naturally did not dare to hold back. Fist and palm collided, exploding in the air with a muffled sound, shaking everyone's eardrums, and the heaven and earth energy in an instant chaotic. Two muffled groans sounded at the same time. Qi Shui was sent flying, while Xianxia fell like a meteor. Pung! Xianxia smashed a small hole in the ground, and when he got up, he could not help but have some blood at the corner of his mouth. Qi Shui, on the other hand, landed on the ground, his face slightly reddened, but he was fine. This time, Qi Shui had the upper hand. Even so, Qi Shui's eyes still flashed a trace of disbelief, and he looked at Xianxia in surprise. Before he could see Xianxia's state, a series of wind blades attacked him. Qi Shui cursed and hurriedly dodged. This was an attack from a Type 6 monster beast, he could not block more than a few times. You! Zmo exclaimed, not knowing what to do. Don't worry about it. Xianxia shouted, knowing that she was in a dilemma, so naturally he would not force her to help. Using his movement skill again, he rushed straight towards Qi Shui. Qi Shui paled, not daring to stay any longer, he fled in panic. He had thought that Xianxia would not be able to withstand a single blow, and as long as he killed Xianxia he would be able to turn this situation around, but he had not expected this person to be so strong. Even though he was a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, he had only suffered some minor injuries. There was no way to take Xianxia's life in a short time. The Type 6 monster beast had fallen into the enemy's hands, and his junior sister would not help, so how could Qi Shui stay and die? Seeing Qi Shui flash 1,000 meters away, Xianxia naturally did not want to give up, directly jumping onto the back of the Type 6 monster beast and quickly chasing after him. Zmo hesitated for a long time before gritting her teeth and following behind him. Her life and death was still in Xianxia's hands, how could she not care? In the jungle, 3 figures flew one after the other. Qi Shui rushed to the front, his speed extremely fast. Xianxia riding the Type 6 monster beast followed closely behind. A few kilometers behind was Zmo, leading her dozen monster beasts. Her expression was conflicted, she wanted to keep up, but also wanted to escape. She could not make up her mind, her speed not too fast nor too slow. In the midst of the pursuit, the Type 6 monster beast displayed its might, sending out a series of wind blades 1,000 meters away, cutting down thick trees like wheat. The tyrannical strength of the Type 6 monster beast was clear to see. This was a powerful monster beast comparable to an immortal Ascension boundary master. Although Qi Shui was fleeing, he did not look distressed, only anxious. He was worried that if he continued to run like this, sooner or later he would run out of yuan qi. On the other hand, the burly cultivator did not need to worry about this problem. Once he was forced into a desperate situation, he really would not be able to escape. Little did he know, Xianxia was also very conflicted at this moment. Although the beast slave seal was strange and powerful, he had only ever used it on 4th or 5th order monster beast, never a type 6 monster beast. Before, he had speculated that the beast slave seal was not invincible, it should be limited by strength, but he had never had the opportunity to verify it. Now that he had tried it, it seemed to be the case. Xianxia was now at the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, which was equivalent to the peak of the 4th order monster beast. At this level, the beast slave seal could easily control a type 4 monster beast, or even a type 5 monster beast, but when it came to the type 6 monster beast in front of him, it was not so effective. This monster beast's subconscious was attacking the beast slave seal that he had inserted into its body. Although it was still obedient to his control and orders, Xianxia estimated that it would take at most an hour for the beast slave seal to shatter, and at that time, the type 6 monster beast would once again fall under Qi Shui's control. The situation was not good, he had to finish this battle within an hour, otherwise, there would be a change in the situation. Xianxia did not know if using the beast slave seal on a type 6 monster beast twice in a row would have any effect, if it did not. Thinking of this, Xianxia continued to give orders to the monster beast under him. This monster beast was now very obedient. After understanding Xianxia's intentions, its speed suddenly increased a lot, gradually closing the distance between it and Qi Shui. After an incense stick worth of time, Qi Shui, who was in the midst of sprinting, looked back and almost could not help but curse out loud. The original distance of 1,000 feet had been closed by about 500 feet, and in another incense stick worth of time, Qi Shui would catch up. Should I go there? A thought suddenly flashed in Qi Shui's mind, and he looked hesitant, unable to make up his mind. Qi Shui did not know what was so mysterious about that place, it was a forest surrounded by clouds, and he could not see the situation inside. Qi Shui had accidentally discovered it a few days ago. Qi Shui had intended to go in and explore, but at that time, the type 6 monster beast was clearly afraid of that place, and Qi Shui was also faintly uneasy, so he gave up on the idea of exploring. But now, the pursuers were getting closer and closer, and there was no way to get rid of them, so Qi Shui had no choice but to take the risk. He had no way to contend against the type 6 monster beast and the strength of the burly cultivator. The monster beast was afraid of that place, and would definitely not dare to go in. If the burly cultivator went in alone, Qi Shui would have a chance to win. Thinking of this, Qi Shui's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately made up his mind. After observing the terrain for a moment, he suddenly turned around and dashed toward that mysterious place. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the distance between Xianxia and Qi Shui had shortened to 10 feet. At such a close distance, not only could the type 6 monster beast do whatever it wanted, even Xianxia could release his killing moves and fiercely attack Qi Shui. In a short time, Qi Shui was somewhat overwhelmed, and was swept by a wind blade, cutting a large hole in his clothes. Fortunately, the yuan qi in his body was strong, and it blocked the wind blade's damage, only a little blood flowed out, and his muscles and bones were not injured. Qi Shui resentfully looked back at Xianxia, and a cold and provocative smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he turned around again, and plunged into a vast expanse of white dense forest. Xianxia chased after him. Unexpectedly, the type 6 monster beast under him suddenly stopped outside the clouds, and Xianxia did not notice, and under the influence of inertia, he fell into the forest. He hurriedly turned around in midair, and landed on the ground. Before he had time to observe the surrounding terrain, he heard an extremely mournful scream. It was Qi Shui. He seemed to be suffering unbearable pain, and his scream made people's hair stand on end. Xianxia's face slightly changed, and in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. This pain was familiar, and it was the same as when the old demon tried to take over his body and destroy his consciousness. Involuntarily, Xianxia groaned, and the veins on his forehead bulged, and sweat poured out like water, and his whole body trembled. Ah! An even more mournful, even more tragic cry came out, and it was even more mournful than Qi Shui's cry. It was the old demon's cry of pain. Old demon's screams continued, rising and falling, filled with panic and fear. Old demon. Xianxia endured the pain in his head and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Young master." The old demon's voice trembled, "What the hell is this place? Why is my soul being attacked?" Hearing him say this, Xianxia suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder the pain in his head was so familiar. It turned out that it was the feeling of his soul being injured. For the past few days, Xianxia had been using this method to torture and deter Zmo and Lingshan, but today he would also have to bear this pain. This was truly a case of good being rewarded with good and evil with evil. It wasn't that he didn't get what he wanted, it was just that the time had not yet come. Qi Shui had led him into this forest wrapped in white fog, clearly with ill intentions. However, at this moment, he was screaming in pain several dozen feet away. It seemed that he didn't know the mystery of this place, so he couldn't bear the consequences of accidentally breaking in. Now, both of them were suffering from the pain of having their divine souls injured. They couldn't fight at all. "Young master, quickly leave this place. This white fog is very strange, it doesn't hurt the body, only the soul, this old servant can't bear it," the old demon urged anxiously. Although he was a 10,000-year-old demon, right now he was only a soul without a physical body. Normally, he could hide in the soul breaker all freely, but now, as soon as he entered this place, he immediately encountered nemesis. The torture and pain he suffered was much worse than Xianxia and Qi Shui. In this short period of time, the old demon clearly felt that his soul strength had weakened a little. This discovery made him panic and grieve. "Good, you bear with it." Xianxia struggled to look up and glanced at Qi Shui, only to see that he was also running amok in the white fog, trying to find a way out, but he still couldn't find it. Gritting his teeth and enduring the piercing pain, Xianxia quickly retreated in the direction he had rushed in. After retreating a few hundred meters, he was still surrounded by white fog. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that something was wrong. When he rushed into this white fog, at most he could only go a few dozen meters, so why hadn't he retreated yet? Unwilling to give up, he retreated another 1,000 feet, but it was still the same. "Old demon. This place is very strange, I can't get out." Xianxia's expression changed greatly. The old demon cried out miserably, and it couldn't help but feel despair when it heard this. Could it be that this old servant will die here today? This old servant is unwilling to accept this. He had been sealed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance for countless years until the restriction of the Heaven's Cave inheritance was broken. Only then was he able to escape. Although he was subdued by Xianxia. In any case, they had come out, but now they were facing a life and death crisis, so the old demon was naturally filled with resentment. Xianxia frowned. Resisting the sharp pain in his head with great difficulty, he observed the terrain left and right while thinking of a way to escape. There must be some kind of restriction placed here. That was why it was so strange. The old demon wasn't doing anything right now, and Xianxia himself couldn't find the source of the restriction, so how could he break it? "I'm a bit dizzy." Suddenly, Kaiyang saw stars in front of his eyes, and his footsteps staggered. "It's over, this is dangerous. This is a sign that your soul is damaged. If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid young master's soul will be destroyed." Xianxia's expression was gloomy. Enduring all kinds of discomfort, his mind raced. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said, "Old demon, enter my golden body and try." "What golden body?" "Oh." The old demon didn't understand at first, but immediately understood and quickly hid inside Xianxia's unyielding golden body. After a while, the old demon's laughter came, "Ha ha ha. Young master, your golden body is really amazing, it can actually resist the attack of the white fog. This old servant is safe now." Xianxia smiled bitterly, "You're safe, but I'm in danger." The unyielding golden body was all-encompassing. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could absorb it. Although Xianxia didn't know what this white fog was, since it could attack one's soul, it must be a manifestation of some kind of energy, so he suddenly had the idea of letting the old demon try. It turned out to be effective. "Young master, you must hold on." The old demon nervously cheered for Xianxia. Although he didn't have any worries now, if Xianxia died, he couldn't escape his fate. Is there any way to let my soul escape into the golden body? The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged, his clothes soaked with sweat, his fists clenched, his body trembling. You haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary. The old demon sighed. Without reaching the immortal ascension boundary, without cultivating his divine sense, how could his soul escape into the golden body? Yang Kai grit his teeth and tried his best to resist the pain coming from his head, his yuan qi becoming uncontrollably chaotic. The pain lasted for a long time before the feeling of dizziness hit him again. Yang Kai staggered and fell to the ground, his soul damaged for the second time. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his soul was destroyed and he ceased to exist. He had to find a way to get out of this crisis. Although the situation was not good, in this adversity, Yang Kai became calmer and calmer. Taking advantage of this short period of dizziness, before the pain hit him, Yang Kai gathered all of his will and spirit and tried to think of a way to escape. While Yang Kai was concentrating, he suddenly felt a cool sensation in his mind. This was not an illusion, but a real sensation. With the spread of this cool sensation, Yang Kai's consciousness instantly became clear and his whole body felt warm. The pain in his head also disappeared, as if he had been enlightened. Even his pale face became somewhat rosy. With a trace of doubt on his face, Yang Kai slowly got up and frowned as he felt the changes in his body before and after. Young master? The old demon called out softly. Yang Kai did not answer and was still immersed in feeling. A moment later, accompanied by a short groan, the severe pain hit him again. This was unbearable pain. This pain lasted for a while, and when the pain reached a certain extent, the familiar feeling of dizziness came again. At the same time, the cool sensation in his mind also spread, not only dispelling the dizziness but also eliminating the pain. The situation was exactly the same as before. This time, Kai Yang's perception was even more detailed, allowing him to grasp a key point. The pain was caused by the white fog attacking his soul, and the dizziness was caused by the damage to his soul. However, after 2 or 3 times, not only did Yang Kai not feel that his soul was damaged, but it even grew a little because his perception seemed to have expanded a little, which was the most obvious sign of the strength of his soul. Although the increase was not much, it was really increasing. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Old demon, this time, I'm afraid this young master has profited from a disaster. Yang Kai suddenly laughed, but before his laughter fell, he couldn't help groaning, clutching his head as his whole body spasmed. After a long time, when Yang Kai returned to normal, the old demon asked, "What's going on?" "The soul-warming lotus is working." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's repairing my damaged soul." The old demon was startled and suddenly realized. The old demon was also panicking just now, so he didn't think about this at all. Now that Yang Kai reminded him, he finally understood. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai had collected a 5-colored soul-warming lotus, which was a supreme treasure for nourishing the soul. However, Yang Kai had never reached the immortal ascension boundary, so although the 5-colored soul-warming lotus was in his mind, he had never seen it before. This time, Yang Kai fell into this dangerous place and his soul was damaged, so the soul-warming lotus naturally played a role. With this treasure, why would he need to fear the surrounding white fog? The white fog and the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, one damaged the other, replenished the other. During this process, Yang Kai's soul was also slowly growing. However, this process was quite painful and was not something an average person could endure. "Young master is blessed by the heavens, old servant knew that nothing would happen to you." Old demon's belated words shook the heavens. Yang Kai smiled lightly and no longer worried, instead sitting down cross-legged and allowing the white fog to envelop him, he remained motionless. Although this place was dangerous, it was also a good place to temper one's soul. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would be able to find such a treasure again? So Yang Kai made up his mind to stay here for a while. Although each time the soul-warming lotus healed his soul, the improvement it brought to him was very small, but as long as he had enough time, he might be able to cultivate his knowledge. See. The pain came again and again like a fierce tide, but with his tyrannical willpower, Yang Kai endured it each time. After the pain came dizziness, but at the same time, the soul-warming lotus healed his soul. The process was very slow, but Yang Kai was very satisfied. This was a very time-consuming thing to begin with. Half a day later, a mournful scream suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. What he saw was Zimo's brother Qi Shui rampaging through the white fog like a headless fly, his expression extremely ferocious. While charging, he constantly wantonly used his yuan qi and various fierce martial skills. This person obviously wasn't as lucky as Yang Kai. With the soul-warming lotus, he didn't need to worry about his soul being damaged. At this moment, he was already delirious, so even if he could lead this white fog, he would have already lost his mind. Yang Kai slowly got up and stared at him coldly. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but move forward to meet him. Although if he didn't do anything, he would still die, but this was a Yuan Qi 7th stage master, so the blood bead he condensed after his death was naturally extraordinary. Qi Shui had led Yang Kai into this white fog with the intention of taking a risk, but unfortunately, the heavens didn't allow him to do as he wished and instead dug his own grave. If he had known that this white fog was so dangerous, he definitely wouldn't have foolishly rushed in. After 3 steps, Yang Kai arrived in front of Qi Shui and punched out. Qi Shui didn't even try to dodge and instead instinctively met this attack with his palm. Yang Kai sidestepped and dodged, but the burning sun's 3-layer blast landed on his body and with a few muffled sounds, Qi Shui was sent flying. The battle wasn't thrilling at all. Qi Shui had lost his mind, so with his Yuan Qi 7th stage cultivation, he couldn't display his full strength and was killed by Yang Kai in less than 30 breaths. Putting away the blood bead he condensed after his death, Yang Kai sat down and continued to cultivate his soul. In this isolated world, there was no sun or moon, so he did not know the passage of time. Most of the time, Yang Kai had to rely on his senses to determine how much time had passed. After cultivating for about half a month in the white fog, Yang Kai finally successfully broke through to the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. This was not all the result of his hard work, but also the credit of absorbing more than 80 blood beads. These blood beads were obtained when he parted ways with Qin Shuishu and the others. Most of them were monster beast blood beads, only the blood beads of 5 Yuan Qi masters contained extraordinary energy. After absorbing such a huge amount of energy, after half a month of cultivation, Yang Kai was naturally able to break through and consolidate his foundation in the 9th stage, heading straight towards the Yuan Qi boundary. Over the past half a month, Yang Kai had slowly become accustomed to the pain in his head and could even ignore it. Although the pain was still there, it was not enough to have any effect on Yang Kai. As he repaired the damage, his divine sense slowly grew stronger and his perception expanded. After half a month, Yang Kai began to look for a way out. In any case, he did not need to worry about cultivating his divine sense. The white fog around him would attack him and the soul-warming lotus would automatically repair itself. Whether he cared or not, the result would be the same. After exploring for several days, Yang Kai was still stuck in the white fog, unable to see a way out. The situation was not good. Yang Kai was secretly anxious, even using his yang inflammation wings, but he still could not fly out of this strange place. On this day, while Yang Kai was exploring, he suddenly noticed some changes in the white fog around him. This change was very subtle. If one did not carefully examine it, they would not be able to detect it. This was something that Yang Kai was only able to discover after his perception had improved. If it had been half a month ago, he would have definitely missed it. Pausing his pace, Yang Kai carefully observed. After a long time, Yang Kai determined that the white fog around him was slowly gathering in a fixed direction. Although he did not know why this was happening, Yang Kai had been searching this place for so long. Now that he had finally found something, naturally he would not let go of any clues. Following the direction of the white fog, as he went deeper and deeper, the flow of the white fog also became faster and faster, faintly bringing with it the sound of the wind, as if there was something in front of him that was absorbing the white fog. Yang Kai secretly became vigilant, his footwork very light and slow. Little by little. After a short while, a humming sound was heard, as if a cold wind was pouring into the hole. Yang Kai's mind, his perception to its limit. Yang Kai cautiously approached the source of the sound. A moment later, Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he saw a strangely shaped stone standing not far away from him. The white fog was actually flowing into a small hole in the stones. It was as if the stone had a mouth and was sucking in the white mist. After perceiving that there was no danger, Xianxia gradually relaxed and walked over with a relaxed expression. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that the stone was hollow. The white fog was pouring in from the top and coming out from a small hole at the bottom. That was how the humming sound was made. It was very strange. Xianxia circled the stone with great interest. He found that this stone was not simple. There were traces of attacks on the stone, only faint scratches, but it was not broken at all. These traces must have been left by someone who attacked it. The person who could come here was at least of the Xianxia state. But the attack of the Xianxia state cultivator still only left faint scratches. This stone was naturally something special. If it was an ordinary stone, it would have been broken into pieces by the attack of the Xianxia state cultivator. With a plan in mind, Xianxia also tried to attack it and found that it was true. He used all his strength to hit it with his palm, but he could not shake it at all. Although he knew that this stone was a treasure, Xianxia could only look at it and sigh. Such a big stone, at least a few thousand pounds, or even more. He definitely could not take it away. While he was sighing, Xianxia looked at the bottom of the stone in surprise and slowly squatted down. Under the hole where the white fog came out, there was a small hole. The hole was about the size of a soybean, and at this moment, there was a drop of crystal clear amber liquid in the hole. He leaned forward and sniffed it. His nose was full of fragrance, and his whole spirit was refreshed. It was not inferior to the comfortable feeling when the soul-warming lotus repaired his divine soul. Treasure. Although Xianxia did not know what this drop of liquid was, it was definitely a treasure, and a treasure that was very beneficial to the divine soul. Looking at this drop of liquid again, Xianxia's eyes were full of greed. He stretched out a finger and carefully controlled the Xianxia to take this drop of amber liquid out of the hole. Before he could take a closer look, the surrounding white fog suddenly surged and drilled into the hole above the stone at a speed more than 10 times faster than before. But this time, the white fog that entered the hole did not come out again. Instead, it was all poured into the small hole under the effect of a mysterious force and disappeared. Xianxia looked at all this in amazement. Gradually, there seemed to be a layer of mist in the soybean-sized hole, and there was a trace of amber condensing at the bottom. Could it be that the drop of liquid in his hand was formed by the white fog under such natural conditions? Although this was only a guess, Xianxia estimated that it was most likely true based on what he saw. Originally, he wanted to store this drop of treasure, but now that he knew that it could be formed again, Xianxia did not care so much. After thinking about it, Xianxia directly put the drop of amber liquid into his mouth and swallowed it. His mouth was full of sweetness, like the finest nectar. Xianxia clearly felt that the amber liquid turned into a kind of energy, directly flowing into the dantian, ignoring the burning of the true yang yuan qi, all the way up through the meridians, straight to the top of his head. In an instant, his whole body was light as if he was floating in the clouds, and an indescribable feeling of comfort spread from the inside out. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body rejoiced. His mind was countless times clearer than before. His senses, vision, and hearing were all magnified at this moment by a lot. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia could even see the grass and trees 100 feet away. This place was covered by clouds and mist, and Xianxia could only see the scenery 100 feet away, and it was still vague, but now, his vision was directly magnified 10 times. His hearing and senses were all significantly improved. Knowing that he must have eaten something extraordinary, Xianxia did not dare to be negligent, and quickly sat down cross-legged, guarding his heart, and refining the energy of the amber liquid. As this energy spread and absorbed, more and more benefits followed. First was the physical benefits. Xianxia could feel the traces and movements of the heaven and earth energy from the outside world pouring into his body, and he could also feel the movement of his internal organs like the back of his hand. After this sensation passed, a strange and indescribable feeling filled Xianxia's mind. It was somewhat itchy, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking his mind, making him want to scratch it but unable to do so. Xianxia was so anxious that he was at his wits' end, unable to do anything about it. This layer of shackles existed, and even Xianxia's perception was blocked. This situation lasted for a long time, and suddenly, this layer of shackles was broken. The itchy feeling was replaced by a hearty feeling in an instant, and Xianxia felt that his spirit had received an indescribable baptism and sublimation. His original perception had evolved and upgraded at the same time, as if it had become an invisible eye, rapidly contracting and condensing, and spreading out with a bang. Everywhere it passed, with him as the center, the surrounding white fog, the vegetation, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes, and it was imprinted in his mind, incomparably clear. Within a radius of 2 to 3 miles, nothing was missed. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in his eyes as he quietly pondered. After a long time, he showed a strange smile, and his eyes flashed. Old demon. I'm afraid I've already cultivated divine sense, Xianxia said softly. What? The old demon was shocked. Young master, are you not mistaken? No, I really have cultivated divine sense. The smile in Xianxia's eyes deepened, and he described what he had just felt and seen. After the old demon heard this, he was almost shocked by Xianxia's words, and was speechless for a long time. If that's really the case, then it's definitely divine sense. The old demon's tone was full of shock and admiration. To be able to see everything around him with his eyes closed, what else could it be if not divine sense? Before reaching the Heaven's Gate realm, a cultivator relied on their perception to detect movements around them. The term perception was vague, but it was also a kind of instinct, but this instinct could be strengthened later on. It was based on one's own strength, hearing, sight, smell, and sometimes combined with the air around them to infer the situation around them. Perception was not omnipotent, and it was easy to make mistakes, but before a cultivator reached the Heaven's Gate realm, this was the only way to obtain invisible information. After reaching the Heaven's Gate realm, things were different. Once a cultivator cultivated divine sense, with a single thought, their divine sense could spread out, allowing them to see the situation around them as if they were inspecting it with their own eyes. Compared to the more vague perception, the role of divine sense was undoubtedly much more powerful. This kind of power was not only reflected in detecting the enemy's situation, but also in attacking, making it difficult to defend against. However, divine sense could only be cultivated by an immortal ascension boundary master. What was the young master's realm? Separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. There was a gap between a great realm and a watershed minor realm. Even after following Xianxia for so long and witnessing his mysteriousness and strength countless times, the old demon still found it somewhat difficult to accept at this moment. Since young master has cultivated divine sense, you must also have a knowledge sea, right? The old demon asked. No. Xianxia was also puzzled. He naturally had some understanding of the knowledge sea and had carefully examined himself for a long time to determine that he did not have one. How could that be? The old demon cried out, hesitating for a moment before asking, Young master, can you clearly see the situation inside your body, especially in your mind? There is a soul-warming lotus in your mind. Being able to see it means you already have a knowledge sea. I can't see it, Xianxia frowned. I can only observe the situation outside my body. Xianxia's situation was quite special. It was likely that such a case would not occur even once in 1,000 years. A separation and reunion 9th stage divine sense was not something an average person could achieve. Divine sense was the hallmark of an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so generally speaking, it was impossible for a separation and reunion boundary cultivator to cultivate it. What's more, Xianxia only had his divine sense and did not have a knowledge sea, making him even more special. Knowledge sea, knowledge sea. It was also the direct manifestation of a cultivator's spiritual power. When a cultivator reached the immortal ascension boundary and cultivated their divine sense, countless wisps of divine sense would converge and form an ocean-like existence, forming a knowledge sea. The size and depth of a knowledge sea was directly proportional to the strength of a cultivator's divine sense. Regarding Xianxia's current situation, the old demon did not know how to explain it. That drop of amber liquid should be the soul-cleansing dew when mentioned. Xianxia's eyes flashed, his tone confident. Back at the lakeside, Chen Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu's honored master, Shu Wen, had said that 30 years ago, someone had found an incredible treasure in this isolated world. One was brilliant flame liquid, and the other was soul-cleansing dew. Attracted by these two treasures, more and more people had come here to experience and explore. Killing Qi Jianxing had allowed Xianxia to obtain a few drops of brilliant flame liquid, allowing him to temper his yuan qi. Now, chasing Qi Shui and obtaining a drop of soul-cleansing dew was really a stroke of good luck. Moreover, there was more than one drop of soul-cleansing dew. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that at the bottom of the small hole in the rock, there was a layer of amber crystal silk. He believed that as long as he waited a little longer, another drop of soul-cleansing dew would form. In his mind, there was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme divine sense treasure, and after being attacked by the white fog for more than half a month, coupled with the great effect of a drop of soul-cleansing dew, Yang Kai was able to cultivate his own knowledge. See, when he was just a separation and reunion boundary 9th stage cultivator. Young master, now fully release your divine sense. How large is the range it can cover? Old demon asked. About 2 to 3 li. The old demon sucked in a breath of cold air and smiled bitterly. Young master's luck is not shallow. The strength of your divine sense has already far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator who has just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, almost equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary 2nd or 3rd stage cultivator. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned. And even if an average person breaks through to the immortal ascension boundary, their newly formed divine sense is still very fragile. At this time, even if they spread out their divine sense, at most they would only be able to explore 1,000 meters around them. He could only slowly cultivate and nurture it. Only then will the use of divine sense become more and more important. The old demon was very experienced and knew a lot, even though he was not very reliable at times. However, his experience was still very valuable. He told Yang Kai about the benefits and conveniences of having a strong divine sense. Yang Kai was also excited and looked forward to it. After obtaining the divine sense, this would make it easier for him to hide and sneak in. Coupled with his cheek concealment skill, if he didn't act now, even an immortal ascension boundary 5th or 6th stage master wouldn't be able to see through his depths. After chatting with the old demon for a long time, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Glancing at the small hole in the stone, Yang Kai saw that the number of amber crystal threads at the bottom seemed to have increased by a few. The rate at which the soul-cleansing dew formed was too slow. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 10 days for a single drop to form. The surrounding white mist continued to pour into the small hole above the stone, converging into the small hole and forming a part of the soul-cleansing dew. This white mist would attack one's soul. However, the soul-cleansing dew formed by this white mist was of great benefit to one's soul. What kind of mysteries were hidden behind this transformation, and whether it had anything to do with this strange stone, Yang Kai didn't know. However, he didn't need to know, all he needed to do was wait for the soul-cleansing dew to form and then extract it. Old demon, keep an eye on it. If the soul-cleansing dew forms, call me, I'm going to enter retreat to break through to the Yuanqi boundary. Young master can rest assured. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai immersed himself completely into his divine sense. Inside the dantian, he burst open a dozen drops of yang liquid. In an instant, the true yang yuan qi in his meridians filled to the brim. His meridians also swelled, and a burst of soreness spread throughout his body. Yang Kai didn't say a word, instead continuing to circulate his true yang secret art. While absorbing world energy from the outside world, he also compressed and tempered the yuan qi in his body, causing his meridians to squirm, contracting and expanding, endlessly pulsating. Time passed little by little, and the true yang yuan qi in his meridians finally began to undergo some subtle changes. His meridians had been filled with such abundant yuan qi for a long time, gradually becoming wider and thicker than before, as well as more resilient. The transformation of his meridians also increased the speed at which his true yang secret art circulated, and even his true yang yuan qi began to fuse with each other, gradually becoming purer. When the soreness in his meridians disappeared, Yang Kai once again burst open 5 drops of yang liquid, repeating his previous actions. While Yang Kai was refining and fusing his yuan qi, the white fog from the outside world was constantly attacking his soul, and the soul-warming lotus was constantly playing a restorative role. His divine sense slowly grew, keeping pace with the true yang yuan qi in his meridians. About 10 days later, the old demon woke Yang Kai from his retreat. A drop of soul-cleansing dew had formed once again. Yang Kai took it out, but this time he didn't consume it, instead placing it into a bottle. Generally speaking, precious treasures could only be consumed once, and even if they had an effect a second time, the effect would not be very obvious. The soul-cleansing dew was too precious, so Yang Kai didn't want to waste it. If he took it back and refined it into a pill, taking it again would allow him to display its full effect. Cultivation is like the flowing time, great emperor. This saying was not false at all. After Yang Kai entered retreat, he had devoted all of his attention to his meridians, Dan Tian and True Yang Yuan Qi, working hard to refine and fuse his Yuan Qi, making it purer and more powerful, to the point where he didn't even notice the passage of time. From time to time, the old demon would wake him up and collect a drop of soul cleansing dew into the bottle. It wasn't until the soul cleansing dew had filled half the bottle, a dozen drops in total, that Yang Kai gradually touched the threshold of the Yuan Qi boundary. This time, Yang Kai had spent almost 4 months in retreat, without taking any pills or absorbing any Yang Qi, only relying on his true Yang secret art and his own willpower to refine his Yuan Qi, finally stepping into the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. Although the main purpose of staying here was to collect the soul cleansing dew, the fact that it had taken so long to break through showed how difficult it was to cross the threshold of the Yuan Qi boundary. Many cultivators were unable to cross this threshold in their entire life, leaving them with nothing but grief, speechless and tears. A layer of shackles had been placed on his body, sealing off his Yuan Qi, making it impossible for him to break through the final stage of fusion and purity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and opened his eyes, a light flashing across his eyes. Immersing his consciousness into the unyielding golden skeleton, where he had stored a drop of the 9 yuan condensing dew. This was a treasure that he and Xianning Chang had obtained in the 9 mountain valley. Later, half of it had been given to Su Yan, while Yang Kai had kept the other half for himself. Taking this drop of the 9 yuan condensing dew out of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai poured it into the dantian. Yang Kai's true Yang secret art madly circulated, refining the 9 yuan condensing dew's effects. Suddenly, a cold sensation burst out from the dantian, spreading outwards at an incredible speed, following his meridians and spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Kacha. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's entire body, clothes, and hair were all covered in ice. The 9 yuan condensing dew was a treasure used to temper Yuan Qi, and was of a higher grade than the brilliant flame liquid. This was the crystallization of countless years' worth of Yin Qi, and the chill it contained was difficult for even Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi to resist. However, heat was the nemesis of cold, so Yang Kai didn't feel too uncomfortable. Wherever the medicinal effect of the 9 yuan condensing dew passed, the true Yang Yuan Qi instantly solidified, and as if there was some kind of reaction between the two, radioactive ripples began to spread outwards. With the spread of the ripples, the true Yang Yuan Qi, which had already reached the limit of purity, was once again purified. The chill gradually disappeared, and in the meridians of his body, there was the sound of Yuan Qi flowing, like a mountain stream, crisp and pleasant to the ear. The ice on Yang Kai's clothes and hair suddenly shattered into powder. The sky changed color, and the violent energy gathered in mid-air, gathering more and more until it reached a shocking level, and then suddenly poured down, directly rushing into Yang Kai's body. The blessing of advancing to a new realm had come. Yang Kai's whole body trembled, and the countless pores all over his body opened up. The true Yang secret art made a humming sound, accepting the power of heaven and earth into his body. This power of heaven and earth passed through his meridians, and part of it merged into his flesh and bones, tempering his body. The other part that Yang Kai didn't have time to absorb should have returned to heaven and earth, once again becoming a part of heaven and earth, but at this moment, none of it escaped, and was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, not leaving behind a single drop. Every time a cultivator advanced to a new realm, they would have this kind of blessing, but how much benefit they could obtain would depend on their own efforts and the limit of their endurance. An ordinary cultivator, no matter how good their aptitude was, or how strong they were, could at most absorb 30% of the power. The main purpose of this 30% was to temper the cultivator's body, so that it could withstand the impact of the Yuan Qi, and the remaining 70% would dissipate again. But since the first time Yang Kai advanced to a new realm, every time the power of heaven and earth entered his body, he would absorb at least 90% of it. And this time, it was even more direct, not missing a single bit. The tyrannical power of the unyielding golden skeleton could be seen. The chaotic energy of heaven and earth gradually calmed down, and Yang Kai's breath also slowly converged, becoming no different from an ordinary person. Exhaling a long breath, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his face filled with vigor. Yuanqi realm. After so many hardships, he had finally reached the height of Yuanqi realm. In the past, the Yuanqi realm was an existence he looked up to, and at this moment, he was also standing on the stage of Yuanqi realm masters. It had only taken him 2 years. Even if he added the previous 3 years of decadence, it was only 5 years. To cultivate to the Yuanqi realm in 5 years, he would be considered a genius no matter where he went. Gently clenching his fist, he felt that his whole body was full of indescribable explosive power, and the Yuanqi flowing in his meridians had also undergone a fundamental change. Compared to the previous Yuanqi that was ethereal and invisible, the current Yuanqi was undoubtedly more solid and full of powerful energy. What was flowing in his body could no longer be called Yuanqi, but Yuanqi. The two were not on the same level at all. There were originally 70 to 80 drops of yang liquid in Dantian, but now there were only 20 drops left. However, the energy stored in each drop of yang liquid was equivalent to the sum of the previous 3 or 4 drops. The lethality of this kind of yang liquid was much more terrifying than before. After reaching the Yuanqi realm, the Yuanqi in a cultivator's body was also divided into different grades. Grade 1 to Grade 9, Grade 1 was the highest, and Grade 9 was the lowest. Although this division could not be considered as part of the entire cultivator's promotion system, it was a widely recognized division. When a normal cultivator reached the Yuanqi realm, if they did not have the help of precious treasures, their Yuanqi would mostly be Grade 9. Even with the help of precious treasures, they would only be able to reach Grade 8. Even so, it was still a great fortune, enough to make most people smile from ear to ear. This grade of Yuanqi could indeed display more strength in battle than normal Yuanqi, but after all, it was only at the end. If they met an opponent of a higher grade than Yuanqi, even if their realm was higher, they would definitely not be a match for them. The grade of Yuanqi would slowly increase as a cultivator cultivated in the future. However, even if they cultivated to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, if they did not have any special opportunities, Yuanqi would only be Grade 3 or Grade 4. Very few people could reach Grade 2, as for Grade 1, it was just a legend. It could be said that when a cultivator reached the Yuanqi realm, the grade of Yuanqi in their body would determine their future and development. This was the foundation of their life. When those geniuses reached the Yuanqi realm, they would at least be Grade 7 Yuanqi, and some would even reach Grade 6. The higher their grade, the better their future would be. Yang Kai did not know what grade the Yuanqi in his body was now, but it was definitely not Grade 1. It was at least Grade 6 or 7, or even higher. Brilliant flame liquid, the 9 yuan condensing dew, which one of them was not a precious treasure for tempering Yuanqi? They were all extremely difficult to find. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had used both. In addition, he had worked hard to refine his Yuanqi when he was at the separation and reunion boundary. As a result, the Yuanqi he had formed was of a high quality. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. "Old demon, what's going on?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Yang Kai found that he was no longer in the middle of the white fog, nor did he find the stone that could produce the soul-cleansing dew. Instead, he found himself in a barren land. As far as the eye could see. In the distance, lush and verdant forests swayed gently in the wind. A few days ago, there was a sudden surge of strange energy, and then young master appeared here. But at that time you were at the final juncture of breaking through to Yuanqi. This old servant did not dare to disturb you. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly understood. It seemed that he had been sent out of that exotic land. That day, Ling Tai-su had said that he would enter that exotic land to gain experience. There was no need to find the way out, because he simply couldn't find it. At a certain time, he would naturally leave. This period of time could be long or short, as long as 2 to 3 years, and as short as a few months. This time, it would take about a year. The exotic land experience was over. It was a pity that he didn't have the soul-cleansing dew. It took about 10 days to produce a drop of soul-cleansing dew. If he had stayed there longer, he should have been able to collect more. However, Yang Kai was content, as he had already collected more than a dozen drops. This place should be Netherworld Mountain. It was the only forbidden land in the Great Han Dynasty. When he entered with Ling Tai-su that day, all he encountered were 5th or 6th order monster beast. There were many of them, and they were extremely fierce. Now that he was out, he could only rely on himself. There was no trace of other people, so they should have already left Netherworld Mountain. Those people were the elites of their respective sects, and their strength was not weak. If they encountered a fifth-order monster beast, they would definitely be able to handle it. If it was a sixth-order one, as long as it wasn't too strong, escaping should not be a problem. Young master, there's something strange here. What's strange? You might as well fly up and take a look. Old demon's words. Xianxia nodded. He released his divine sense. In an instant, everything within a dozen miles was imprinted into his mind. This time, during his seclusion to break through to the Xianxia realm, his divine sense had inadvertently strengthened a lot. Not perceiving any danger or life nearby, Xianxia unfolded his yang inflammation wings and flew into the air. Looking down, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Sure enough. Old demon took a deep breath. This place, why does it look like it was hit by a palm strike? Xianxia's eyebrows jumped. Everything within a radius of a few dozen miles was barren. Not a single blade of grass grew, and all the trees had been reduced to dust. If one looked carefully, one could even see a clear palm print covering the ground within a radius of a few dozen miles. And it should have been hit by a palm strike. Who could be so tyrannical? Kai Yang was shocked. Such a feat, such strength, was simply too shocking. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuyu were definitely among the top masters in the world, but Xianxia estimated that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to create such a palm print. Moreover, this palm print looked like it had been there for some time, at least half a year or even a year. Even now, this place was still barren. One could imagine how destructive the power contained in it was. After a moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly remembered something. When Ling Tai Su, Guali of Ghost King Valley, and the old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace entered Nether Mountain together, Ling Tai Su had asked the old woman a question. The old woman's answer was that there had been some kind of change in Nether Mountain, so all the 5th order and 6th order monster beasts had been driven to the periphery. The time was almost the same. Could the change that the old woman mentioned be related to the master who caused all this? We can't stay here for long. Old demon said in a deep voice. And Xianxia nodded, identified the direction, and directly used his yang inflammation wings to fly out. Before, he didn't dare to act wantonly because he didn't have the ability to investigate his surroundings, but now that he had his divine sense, things were different. Spreading out his divine sense, he could see everything within a dozen kilometers at a glance. Naturally, he no longer had to worry about being spied on. Half an hour later, Xianxia flew out of Nether Mountain. Landing on the ground, Xianxia checked his position, determined the direction, and walked towards a certain place. Young master isn't returning to High Heaven Pavilion? Old demon saw some clues. The direction Xianxia was heading was not the same as High Heaven Pavilion. Not for the time being, I'm going to Medicine King's Valley. Xianxia nodded. The 5th page of the wordless black book clearly instructed him to go to Medicine King's Valley, but he didn't know what was there. Last time, he wanted to cultivate for a while and wait until his strength was a little stronger before going, but he had not expected that Ling Tai Su would take him to Nether Mountain for experience. Now that his strength had reached the Xianxia boundary, it was natural for him to go to Medicine King's Valley and have a look. After breaking through to the Xianxia boundary, Xianxia could now use his movement skill, making his movements much more elusive than before. With a single breath of Xianxia, he could now travel more than 1,000 meters. However, after trying it out a few times, he no longer used his movement skill. It really consumed too much of his Xianxia. 2 days later, Xianxia was already 1,000 kilometers away from Nether Mountain. While walking on a public road, Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his mind. This feeling was not his own, but was transmitted from a certain direction. Xianxia was stunned and turned his head to look in that direction. Faintly, he felt that there was something abnormal a few dozen kilometers away. Frowning, Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. His divine sense could only cover a dozen kilometers at most, so how could he transmit a few dozen kilometers away? A brand. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes lit up and he finally understood why he felt uneasy. In that isolated world, he had planted a brand in Zmo and Lingshan's souls, so now, a few dozen kilometers away, one of them must have encountered some kind of danger, which was why he was able to detect it. Was it Zmo or Lingshan? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression sank and he hurriedly rushed in that direction. Yang Kai's perception was not wrong. A few dozen kilometers away, Zmo was facing the greatest danger of her life. When Yang Kai had separated from her, her strength had reached the Yuan-Chi 6th stage, and after such a long time in that isolated world, her strength had now reached the 7th stage of Yuan-Chi. Her background was not low, so Zmo could be said to be one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation. But now, she was in a worrisome situation, scrambling to deal with the enemy's attacks, and in imminent danger. There was a long wound on her abdomen, and blood had dyed her clothes red. Her footsteps were disorderly, and her beautiful face was pale. Even in this dangerous situation, she could only grit her teeth and not make a sound. When she left Nether Mountain, her luck was not good and she had encountered many monster beast attacks. If not for her soul-controlling insect-controlling one of the monster beast, she would have likely died in Nether Mountain. In that battle, she had suffered some injuries, and the monster beast she had controlled had been left behind in order to cover their retreat. After escaping with great difficulty, she had not expected to encounter a person who wanted to kill her. She knew this person, it was the one Yang Kai had been looking for, Wu Qingyi. Wu Qingyi's strength had reached the Yuan-Chi 8th stage. Although he was only a minor realm higher than Zmo, one had come prepared while the other had been injured and was caught off guard. In the battle, Zmo quickly fell into a disadvantage and was accidentally struck by a sword, causing her condition to worsen. As the sword chi flew towards her, Zmo's expression became dignified, and she quickly took out a bronze mirror-like artifact and activated her Yuan Chi, transforming it into a shield in front of her. Ding ding dang dang dang, the sword chi struck the shield, and although it did not hurt Zmo, it still forced her to retreat, gasping for breath. I only want that beast taming technique. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. Wu Qingyi said expressionlessly as he pointed the sword in his hand at Zmo. In that isolated world, Wu Qingyi had personally witnessed the strength of the Tianling cultivator's beast-taming technique, so naturally he wanted to get his hands on it. This time, he had ambushed Zmo in order to obtain Sun Luo Temple's secret technique. Wishful thinking. Zmo ground her teeth. Wu Qingyi sneered, I'll give you one last chance, otherwise, when I capture you, even if you want to die, it will be difficult. With such an exotic woman like you, I think many people will be interested. Zmo's eyes flashed a cold light, but she suddenly laughed, Are you interested? Wu Qingyi's expression was as cold as ice. I cultivate the ruthless sword, so I won't be tempted by a woman. So you'd better put away your petty thoughts, but I do have a martial uncle who is extremely lecherous. I think he will be very willing to accept you. Zmo's pretty face changed, and she ground her teeth as she cursed, pervert. Wu Qingyi's strength was something Zmo had deeply experienced. He was truly worthy of being a disciple from the 9-star sword school. That day, Qi Shui had chased him down for more than a month while riding a 6th-order monster beast, yet he had not been able to do anything to him. How could Zmo be his opponent now? Gritting her teeth, Zmo whispered, If I give you the beast-taming method, can you let me go? I can give you a quick death. Wu Qingyi said coldly. Zmo's face went pale as she coldly said, I already gave you what you wanted, yet you still want to kill me? Do you even have any humanity left? Wu Qingyi sneered, Humanity? The strong are respected, why should I talk to you about humanity? Saying so, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes flashing a cold light, and with a flick of his finger, he sent out a few sword chi bursts towards the ground about a meter away from his feet. Vaguely, one could hear the sword chi piercing through something and a few drops of blood began to emerge from the ground. These were the soul-controlling insects that Zmo had secretly planted. Bitch! Wu Qingyi cursed. Although he had always been on guard against Tianling, the seemingly delicate woman, he had not expected that he would almost fall for her tricks. If he had not been vigilant enough, these insects would have drilled into his body. You brought this upon yourself. I will capture you and break your arms and legs. I will make you beg for death. Wu Qingyi's face filled with murderous intent as he flicked the sword in his hand, wrapping himself in a layer of sword light as he shot towards ZMO like a bolt of lightning. Bastard! ZMO grit her teeth and cursed. Facing a cold-blooded man like Wu Qingyi, she was really helpless. Hurriedly avoiding this shocking sword strike, she quickly waved her hand and sent out a few strangely shaped blades towards him. Wu Qingyi's long sword flickered a few times, deflecting all of the incoming blades, sending out a series of sparks in all directions. Zemo's face went pale as she gritted her teeth, barely managing to avoid being hit in her vitals, but her shoulder was once again struck by the sword chi. With a pitiful cry, her shoulder was stained red. She had fallen into a complete disadvantage. Zemo was not willing to sit still and wait for her death. She turned her back to Wu Qingyi and scattered all of her remaining soul-controlling insects into the ground, hoping to use them to deal with Wu Qingyi. However, Wu Qingyi had just barely suffered a loss, so how could he be careless now? The sword light swept out like a waterfall of light, directly shattering the ground within a radius of more than 100 feet. As the sword chi wreaked havoc, all the soul-controlling insects were killed. If the soul-controlling insect was planted in a human's body, he was indeed powerful. Apart from heat, they were fearless. However, before they entered a person's body, they were just a few insects. Wu Qingyi's sword chi was more than enough to destroy them. Zemo's pretty face paled. After losing her soul-controlling insect, she really didn't know how to deal with Wu Qingyi. Just as she was feeling anxious, a strange light suddenly flashed across her eyes as she glanced behind Wu Qingyi, her pretty face filled with excitement and joy. This subtle change in expression did not escape Wu Qingyi's eyes. Realizing the situation he was in, Wu Qingyi's expression suddenly became cold. Not wanting to waste any more time, he raised his sword and prepared to deliver the final blow. Before he could release his sword move, he felt an aura locking onto him from behind. Wu Qingyi's brow furrowed as he swung his sword backwards, sending out countless sword images to seal off a large area. As the sword light flashed, a fiery red fist appeared and swept through the air, shattering all the sword images in its path. A figure descended from the sky. Wu Qingyi flew out a dozen or so meters before calmly turning around to look at the newcomer. After seeing the other party's appearance, Wu Qingyi couldn't help feeling surprised. "It's you." "Heh, you didn't expect it, did you?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he stared at Wu Qingyi with interest. When he was still in that isolated world, he had been determined to find Wu Qingyi and kill him, but then he ran into Qi Shui. He chased after him into the white fog, and by a freak combination of factors, he lost his chance. Now, he had unexpectedly met him here. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in vain. Now he had found him without any effort. Suppressing the pleasant surprise in his heart, Yang Kai turned to ZMO and raised his brow, saying frivolously, "Beauty, you're in a bad situation. And, if you had come a little later, you wouldn't have been able to see me again." ZMO glared at him, secretly rejoicing. Meeting Yang Kai again after only a few months, ZMO didn't know how to feel. She had thought that she would never see him again in this life and would no longer have to worry about others tormenting her soul. But now, the trajectories of their lives had once again overlapped. However, ZMO wasn't worried about her soul being controlled at all. Instead, she was quite happy. In any case, her life had been saved. As for anything else, she could only think about it after she survived. Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at her. "Aren't you an elite from San Luo Temple? How did you end up like this? What do you know?" ZMO grit her teeth. "Be careful of this person, he's very strong. Yuan Qi's soul is much purer than mine. If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't be Wu Qingyi." Yang Kai sneered. As for why Yuan Qi was purer than ZMO, that was understandable. Wu Qingyi definitely had some brilliant flame liquid on him. After taking this kind of treasure to temper his Yuan Qi, it would be strange if his Yuan Qi wasn't pure. "I didn't expect someone like you to come out alive, your luck is quite good." Wu Qingyi looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, just like when they first met, his expression cold and disdainful. "If my luck wasn't good, I would have been killed by your junior brother." Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as a knife. "Since you knew I wanted your life, you shouldn't have appeared in front of me. A person's luck can't always be good." Wu Qingyi's expression was indifferent, not showing any signs of being affected by Qi Jianxing's death. If you want to fight, then fight. You men don't need to talk so much nonsense. Zmo had just eaten a lot of losses from Wu Qingyi, so now that Yang Kai had appeared, she immediately felt a lot more confident and couldn't wait to get back at him. She was well aware of Yang Kai's strength, so with his help, the two of them together could easily suppress Wu Qingyi. Good. Yang Kai nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Wu Qingyi coldly snorted, his sword intent slowly rising. Yang Kai, you help me from the side, I'll deal with him. Zmo shouted. No, you help me. Yang Kai's words were concise, and as soon as his voice fell he rushed towards Wu Qingyi, his originally calm body suddenly bursting with unparalleled fluctuations. You. Zmo's eyes were filled with surprise as she felt the pressure coming from Yang Kai. Has he broken through to the Yuanqi boundary? When they had separated 4 months ago, he was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator who had just recently broken through to the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, but after 4 months, he had already reached the true element boundary. This breakthrough speed is too fast. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Zmo felt relieved. This was a freakish man, so it was not surprising that he could break through this watershed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Qingyi collided. Wu Qingyi's sword skill was fully displayed, his sword chi raging as his murderous intent sword. Yang Kai's fists were like bolts of lightning as his figure flickered and danced through the sky filled with sword afterimages. His entire body exuded a scorching hot aura. Like a burning flame. The world energy around them was chaotic, and a strong wind blew, causing Zmo to squint her eyes. She wanted to help, but she didn't know how to do so. The two of them were fighting with all their strength, not holding back at all. All of their murderous intents and auras blended together. At this moment, even if Zmo forcefully intervened, it would inevitably lead to a counterattack from both of them. How could she have such courage? Yang Kai asking her to help seemed to be giving her some face, but now Zmo could only watch from the sidelines. She didn't even have the qualifications to help. Smelly man. Zmo smiled bitterly, but she decisively flew backwards like a willow catkin. After flying 1,000 meters away, she finally came to a stop. In the midst of this fierce battle, Wu Qingyi's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He had never thought that this trash he regarded as trash would actually have the strength to fight against him. As soon as the sword afterimages appeared, they would be swept away by his violent fist. His opponent's moves were simply too big. His own sword skills were flexible and ethereal, each with their own merits, so for a time neither of them could do anything to the other. In just half a cup of tea's time, the two sides had exchanged a few hundred moves, Yuanqi wantonly attacking. The more Wu Qingyi fought, the more shocked he became while Yang Kai became more and more violent. The expression on his face was also extremely excited, like a perverted demon who had just encountered a beautiful woman. Pong, with a loud bang, the two were separated. Wu Qingyi let out a muffled groan as he flew backwards, a trace of blood leaking from his mouth. Yang Kai was also injured, his abdomen had been slashed by Wu Qingyi's sword, causing him to bleed profusely. Both of them retreated more than 300 meters before slowly regaining their footing. Haha. That was fun. Although he was injured and bleeding, Yang Kai still laughed. This was a real battle, a battle between men who couldn't stop even if they wanted to. Although Yang Kai hated this Wu Qingyi from the bottom of his heart and had a grudge against him, he had to admit that this person had some skill. After all, Yuanqi's cultivation was at the 8th stage, and in terms of Yuanqi's purity and power, he was not inferior to Yang Kai. You're very strong. Wu Qingyi stared deeply at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with pain, as if he was unwilling to believe that this little brat from a second-class sect could actually be on par with him. You flatter me. Yang Kai replied indifferently. I admit, I underestimated you before. It seems that my junior brother did not die because of some accident, but rather because he died at your hands. Wu Qingyi slowly rotated his sword intent rising again. You sent him to attack me, so you should have thought of this. It's good that you admit it. Wu Qingyi continued to rotate his sword. You want revenge? Yang Kai sneered. His death was due to his lack of skill, he can't blame anyone. But today, since you dare to oppose me, don't even think about leaving here alive. Wu Qingyi's face suddenly filled with a violent aura, coldly shouting, "The dignity of my 9-star sword school cannot be trampled on. My, Wu Qingyi's, dignity cannot be trampled on. Even the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families can only look up to me. Who do you think you are? Sword body." With a shout, the sword chi floating around Wu Qingyi's body suddenly began to hum and condense into a solid form, flying around his body, shuttling back and forth. This move was both offensive and defensive, something Yang Kai had experienced from Qi Jianxing once before, but now that Wu Qingyi was using it, it was even more pleasing to the eye. However, this dazzling sword body contained a great deal of killing power. "Get over here and accept your death, I'll give you a quick death." Wu Qingyi seemed to have taken some kind of aphrodisiac and suddenly became excited, pointing his sword towards Yang Kai and coldly shouting. With the support of his sword, Wu Qingyi felt like he was invincible. He stood there like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed. His awe-inspiring sword intent enveloped an area of several hundred feet. The sword chi drifting in the air gave off a light sizzling sound, cutting through the world like a blade. Instantly, tiny scratches appeared on the ground. Yang Kai sneered, not showing any fear. Pushing his yuan chi to its limit, a violent power gushed out from his body, causing a series of explosions to ring out from his body. His unparalleled momentum also rose rapidly with this series of explosions, reaching its peak. The auras of the two were completely different. Wu Qingyi seemed invincible, while Yang Kai seemed crazy and overbearing. Even before they had begun fighting, their auras had already clashed, causing a burst of wind to rise up from the ground, gathering in the middle of the two without dissipating. "Come!" Wu Qingyi roared, his expression filled with madness as he waved his sword, sending out 2 sharp slashes. The space around him seemed to be cut into a cross-shaped mark, and with Wu Qingyi's roar, a cross-shaped sword chi suddenly appeared, shooting towards Yang Kai like a meteor. Yang Kai stamped his foot, causing the ground to tremble. A ferocious force erupted from the soles of his feet, causing the ground around him to crack open, spreading out like a spider's web with his feet as the center. Like a gust of wind, Yang Kai rushed towards Wu Qingyi. Halfway through, Yang Kai sent out a punch towards the cross-shaped sword chi. With a loud bang, the sword chi shattered, but Yang Kai's figure was not affected in the slightest and his momentum was not reduced in the slightest. Wu Qingyi's pupils shrank, no longer holding back any of his exquisite sword skills. Waving his sword, Wu Qingyi sent out a series of slashes towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged again and again, but if he couldn't avoid them, he could only smash them with his fists. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai had already closed in on Wu Qingyi. His violent aura was like a city wall, suppressing Wu Qingyi so much that he almost couldn't breathe. Displaying his full strength, Wu Qingyi hurriedly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai grinned. As he chased after Wu Qingyi, Yuan Chi's iron fists continuously rained down on him, forcing Wu Qingyi to raise his sword to block. His swordsmanship was ethereal and nimble, extremely ingenious. Dazzling lights and sword skills erupted from where the two of them were, shooting out in all directions. At the very beginning, the two figures were neither fast nor slow, but soon after, the two figures became blurry. After a while, they completely merged together. Numerous noises could be heard. In just half a cup of tea's time, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Boom! Their figures were entangled with each other as they leaped up over 30 meters into the air, and then they suddenly plummeted to the ground, smashing open an enormous crater in the ground. Xiao xiao! In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Qingyi were already several dozen meters away. The fierce battle continued. ZMO, who was watching from a distance, was reluctant to even blink, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. She wasn't worried about Yang Kai's life at all. She was only shocked by the fighting strength he had displayed. That smelly brat has become a lot stronger. ZMO bit her red lips, her heart filled with hatred, but her mouth still held a faint smile. The last time they had separated, he and his brother Qi Shui had fought head-on, and in the end, he had relied on his strange martial skill to control the sixth-order monster beast to regain control of the situation. But now, when they met again, he was actually able to fight evenly with Wu Qingyi. In terms of combat strength, Wu Qingyi was probably even stronger than Qi Shui. The speed at which Yang Kai grew made ZMO both envious and admire him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Qingyi had already rushed a few thousand meters away. Zmo stomped her feet and hurriedly followed. She did not want to miss such a fierce and exciting battle. Especially since this was a battle between cultivators of the same age and level as her. Along the way, there were some bloodstains, whether it was Yang Kai's or Wu Qingyi's, but in any case, the two of them were definitely fighting fiercely, so it was impossible for them to stop until they were dead. When Zmo arrived, she saw that the two of them had separated again and were now staring at each other from a distance of more than 300 meters. Wu Qingyi's face was blue, his original calm expression had disappeared, replaced by endless madness, his eyes trembling slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. His mouth was overflowing with red blood, and his face was slightly pale, obviously he had suffered some minor injuries. On the other hand, Kai Yang's body was also covered with several sword wounds. His flesh was torn apart and he was dripping with blood. Especially his two fists, they were densely packed with tiny sword scars. Wu Qingyi's sword was both offensive and defensive, so if Yang Kai wanted to hurt him, he would have to hurt himself first. But he was still smiling, his smile incomparably evil. Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, soaked in blood, his black hair fluttering in the wind, Zmo's pretty face couldn't help blushing. I started cultivating when I was 8 years old. Wu Qingyi suddenly opened his mouth, his voice somewhat hoarse and trembling. It has been 14 years since then. From childhood to now, I have been invincible among my peers. No one is qualified to be my opponent, no one can defeat me. Even the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families are not my opponents. Wherever my sword points, no one dares to disobey. Taking a deep breath, Wu Qingyi's expression became dignified. You are very strong. Yuan Qi, a first-order cultivator, was actually able to fight me to a draw. I, Wu Qingyi, have truly opened my eyes today. It turns out that it is not that there are no geniuses in this world, it's just that I was too ignorant. Awakening before you die, at least your life will not be in vain. Yang Kai grinned. Wu Qingyi raised his brow and coldly snorted, do you really think you can beat me? I haven't even used my full strength yet. I haven't either. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as his lips curled up slightly, revealing an inexplicable grin. Hearing this, Wu Qingyi's eyes narrowed. Then let's go again. Let's see if you die or I die. Wu Qingyi's competitive spirit was completely aroused and he shouted. From a young age, he had always enjoyed the praise of his elders and the admiration of his peers. The 9-star sword school had always regarded him as their future hope. Some people had even asserted that if Wu Qingyi truly grew up, the 9-star sword school would truly have the qualifications to become a super force. Such a proud person had actually been injured today by an opponent whose cultivation was far lower than his. How could Wu Qingyi accept this? In the beginning, it was Yang Kai who wanted to take his life. Now, even if Yang Kai wanted to stop, Wu Qingyi would not agree. Between the two of them, victory and defeat was inevitable, and one of them was bound to die here. If it wasn't Wu Qingyi, then it would be Yang Kai. The one who survived would be the real genius. There was no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. But in Wu Qingyi's mind, he was the first of his generation. Anyone who tried to encroach on his position was an irreconcilable enemy. After shouting, Wu Qingyi's crazed expression suddenly calmed down, and a palpitating sword chi spread out. Zmo's pretty face changed, and without hesitation she retreated a few dozen meters before coming to a stop. Yang Kai's expression also suddenly became calm. I only have one move left, if you can block it, you win, if you can't, you die. Wu Qingyi roared, his yuan qi suddenly transforming into sharp blades that flew out from all the major acupoints on his body. The sword he had been using to support himself also suddenly collapsed. Wu Qingyi gave up on defending and turned all his yuan qi into an attack. In an instant, Wu Qingyi was surrounded by hundreds of sword qi blades. Each of these sword qi blades was formed from yuan qi and contained a huge amount of killing power that could not be underestimated. If these hundreds of sword qi blades were released at the same time, no matter who it was, they would have to avoid them. But this was not the end, as with a shake of his sword, another 100 sword qi blades rushed out. Then, another 100. The sword qi blades seemed to cover the sky and the earth, lingering around Wu Qingyi, as if the whole world had become a world of swords. Yang Kai took a deep breath and did not dare to hold back, reaching out his hand and summoning the Azura Sect's hallowed artifact, the Azura Sword. The Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's meridians retreated into the Dantian and stored away, while the energy from the unyielding golden skeleton fiercely poured out. Black Qi swirled around him, and a kind of aura that made people feel uneasy burst out from Yang Kai's body. The energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton was completely different from the pure Yang True Yang Yuan Qi. This kind of murderous and destructive energy was quite similar to the aura of the Azura Sword itself. Yang Kai's original intention was to maximize the power of this artifact, but when he held the Azura Sword and used the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, the Azura Sect's hallowed artifact seemed to come alive and crazily devour the energy from the unyielding golden skeleton. In an instant, the Azura Sword burst out with a mixture of red and black light. This light was like a black hole, and when it erupted, it swallowed up all the surrounding light, causing the whole world to lose its color. In the distance, Zmo felt her vision darken. Wu Qingyi's sword chi blades also suddenly dimmed. Xing, a sword cry rang out from the Azura Sword, and the sound and energy ripples from it affected Wu Qingyi's countless sword chi blades, causing them to resonate at the same time. The sword chi blades trembled, as if they were about to break free from Wu Qingyi's control and shoot out. Wu Qingyi's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly stabilized his mind and controlled his sword chi, not allowing it to be affected by the Azura Sword. Yang Kai was stunned by all this, but soon his eyes flashed a burst of joy as he continued to pour energy into the Azura Sword. At this moment, he understood the mysteries of this heaven-grade artifact, and a faint connection was formed between him and the sword. It was as if the Azura Sword had become a part of his body, blending with his blood. Both sides were desperately accumulating their strength for the final blow, separated by a few dozen meters, both of them ruthlessly staring at each other. The number of sword chi blades surrounding Wu Qingyi had reached more than 2,000. As the last few bursts of sword chi burst out from his body, the face of this 9-star sword faction disciple suddenly lost all color, becoming extremely pale. He kept gasping for breath, as if at this moment, he had become an ordinary person without the strength to truss up a chicken. This is my 9-star sword sect's secret technique, 10,000 swords return to 1. Wu Qingyi coldly shouted, a trace of regret appearing on his face. Unfortunately, with my strength, I can only condense 2,000 sword chi blades. This is formed from all of my true yuan. Yang Kai gripped his scarlet blood sword and grinned meaningfully. I don't know what this technique is, but its power is definitely not small, be careful. Zmo, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help curling her lips in disdain. These two obviously wanted to kill each other as soon as possible, turning each other's bones to ash and dismembering their bodies into 10,000 pieces. Just now, they had been fighting fiercely, not showing any mercy, but at this critical moment, they were actually telling each other all the details and reminding each other. Men, they are really strange creatures. As a woman, and a woman with a deep mind at that, how could Zmo know that men were sometimes even more arrogant than women? At certain times, even if they were to die, they would not abandon their pride. Wu Qingyi's arrogance made him confident that this blow would be enough to kill Yang Kai, so he was not worried about leaking this information and causing any negative impact on the battle. Yang Kai's arrogance made him unwilling to take advantage of Wu Qingyi, so he responded with a warning. This is a battle between men. Women don't understand. Surrounded by more than 2,000 sword chi blades, Wu Qingyi suddenly moved. At this moment, his expression became very strange. Dignified, there was a hint of piety in his expression, as if what he was about to display was not a sword move, but rather the blossoming of his life force. Rotating his long sword, the tip of the sword flashed brilliantly. The earth-shattering sword chi clanged at the same time, buzzing incessantly, and the sharp sword will soared into the sky. Suddenly, more than half of the 2,000 sword chi blades disappeared, leaving only a little more than 1,000, then another half disappeared, leaving only 500. 300 sword chi blades, 200, 100, 90. A faint sigh came out of Wu Qingyi's mouth, full of regret and helplessness. After sighing, Wu Qingyi's face suddenly flushed red, and he became high-spirited. With a wave of his long sword, more than 90 sword chi blades flew towards Yang Kai. 10,000 swords returned to 1. This was one of the 9-star sword sect's secret techniques, and only those who had made enough contributions to the sect were eligible to learn them. Among Wu Qingyi's generation, he was the only one who had ever learned this technique, so it was obvious that the sect's elders had high hopes for him. If this sword skill was cultivated to the grand accomplishment stage, 10,000 swords would return to one, and that would be enough to split the heavens and earth. A sword that could cause mountains and rivers to tremble, but Wu Qingyi's current strength was not enough. Even after exhausting all of his yuan qi, he was only able to condense more than 2,000 sword qi blades, eventually converging them into 90. Even so, such a move was still extremely powerful. Zimo's beautiful eyes trembled. Even though they were separated by nearly 2,000 meters, she could still clearly feel the sword intent that was rushing towards her. The surrounding air seemed to have turned into sharp blades. Cutting into her skin, waves of pain like being bitten by mosquitoes and ants spread throughout her body. This sword strike had already exceeded the limits of what she could bear and understand. Just now, if Wu Qingyi had used this sword to deal with her, she feared she would have already been crushed to pieces. He looked at Xianxia in horror. She didn't know if Xianxia was strong enough to take it. On the other side, Xianxia's figure was completely enveloped by the black gas, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. In the darkness, only two scarlet eyes emitted a terrifying light. Those eyes were filled with madness and calmness. The combination of contradictions was extremely strange. Facing the 90 or so sword qi blades, Xianxia did not try to dodge. Instead, he gripped the azure sword in his hand and slashed forward with all his strength. The demonic qi that had just been swallowed by the azure sword burst out. A wave of unsettling fluctuations burst out, centered on Xianxia's position. The earth seemed to be lifted, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. However, where the azure sword pointed, there was no sword qi, nothing at all. The strangeness of this sword strike was also beyond Zimo's imagination. After releasing this sword strike, Xianxia straightened up. With a smile on his face, Xianxia raised his hand and rested the scarlet sword on his shoulder. This smile was full of confidence. Wu Qingyi's pupils shrank rapidly. Although he did not see any attack coming, a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. It was like the call of death. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qingyi's 90 sword qi blades flew towards Xianxia. However, in the air, a dark hole about the size of a bowl suddenly appeared. This scene was extremely strange, as if someone had accidentally spilled a drop of ink onto a painting. As soon as the dark hole appeared, it suddenly spread out, as if it had the power to swallow everything. Wherever the black light passed, Zimo's vision went dark and she could no longer see anything. In the darkness, a series of popping sounds rang out, as if someone had been hit by the sword qi blades. Zimo's heart trembled, because she recognized that the source of this sound was where Xianxia was standing. Before she could even exclaim, Wu Qingyi also let out a muffled groan. The world once again returned to normal. After a moment, Zimo finally noticed a bright light and everything in front of her gradually became clear. Looking around, the world was clear, the sun had set, and the sky was dyed red, dyeing the earth a bloody red. Hearing a violent heartbeat, Zimo nervously looked towards Xianxia, only to see that he was still standing in the same place. The clothes on his upper body had all been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy figure. Although his physique was not particularly strong, at a glance, it was obvious that he was full of explosive power. Now, there were several red spots on his back, and after a single breath of time, blood was gushing out from them. These were the wounds caused by the sword qi blades. Defeated? Zimo couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Such a powerful and heaven-defying man had actually been defeated? Looking at Wu Qingyi again, he was also standing in his original position, as if he had not moved at all, his body straight like a javelin, his eyes filled with an unruly light. His long sword was now in front of him, and a gentle breeze blew past, causing his robes to flutter. A drop of red slowly spread across his chest, gradually expanding. His mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, his expression gradually becoming stiff. The unruly look in his eyes gradually faded, becoming empty and lifeless. Completely devoid of life. Zimo cried out in alarm, her expression extremely complex. Was this a mutual destruction ending? Cough cough. Suddenly, a light cough came from Xianxia's side, causing Zimo's whole body to tremble. Turning her head, she saw Yang Kai holding onto his azure sword, his figure staggering, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Beauty. Yang Kai struggled to turn his head to look at her, a wry smile hanging on his face. Can you come and help me? This smelly brat really didn't die. Zmo grit her teeth, hesitating for a moment. She quickly stepped forward to greet him. The distance of more than 1,000 meters took Zmo more than 20 breaths of time. Looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, Zmo's mood fluctuated. If he were to kill him right here and now. In the future, she wouldn't have to worry about the brand in her mind. However, when she thought about how this man had stood up for her in that isolated space, killed by Xiao Ming and his fellow apprentice brother in anger, and even saved her life from being besieged by demonic beasts, Zmo couldn't bring herself to do it. This time, if it wasn't for him, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from Wu Qingyi's clutches. Thinking about it, he had already saved her twice. Huh, what a headache, pick up the thing on the ground and give it to me. Yang Kai shouted. Zmo's thoughts were interrupted. Looking down, she saw a small cloth bag on the ground and bent down to pick it up. Handing it to Yang Kai, she curiously asked, "What is this?" "It's nothing, just a small artifact." Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he stuffed the universe bag into his trousers pocket. Then, without any trace of politeness, he pulled Zmo over and draped his arm over her shoulder, placing most of his weight on her. "Let's go to Wu Qingyi." Yang Kai motioned. Zmo gave him a displeased look, but still obediently helped him walk towards Wu Qingyi. Arriving in front of Wu Qingyi, Yang Kai reached into his clothes and searched around. Finally, he found a small bottle that was half filled with a liquid. Haha. Yang Kai laughed, his guess was not wrong. Wu Qingyi also had brilliant flame liquid, much more than Qi Jianxing. What's this? Zmo stared blankly. Although she knew this was definitely something good, she still couldn't bring herself to ask for it. I'll tell you later. Yang Kai grinned. Let's find a place, I need to heal first. In the wilderness, inside a small hole in the ground, Kai Yang was sitting cross-legged with his upper body bare. His battle with Wu Qingyi. His injuries were not serious, they were only physical wounds. It was not Wu Qingyi's sword qi that injured him. It was his sword intent. Wu Qingyi's 10,000 swords returned to one sword intent had penetrated Yang Kai's body. At this moment, he was holding the Azura sword in both hands, trying to comprehend its sword intent. Since obtaining the Azura Sect's hallowed artifact, Yang Kai had only used it once, during his battle with Bai Yunfeng in High Heaven Pavilion. At that time, he had just refined the Azura sword into his body and had no time to familiarize himself with it, so his understanding of it was limited to that of a heaven-grade artifact. Over the past year, the Azura sword had been nurtured by Yuan Qi in his dantian, blending with his body. Until now, it had finally become one. This time, using it allowed Yang Kai to discover that the Azura sword was not just a heaven-grade offensive artifact, it also had a very special function. That was to seize the enemy sword skills and use them for oneself. This was a function that only targeted sword skills. In his last battle with Wu Qingyi, the Azura sword had used a large amount of evil energy from Yang Kai's golden body to form a black hole. This black hole had swallowed up the lethality of Wu Qingyi's sword skill, leaving behind only the sword intent. That was why Yang Kai did not try to evade and instead used his body to withstand this attack. However, even the sword intent had pierced through Yang Kai's body, making him look like he had been seriously injured. Sword intent was the essence of a sword skill, just like a person's divine sense. A sword skill without sword intent was just a form, never able to display much of its power. At this moment, Yang Kai was comprehending the sword intent of this sword skill, trying to understand the mysteries of the 10,000 swords returned to one. Once he succeeded, he would have a sword skill he could use. Moreover, the grade of this sword skill would not be low. The 9-star sword school's secret sword skill was a mysterious grade sword skill. The Azura sword's function was very strange, no wonder it had become the Azura Sect's hallowed artifact. However, seizing someone's sword skill was also a dangerous task. If one was not careful, not only would they fail to seize it, they would also be seriously injured. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, slowly comprehending this sword skill. In his mind, he was constantly replaying Wu Qingyi's 10,000 swords returned to one as well as the fluctuations from his Yuan Qi, The Azura sword also gave off a burst of strange vibrations, resonating with it. Zmo stood at the entrance of the cave, bored to death, staring at the closed Xianxia with a complicated expression. While playing with her hair, Zmo pursed her lips, contemplating whether or not she should attack Xianxia and kill this hateful smelly brat, but after thinking about it for a long time, she still could not make up her mind, her heart in knots. After a long time, Zmo sighed faintly, turned around, and left. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and stared in the direction she disappeared, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Young master, that little girl seemed to have thought about killing you, but after hesitating for some reason, she finally gave up." The old demon quickly reminded him, he had been vigilant of Zmo's movements and had naturally seen her expression just now. "I know, she made a wise choice." Xianxia nodded slightly and continued to close his eyes and meditate. Half a day later, Zmo returned, bringing back a lot of dead wood and a game. Lighting a bonfire and roasting the game, Zmo sat down beside it to warm herself while waiting for Xianxia to wake up. 3 days later. Just as Zmo was cursing Xianxia, a faint sword intent suddenly came from nearby. Zmo's pretty face immediately changed color as she stood up vigilantly and looked in the direction of the source of this sword intent. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Because this sword intent was actually coming from the pit where Xianxia was healing. This sword intent was very familiar. It was the same sword intent that had appeared a few days ago when Wu Qingyi had displayed his heaven-shaking sword technique, but now it was actually reappearing on Xianxia's body. Zmo stared at it suspiciously, her brow furrowed. Gradually, this sword intent became stronger and stronger. The rate at which it was increasing was quite fast. In just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, it had reached a point where Zmo's beautiful face paled. It was as if the dead Wu Qingyi had come back to life and was about to display that amazing sword technique again. Kong, the pit where Xianxia had been hiding suddenly burst open, filling the air with a cloud of dust as a figure leapt out from inside, leaving behind a trail of red light. Zmo exclaimed and hurriedly retreated, looking towards the source of this figure in amazement, only to see Xianxia with his eyes closed. In his hand was the crimson-red longsword artifact, standing motionless in place. His yuanqi was undulating, unstoppable, like a sharp sword piercing his body. Clang! The crimson sword gave off a crisp sound. Following this sound, Xianxia's yuanqi seemed to be activated. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies appeared around him. Another few hundred. A moment later, the entire world once again turned into a world of swords. Just like what he saw a few days ago. It was a shocking sight. Zmo covered her mouth. He was extremely shocked. That day, Wu Qingyi had said that this move was one of the 9-star sword sect's secret techniques, so how could Xianxia use it? On top of that, the number of sword chi Xianxia had condensed was much higher than Wu Qingyi's. Wu Qingyi had spent a great deal of his yuan qi on that day and had only managed to condense 2,000 sword qi. However, at this moment, Xianxia had transformed into over 3,000 streaks of light. 3,000 was Xianxia's limit. At this moment, his expression became difficult. With a jolt of the sword, the 3,000-plus strands of sword qi fused together in the blink of an eye. There were only about 100 of them left. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the sword qi, which contained a tremendous destructive power, shot out in a certain direction. Hong hong hong, the ground in that direction was instantly riddled with holes and fragmented. Xianxia closed his eyes, his expression dignified. 9-star sword sect's secret technique, a mysterious grade sword skill. Sure enough, it was extremely powerful. This move was not inferior to the instantaneous eruption of Star Mark. However, at the same time, it consumed a considerable amount of yuan qi. No wonder Wu Qingyi looked exhausted after using this move. However, compared to Star Mark, 10,000 swords returning to one had many advantages. Because this move was composed of 2 parts, one was to use yuan qi to condense sword qi, which could be used to attack, while the other was to fuse these sword qi together and cultivate it to the grand accomplishment stage, converging them into a single sword strike capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Wu Qingyi had not cultivated it to the grand accomplishment stage, and neither had Xianxia. However, being able to learn this sword skill, Xianxia was already very satisfied. At least in the future, when he used the azure sword, he would no longer just be blindly chopping and chopping, he would at least be able to use his own sword skill. The recently formed yuan qi in his body once again fused together and became as sharp as a sword, rapidly flowing through his meridians. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he remained motionless. Half an hour later, an invisible aura suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's body to tremble as he opened his eyes. Yuan Qi Boundary Second Stage. With the help of this mysterious grade martial skill, Yang Kai's strength had risen to another level. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai put away the azure sword. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, Yang Kai turned around and saw Zmo walking towards him with a strange expression on her face. When she was about a dozen meters away, she came to a stop. Although her face was smiling coquettishly, there was a trace of unconcealable vigilance and dread in her eyes. Just now, right in front of her, Yang Kai had miraculously broken through again. How could she not have noticed? This breakthrough was too strange, there was no sign of it happening at all, causing Zmo to feel both envy and admiration. After a long silence, Zmo finally said, "Since you're awake, I'll be going." She did not ask Yang Kai how he had learned Wu Qingyi's sword skill. At this time, the more she knew, the more harmful it would be to her. Zmo was a smart woman, so she naturally knew when to turn a blind eye. "Where are you going?" Yang Kai tilted his head and asked with a smile. Zmo was stunned for a moment before smiling softly and saying in a soft voice, "Where else can I go? Of course I'm going back to Tianlang dynasty." Saying so, she covered her mouth and blinked her eyes. "What? Could it be I can't go home?" "You don't need to go back," Yang Kai smiled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of irrefutable meaning. "Just follow me from now on." Zmo was stunned for a moment before smiling sweetly. "Why would I follow you? No matter what, I'm still a member of Tianlang dynasty. If I follow you back to your sect, I'll be treated with contempt everywhere. I won't do it. You should wear more clothes, you'll look no different from a great Han woman. And I need a maid to serve me, so come back with me to serve me tea, warm my bed, and fold my quilt," Yang Kai said seriously. Zmo's expression changed slightly, but she still forced a smile. "Are you serious? What do you think?" Zmo finally couldn't stand it anymore, the smile gradually fading from her face as her eyes filled with endless grievance, frowning as she stamped her foot. "Can't you be reasonable? I was kind enough to stay here for 3 days to take care of you, and now you want me to be your maid after waking up? If I had known earlier, I would have killed you while you were healing." Realizing that she had said too much, Zmo quickly covered her mouth. Nervously observing Yang Kai's reaction, she forced a smile and said, "I was just thinking, I didn't really want to do anything, so don't be angry." "Haha." Yang Kai laughed loudly. Zmo became more and more uneasy, biting her red lips, her brow furrowed. She couldn't understand what Yang Kai was thinking. "I was just joking with you." Yang Kai smiled. "Why are you so serious?" "Joking?" Zmo's pretty face became colder and colder. Zmo grit her teeth as she asked. "N." Yang Kai nodded. "I won't take you back with me." "You have a woman?" Zmo's eyes lit up. Yang Kai grinned sheepishly. Knowing this, Zmo couldn't help but coldly snort, obviously remembering how Yang Kai had acted so presumptuously towards her in that isolated world. Her heart filled with bitterness, but her courage couldn't help growing as she stepped forward. Swaying her hips, she walked directly to Yang Kai's side, sticking close to him. Grabbing one of his arms, Zmo squeezed her towering breasts. "I changed my mind, I want to go back with you." Zmo slightly raised her chin. Looking at Yang Kai provocatively, she said, "I'd like to see what kind of woman she is, to be able to make such a shameless man fall head over heels for her." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stared at her with great interest. "You don't dare?" Zmo smiled contemptuously. "Woman. Be careful of playing with fire." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a wicked grin. Zmo's beautiful face went pale, suddenly remembering everything that had happened in that isolated world. She quickly distanced herself from Yang Kai like he was a snake, her heart filled with hatred, her chest heaving up and down. She really didn't have the qualifications to challenge him, her soul was under his control, if she really provoked him, in this desolate wilderness. "I'm going back, I pray that I never see you again, I pray that your woman throws you away, leaving you alone for the rest of your life." Zmo viciously cursed. Wait. Yang Kai frowned. What do you want to do? Zmo's heart skipped a beat, she didn't want to spend another moment with Yang Kai. Just as she was vigilant, she saw Yang Kai take out a few bottles from his trouser pocket, then from two of them, he poured out a drop of liquid and casually tossed it to her. Zmo caught it and suspiciously asked, "What are these?" "A drop of brilliant flame liquid and a drop of soul-cleansing dew." Zmo's expression shook as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. She couldn't believe it, so she deliberately opened the bottle and took a whiff. "For me?" After determining that these two bottles were indeed brilliant flame liquid and soul-cleansing dew, Zmo held them in her arms like they were precious treasures, her hands firmly grasping them. Yang Kai nodded. "Consider it a reward for bullying you all this time." Zmo's pretty face blushed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai for a long time before whispering, "Actually, you're not that bad." "Tempted? It's not too late to come with me." Yang Kai grinned. "Get lost." Zmo snorted, her expression suddenly becoming extremely dignified. "Don't worry, I will secretly use them, I won't expose you. If you ever come to Tianlang Dynasty in the future, just come to Sanluo Temple to find me, I will entertain you well, hee hee." Zmo grit her teeth as she spat out the last sentence. "Smelly man, take care of yourself." Zmo chuckled, her body lightly leaping backwards, using her movement skill and soon disappearing from sight. This time, she was finally free from Yang Kai's control. Zmo felt like a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. Although she still had the brand in her mind, Yang Kai was in the Great Han Dynasty while she was in Tianlang Dynasty. What was there to fear? Once she returned to the sect, she would ask her master if he had a way to remove the brand in her mind. Looking in the direction Zmo disappeared, Yang Kai smiled, turned around, and flew off like a meteor. Passing by the place where he had fought with Wu Qingyi a few days ago, Yang Kai noticed that Wu Qingyi's body was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was a newly dug-up mound nearby, which should have been left by Zmo. This woman's mind is quite sharp. A day later, Yang Kai arrived at a nearby town, spent some money to hire a carriage, and told the coachman where to go before going into seclusion to consolidate his Yuan Qi and Mirror realm. Medicine King's Valley was a special force that had been passed down from the flowing time Great Emperor for thousands of years. The sect was filled with alchemy masters and most of its disciples were outstanding alchemists. Its strength was not necessarily very strong, only slightly stronger than some second-class sects and far below the combat strength of a first-class sect. However, its influence was unmatched by any other force. As long as one was a cultivator, in the process of cultivation, they would need to take some pills, and these pills were all made by alchemists. For all the alchemists in the world, Medicine King's Valley was the holy land in their hearts. Any alchemist, when mentioning Medicine King's Valley, would be extremely pious and respectful. Many people even considered joining Medicine King's Valley to study alchemy and see the Pill Sage's legacy as their life's goal. The Pill Sage, the founder of Medicine King's Valley, had died many years ago, but the passage of time still could not erase his sacred status in the hearts of alchemists. It was rumored that the lineage of alchemy was passed down by the Pill Saint in the past. With Medicine King's Valley as the center, the current generation of cultivators was able to take pills when they were injured. Before the Pill Sage passed down his alchemy skills, the world's cultivator only knew how to find herbs and swallow them whole. This was just a legend, but legends were always exaggerated and could not be completely believed. However, there was one thing in this legend that was true. The Pill Saint had indeed existed. And his portrait now stood in the forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, surviving thousands of years of the flowing time Great Emperor without any trace of weathering. This in itself was a miracle. Although Medicine King's Valley had the word valley in its name, this force was not built in a mountain valley. There were more than a dozen mountains around it, each of which was over 1,000 feet high. These mountains formed a circle, covering an area of several hundred square kilometers. This area of several hundred square kilometers was where Medicine King's Valley was located. In each mountain peak, there were powerful alchemists residing there. Some of them were taking in disciples and spreading their influence. Some were alone, cultivating alone and comprehending alchemy. There were 1 or 2 acres of medicine fields in each mountain, planted with a variety of spirit grasses and herbs that made people drool. The entire valley of the medicine masters contained an endless supply of alchemy materials. At the center of these mountains was a valley-like existence. It was different from the tranquility of the surrounding mountains. This valley had been here for many years. Every day was bustling with activity, the cultivator coming and going was like a school of carps crossing the river, in an endless stream. There was no other reason. This small town built in the middle of the valley was the place where Medicine King Valley communicated with the cultivator from the outside world. If a cultivator wanted to refine pills, they would bring sufficient materials. He had come here to look for the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to refine. The disciples of Medicine King's Valley did not accept gold or silver for their alchemy. They only accepted 1/3 of the finished product. No matter what grade of pill one came to Medicine King's Valley to refine, whether it was a common grade pill or a heaven grade pill, there was nothing to be said if the refinement failed, but if the pill was successfully refined, 3 out of 10 pills would be the alchemist's reward. This kind of method of collection was a bit of a lion opening its mouth and asking for an exorbitant price. Every single heaven-grade medicinal pill was worth a lot. If one worked hard to collect the materials, not only would they have to bear the risk of losing everything, even if the refinement was successful, 30% would be taken away by others as a reward. But even so, it could not erase the enthusiasm and determination of a cultivator to come to Medicine King's Valley to refine pills. Because here, the chances of an alchemist failing to refine pills were very small, and after the pill was successfully refined, the quality of the pills was also higher than the ones refined by the alchemists outside. So even with such harsh conditions, the cultivator was still willing to come here to find someone to refine pills for them. It was better than letting the alchemists outside refine pills and accidentally destroying all the materials. The reputation of Medicine King's Valley was well known, and not only did it attract the cultivator of the Great Han Empire. Even people from the surrounding countries often came here to ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine pills for them. The elders generally did not act rashly. If one wanted to ask them to refine pills, they would need at least heaven-grade or even profound-grade materials, and the remuneration would be higher. Medicine King's Valley had 10 great elders, each of them sitting in the 10 surrounding mountains, each of them possessing unique skills, and their alchemy skills were superb and unpredictable. Most people and even the disciples of Medicine King's Valley rarely saw them. These elders were all in their 60s and spent most of their time in seclusion studying alchemy, and only when some particularly expensive materials appeared would they act to refine pills. In the valley town, there were many shops, but not all of these shops were owned by Medicine King's Valley, and 90% of them were set up here by the various forces in the world. After all, this was the center of all the alchemists in the world, so these forces set up shops here to sell herbs, collect materials, gather intelligence, and so on. Medicine King's Valley itself was also a loner, never making enemies with any of the forces in the world, and never deliberately befriending any of them, so for thousands of years, it had always maintained a transcendent status. In the valley town, fighting was strictly prohibited, so even though there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, no one in this city dared to violate this rule. Once someone fought in the city, there was no need for the people of Medicine King's Valley to act, as the others would kill both sides on the spot. But once outside the valley, all kinds of grievances would be ignored by Medicine King's Valley. Therefore, the surrounding thousands of kilometers were two completely different worlds. Inside the valley surrounded by mountains, it was lively and peaceful, while outside the valley, for dozens of kilometers, there was fighting and killing everywhere. These people all had disputes in the valley and did not dare to act on the spot, so they came outside to fight to the death. On this day, a carriage came from afar and stopped about 50 kilometers away from Medicine King's Valley. The coachman put away his whip and shouted into the carriage, "Little brother, we've arrived at Medicine King's Valley." "We've arrived?" Xianxia woke from his meditation, a look of joy on his face as he lifted the curtain and walked out, looking around in amazement. "Where is this place?" The surroundings were empty. What kind of Medicine King's Valley was this? This was clearly the wilderness. The coachman smiled and said, "Little brother may not know, but the outside of Medicine King's Valley is full of dangers. Ordinary people like us do not dare to rashly approach. Whenever a guest wants to be sent to Medicine King's Valley, they will send them here and turn back. any further is the gates of hell." Yang Kai frowned, and the coachman noticed his displeasure and carefully explained the situation around Medicine King's Valley to him. Hearing this, Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed, knowing that the coachman was telling the truth and not deliberately leaving him here. So he no longer cared, it was only a few kilometers, so he casually took out a silver note and handed it to the coachman. Using his movement skill, he calmly approached the distant mountain. Although he had just heard the coachman talk about the dangers outside Medicine King's Valley, seeing it for himself was far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Along the way, in less than 30 kilometers, he saw 4 or 5 places where people were fighting to the death. These people all had conflicts in the valley and then came outside to resolve them. Along the way, there were even many corpses on the ground that were still emitting heat. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, but adhering to the principle of not meddling in other people's business, he quietly walked away. After walking for a short distance, he suddenly heard the sound of a chase behind him, and the sound of clothes flapping in the wind. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look. He saw a young girl wearing a sky-blue dress running towards him. The young girl was about 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance was quite pretty, but at this moment, her big watery eyes were full of panic. She was running with all her might. Behind her, 6 or 7 figures were chasing, their faces full of anger and murderous intent, each of them carrying a sword, looking extremely vicious. "You little wench, stop right there!" An angry shout came from the other side. The girl ran even faster. "Quick, don't let her hide in the valley, once she's inside, we'll never be able to catch her." The people saw that the girl was heading towards Medicine King's Valley and couldn't help paling. Medicine King's Valley strictly prohibited martial arts. If this girl really rushed in, everything would be over. In the blink of an eye, the girl rushed in front of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai vigilantly sizing her up, the girl smiled, revealing her white teeth, then using all her strength, she gasped for breath and shouted, "Cousin, run, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his expression became cold, but before he could react, the girl rushed past him like a gust of wind, bringing with her a faint fragrance. "Not good, that little wench still has someone to help her. Quick, don't let a single one of them go, kill the men and capture the women." The face of the person who had just shouted changed greatly. The group of people chasing her seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, their speed suddenly increasing. "Damn." Yang Kai's expression was filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth and cursed, not wasting any time to explain himself to those people, instead turning around and chasing after the girl. Whether it was the girl in a light blue dress or the group of burly men chasing after her, none of them were very strong, the strongest only Yuan-Chi 3rd or 4th stage. Yang Kai really didn't put this kind of strength in his eyes, but to get involved in such a troublesome matter for no reason really made Yang Kai burn with anger. Using his self-created movement skill, 3 steps became 2, and in just a few breaths of time, he had caught up with the girl's figure. The girl was stunned, quickly turning her head to look, just in time to see Yang Kai grimacing at her, his smile ferocious and terrifying. "Cousin." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and called out affectionately. "Haha." The girl's pretty face immediately turned bitter, goosebumps rising all over her body. She never expected that Yang Kai, who looked so young, would be so fast. Before her laughter fell, Yang Kai's face sank, and while running, he stretched out a large hand to grab the girl. The girl's expression changed greatly, and she raised a slender hand to meet his attack. Yang Kai urged his Yuan-Chi to meet her attack. The girl's figure flickered, and her speed suddenly decreased a lot. Before she could react, Yang Kai grabbed her waist with one hand and clasped her wrist with the other, suddenly stopping her in her tracks. "You! What are you doing? Run!" The young girl shouted in panic as she watched the group of people chasing after her rapidly closing in on her. Yang Kai coldly snorted, twisted his waist, and threw the young girl towards the group of people who had gathered before him. "You!" The girl's eyes were filled with disbelief, she never expected that Yang Kai would do such a thing. Being caught in a hurry and then thrown back, the girl didn't even have time to react and fell straight to the ground. When the group of people who were chasing after her saw this scene, their expressions were greatly shaken, and they scattered in all directions. By the time the young girl landed on the ground, everyone had already surrounded her. "Little wench! Let's see where you can run now." The leader of the large men clenched his teeth and shouted, his face full of anger. The rest of the people sneered, and several of them looked up and down the girl's delicate and plump body, their eyes flashing with a trace of lust. Xianxia observed the expressions of this group of people and his face suddenly became gloomy. This group of people, they were not good people. The girl looked resentful and bit her red lips, looking at the large men around her with great fear, not daring to move. Her strength was not very strong, only at the peak of separation and reunion boundary. Now that she was surrounded, how could she escape? Her pair of big watery eyes looked towards Xianxia and screamed, "You bastard, you shameless bastard, I curse you to die a horrible death, to have your soul destroyed, to be struck by lightning." If she had not been thrown back by Xianxia, she would have already rushed into Medicine King's Valley and been safe. Thinking of this, the girl felt wronged and angry. Xianxia snorted and turned to leave. Although he knew that this group of large men were not good people, the girl's actions just now had angered him and he made up his mind to scare her. Seeing him so heartless, the girl felt cold all over. Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, the large men surrounding the girl exchanged glances and two of them quietly rushed out, holding sharp swords and steel knives as they moved towards Xianxia. Regardless of whether these two people were cousins or not, since he had already seen them, there was no reason to leave him alive. The girl was about to open her mouth to warn him when a sharp sword was placed against her neck. Feeling the cold sensation, the girl immediately swallowed her warning. The two large men were both at the peak of separation and reunion boundary, similar to the girl's realm, and were as fast as the wind. Soon, they arrived behind Xianxia. The weapons in their hands glowed with a cold light as they aimed straight for Xianxia's vital points. The young girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her large eyes narrowed, and her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel some regret. She really shouldn't have dragged this man, whom she had never met, into the water. Just now, she was being chased too quickly. A thought flashed through her mind. That was all he did. She didn't want to implicate him and cause him to suffer such a calamity. Xianxia, who was walking forward, seemed to have eyes on his back. Before the weapon could reach him, his body suddenly floated forward. Miraculously, he dodged their attacks. Turning around, Xianxia looked at the two indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. He laughed eerily. This turn of events shocked the two large men, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Knowing that this young man was not weak, they shouted and activated their Yuan Qi, using their killing moves to attack Xianxia. Two fist shadows appeared in midair, and before the two large men had time to react, their bodies were sent flying backwards by a powerful impact. In midair, they both coughed up blood, and when they fell to the ground, they had already died. Jia 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 jia. The old demon laughed strangely. In that isolated world, he didn't play much of a role, but now that he had finally come out, he naturally had to show his skills. The black gas broke through the air, circled around the bodies of the two dead people, and then flew out. The leader of the large men saw his two subordinates instantly die, and his expression changed greatly. Placing his sword on the girl's neck, he coldly shouted, "Go!" The rest of the people couldn't help but gulp, roaring in unison as they fiercely rushed towards Xianxia. Jia jia. The old demon attacked again, and all of them were shocked by this strange artifact. Immediately, one of them split up to block the old demon's soul-breaker all, while the others attacked Xianxia without slowing down. Asterisk pung pung pung, asterisk 3 muffled sounds rang out. The large men who had just rushed to Xianxia's side were all involuntarily sent flying, each of their chests caving in. Since entering this isolated world a year ago, Xianxia's opponents had all been the elite disciples of various forces. Each of these elite disciples had the ability to fight above their own realm, and each of them was capable of killing enemies 2 or 3 minor realms above their own realm. However, these elites had still suffered defeat at the hands of Xianxia. Even the most tyrannical of them all, Wu Qingyi, could not escape death. How could these small fries be Xianxia's opponent? With one strike from each of them, none of them had the chance to resist. Those with lower strength were directly killed, while those who were slightly stronger fell to the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. As soon as the bodies of the three fell to the ground, the old demon shamelessly abandoned his opponent and directly went to absorb their souls. The old demon's opponent didn't even have time to escape before Xianxia grabbed him, gripped his head with both hands, and fiercely twisted it. With a crisp crack, the man's neck directly broke and his body fell limply to the ground. Leaving this man's body behind, Xianxia coldly walked towards the big man who had kidnapped the girl, step by step, his yuan qi flowing out from his body, his clothes fluttering in the wind, giving him the appearance of a majestic killing god. The girl's mouth formed a circle as she stared at Xianxia in amazement. She had not expected this boy she had dragged into this water to be so tyrannical. He didn't look much older than her, so how could he be so strong? There was already a deep layer of fear and shock in her flickering large eyes. Compared to this group of enemies who had chased her for several days, Xianxia was more like a villain, a blood-soaked executioner. He killed people as easily as he pinched an ant to death. From beginning to end, his cold expression had not changed in the slightest, and his eyes had not even blinked once. Human life was as light as a feather to him, so he did not care about it at all. The girl trembled with fear, but how could the big man who had kidnapped her not be the same? Although he had the strength of a yuan qi fourth stage master, at this moment, he was also scared out of his wits and his soul. He was very clear about the strength of his subordinates. In a one-on-one fight, he could also deal with them, but it was impossible for him to do it as easily as this boy. "Friend, this is all a misunderstanding." The big man's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he fearfully watched Xianxia approach step by step. With a smile on his face, he said, "We didn't do anything to you. Friend, how about we just let it go?" Xianxia's expression was indifferent, and he did not say a word. "Indeed, we were the ones who had eyes but failed to see, and were in the wrong first, but you have already killed so many of us, do you still want to kill all of us?" The big man repeatedly retreated, and from beginning to end, his long sword was still pressed against the girl's neck. Seeing that Xianxia was still unmoved, the big man knew that today was not the day to be kind, so he hardened his heart and his expression became ferocious. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. You kill me. You kill me, you also die." Xianxia was still slowly approaching the big man. In an instant, the big man was sweating profusely. As the boy in front of him approached, he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. His yuan qi involuntarily circulated, and the long sword in his hand slightly tightened. The girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm as she felt a cold sensation on her neck, and a trace of warmth gushed out from there. "You really think I don't dare to kill you?" The big man tried to intimidate. Before his voice fell, Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and an invisible force was released from his mind, directly rushing into the big man's soul. This was the power of divine sense. Divine sense not only could be used to perceive the surrounding situation, it could also be used to attack. However, Xianxia had never had such an experience, so he was just taking a risk. Pouring his divine sense into the big man's body, the big man's expression was stunned for a moment, but when he recovered, he saw that the boy in front of him was already in front of him, stretching out a large hand and grabbing his long sword. The big man roared, and his yuan qi was activated, fiercely cutting towards the girl's neck, wanting to destroy both jade and stone. Xianxia's eyes were quick, and his palm struck the big man's face, at the same time sweeping his foot towards the girl, sweeping her away from the sword. In a flash, the girl dodged to the side, a few strands of severed hair fluttering in the air. The big man hurriedly retreated, avoiding Xianxia's palm, and dragging the long sword in his hand, he pulled a long wound on Xianxia's other hand. Blood splashed, but Xianxia's expression was cold and calm, and taking advantage of the situation, he clenched his bloody fist and punched the big man's chest. Burning Sun's three-layer blast. The big man's strength was at the fourth stage of the yuan qi boundary, so he was caught off guard by Xianxia's attack, but he was still able to fight back, and his long sword danced in the air, one after another killing move after another. While they were fighting, the Burning Sun's three-layer blast, yuan qi exploded in his body, and the big man groaned 3 times, his face suddenly turning pale. Only at this moment did the old demon have the opportunity to rush forward, and join forces with Xianxia to fight. After a dozen moves, the big man's chest was pierced by Xianxia's finger. His eyes gradually lost their light, and the big man's face was full of bitterness as he muttered, "Madman." The old demon laughed strangely, and wrapped the soul breaker all, rushed into the big man's body, and took away the big man's soul, and immediately turned into black gas and entered Xianxi's body. "Young master, did you feel it?" the old demon asked softly. "Yes." Xianxi shook the blood off his hand. "These people's yuan qi is very violent, and it seems that they are people who practice evil arts, or they are cultivators who have fallen into the evil path. When a cultivator is at the separation and reunion boundary, their temperament will be divided into two levels, which is why this boundary is called the separation and reunion boundary. They enjoy the pleasure of increasing their strength, but are unable to suppress their outbursts of emotions, and are controlled by all kinds of emotions. This is the so-called evil cultivator. These people are generally more brutal, bloodthirsty, and violent. Many cultivators are like this. The higher their strength, the more outstanding their performance will be, and eventually they will walk a different cultivation path from others, such as the people Xianxi had just killed. Compared to the normal cultivation method, which one is better, no one can say clearly, but generally speaking, evil cultivators are not very popular. In this world, the largest gathering place of evil cultivators is the ash-gray cloud evil land. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, big and small demons gathered, and evil cultivators were everywhere. When High Heaven Pavilion's great elder Wei Shitong gave Xianxi a promotion order, it was to go to the ash-gray cloud evil land and kill an evil cultivator whose strength was not lower than his own, but Xianxi refused. But, how did this girl provoke these people? With suspicion in his heart, Xianxi turned to look at the young girl. The young girl had been swept away by Xianxi's foot and had yet to stand up. Her face was filled with panic and fear, as if she had been greatly frightened, her tender body trembling. Just now, just a little bit more and she would have died. That sharp sword even cut off a lot of her hair, and there was even a dark red mark on her neck. At this moment, she was covering her white neck with her hand, and her entire body was dripping with sweat. Seeing Xianxi looking at her, the young girl couldn't help feeling her heart skip a beat, her face filled with fear. Only now did she realize what kind of existence she had provoked. 7 or 8 lives had been taken by him in less than 30 breaths of time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a murderous man. Xianxi frowned, stepped forward, and squatted down in front of her. The young girl retreated again and again, her long eyelashes trembling, her fear reaching the extreme. Chuckling, Xianxi pushed her hand away and looked at the scar on her neck, saying, "It's just a superficial wound, if you heal it well, it won't even leave a scar." Saying so, he reached into his sleeve and took out a healing pill and handed it to her. The young girl squeezed out a smile. "I have a pill." Her vigilance was quite strong, so Xianxi didn't care and put away his own pill. The young girl looked at him timidly, but seeing that he didn't seem to have any malicious intent, she bravely took out a bottle and swallowed a pill. "When you were caught, didn't you know to lean back a little?" Xianxi frowned. I've never fought with anyone before." The young girl's face was a little red. Since she was young, although she had always been cultivating, at most, she had only sparred with others as friends. She had never experienced that kind of life and death battle. Being held by a long sword, she was instantly at a loss of what to do and didn't know what to do. Xianxi carefully looked at her and found that this young girl's skin was delicate and her clothes were quite luxurious. Although she looked a little mischievous, she still had a unique temperament, one that could not be cultivated by an ordinary small force. This was definitely a young lady from a large family. It was no wonder that despite looking to be around the same age as him, he had the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Moreover, his actual combat experience was so poor. It was the result of being spoiled. "How did you provoke this group of people?" "How would I know?" The girl immediately felt wronged. "When I left home, when I was playing outside, this group of people suddenly appeared. He had been captured by them long ago. All of them were so ugly. You scared me to death." Xianxi couldn't help but smile. Seeing that he seemed to be easy to talk to, the young girl's courage couldn't help but grow a lot, and her almond eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and looked at Xianxi. "And you, why did you throw him back? Do you know how dangerous it was? If I really die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'll follow you every day and annoy you to death." Xianxi stared into the distance with a deep look in his eyes. After a while, He retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Maybe you didn't mean to shout like that, but what if it was someone else with no strength? If you're unlucky, you'll probably be immediately dismembered by the chaotic swords." The young girl was stunned. Her eyes flickered as she lowered her head and said softly, "I was wrong." After saying that, she looked up again. She felt wronged. "But aren't you too cruel? People say that one should help when they see injustice. You're so strong. Even if I used you, it wouldn't matter." Xianxia chuckled and didn't explain. When those big men surrounded the young girl, Xianxia naturally saw the lewd light in their eyes. He planned to wait for them to leave and then secretly follow them to see the situation. But he didn't expect that those people wouldn't even let him go. It just so happened that he wanted to kill them all. Standing up, ignoring the young girl's shouts and questions, Xianxia used his movement skill and headed straight for Medicine King's Valley. The young girl was stunned. She also hurriedly stood up and followed. This place was only a few miles away from Medicine King's Valley. She was deeply afraid that a few evil people would suddenly jump out from somewhere, so naturally she couldn't wait to hide in Medicine King's Valley. Chasing after Xianxia's figure, after entering the valley town, she couldn't find him anymore. "He's not much older than me, but his strength is so strong. Which family is he from?" The young girl whispered to herself, thinking for a long time but still unable to think of a suitable person. She couldn't help feeling annoyed. Entering the valley town, a variety of medicinal fragrances filled the air, making one feel refreshed. Xianxia casually wandered around the town and found that the shops here, with the exception of the inns and restaurants, were all related to herbs and pills. Ordinary and extraordinary spirit grasses, rare fruits, miraculous medicines, everything was here. A variety of herbs were displayed in the shops, and there were many that Xianxia had never even heard of before, but they could be seen everywhere. Worthy of Medicine King's Valley, Xianxia praised in his heart. With such a scene, as long as one was an alchemist, they wouldn't be willing to leave here. Alchemists had a special fondness for herbs, so with so many of them here, it would be strange if they were willing to leave. In every shop, there were many cultivators who had come here to look around or haggle with the shop owner to buy herbs. There were also many alchemists who were helping the cultivator refine pills. However, all the alchemists in Medicine King's Valley town were disciples of Medicine King's Valley. Most of the cultivators who came here to ask for help in alchemy were here because of Medicine King's Valley's reputation, so naturally they wouldn't look for alchemists from other forces. Xianxia strolled around for a long time, admiring and observing the alchemists as he went. He found that these alchemists were also divided into different grades. Their corresponding grades were ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and mysterious grade, each of which was divided into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. Most of the alchemists Xianxia saw were earth grade alchemists. For example, the one in front of him who had a silver 2-petal flower embroidered on his chest was an earth grade mid-rank alchemist, which also meant that he could skillfully refine earth grade mid-rank pills. Each petal corresponded to a grade, gold, silver, and white, which corresponded to high, medium, and low. Through the embroidery on these alchemists' clothes, Xianxia could see what level they were at. There were very few heaven-grade alchemists, and as for mysterious grade alchemists, there was not a single one. Only the elders of Medicine King's Valley were mysterious grade alchemists. Many shops had finished pills for sale. Xianxia wasn't interested in ordinary pills, but pills that could nourish his soul were something he couldn't help but linger on. These pills could not only strengthen his newly cultivated divine sense, but also nourish the soul-warming lotus, allowing the 5-colored soul-warming lotus to advance towards its ultimate goal of becoming a 7-colored lotus. Once the soul-warming lotus evolved to a 7-colored lotus, its effect would be great. However, soul-nourishing pills were very rare, and many times more expensive than ordinary pills. A bottle of ordinary earth-grade low-rank pills, 10 pills in a bottle, sold for 5,000 taels. But a bottle of earth-grade low-rank soul-nourishing pills was at least 30,000 taels. That was 6 times more expensive. Kaiyang was embarrassed, so he could only look at the ocean and sigh. After strolling around for a long time, Xianxia saw that the sky was getting dark, so he found an inn to stay for the night. At night, the town of Medicine King's Valley was even more lively, so Xianxia casually ate a meal before leaving the inn to inquire about some news. He had come to Medicine King's Valley this time to take a look at the Myriad Drug Pond, but the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, so it would not be easy to enter. For the next few days, Xianxia had been inquiring about Medicine King's Valley, but he had been unable to find a way, so he was secretly anxious. Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond was located on top of the Pill Saint's Peak. Not only was there a Myriad Drug Pond, but there was also a portrait of the Pill Saint. It was a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists and was usually heavily guarded. Even ordinary Medicine King's Valley disciples could not even think of approaching. Only the Valley Master and Elders were qualified to comprehend the mysteries of alchemy left behind by the Pill Saint. Xianxia had heard many rumors about the Pill Saint's statue, many of which were said to be miraculous. It was said that the Pill Saint's ancestral spirit would appear from time to time, solving the puzzles in the hearts of alchemists and even teaching them alchemy techniques, allowing many people to benefit greatly. It was because of this that Medicine King's Valley carefully protected the Myriad Drug Pond. With such a heavily guarded place, how could one approach it? The Myriad Drug Pond was different from High Heaven Pavilion's Coiling Dragon Stream. Although the Coiling Dragon Stream was a forbidden area, it was very long and very dangerous, so naturally no one dared to approach it. On this day, Xianxia was wandering around the town when he suddenly saw a familiar figure flash by. Looking at this person's back, Xianxia couldn't help chuckling. He quietly followed the man. After a short while, he saw the man enter a shop. Xianxia looked up and saw a plaque hanging above the shop that read Dong Medicine Store. As soon as Xianxia walked into the medicine hall, a waiter immediately came out and greeted him enthusiastically. "What is honored guest looking for? Our Dong family medicine hall is rich in herbs and has everything you need. Whether it is alchemy materials or finished pills, we sell them all at fair prices. If honored guest is interested, please take a look around." "I don't want to buy anything." Xianxia shook his head. "Then I'm looking for the young man who just went in," Xianxia said. The waiter's expression immediately became vigilant. Sweeping his eyes over Xianxia, he didn't become angry and instead tentatively asked, "May I ask what this little brother's name is?" Xianxia smiled faintly, "Just tell him that an old friend of High Heaven Pavilion has come to visit." The waiter stared blankly for a moment before nodding slightly. Turning around, the waiter went into the inner hall to report, and a moment later, came back out again, his face full of smiles as he said flatteringly, "Little brother, please follow me, my young lord invites you in." Xianxia nodded. Entering the inner hall, the waiter followed the stairs all the way up to the 3rd floor. When he reached the door, the waiter respectfully said, "The young lord is inside." Saying so, the waiter respectfully withdrew. Xianxia pushed open the door and strode in. At a glance, Xianxia saw a slightly fat face looking towards him with a smile. Dong family, Dong Qinghan. Behind him were the Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards. These two old men didn't say a word, and although they seemed to be very old, in fact their eyes were quite reserved, only nodding slightly towards Xianxia. Next to him sat a dignified and pretty young girl who was angrily holding a cup of tea. Xianxia's eyes swept over this group of people, and when their 4 eyes met, he was stunned. The young girl also stared at Xianxia in amazement, her expression extremely strange, her pair of eyes staring stupidly at him, the tea she had just taken a sip of involuntarily spurting out all over Dong Qinghan's face. End of chapter 267. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.